Econometricians and game theorists who are not also operational research men, are inclined to classify managerial strategies according to value theoretic criteria which they have themselves devised. When the minimax criterion was mentioned in the earlier discussion of game theory, it may well have been thought that this is quite typically the prudential policy which managers follow. But suppose it is not. An extremely conservative management probably follows the maximum criterion, which maximizes the minimum payoff. Even so, a really impetuous manager might look at the possible outcomes of each of his possible strategies and consider only the most favorable outcome in each case. He may then select the strategy whose best outcome is highest, the maximax criterion. Or again, a management which is not only prudential but rather pessimistic by nature, may look at the problem less in terms of the payoff available and more in terms of the cost of making a mistake, which is called the regret. Hence a manager may seek to minimize the maximum risk of opportunity loss, which is called the minimax regret criterion. When all these criteria refer to risk, they are actually seeking to measure the advantage available to the other player. This is because in a zero-sum game you lose what he gains. But when the game is being played against nature, it becomes rather absurd to think of an opponent actively attempting to do you down. Hence, although it is possible to work out the consequences which flow from considering nature as an opponent who is trying to win, it might be best to embody one's ignorance of the future and of nature's policy by assuming that nature will play every one of the strategies open to it with equal probability. This is known as the Bayes criterion. There is no point in going on with this list, to which various ingenious modifications have been proposed from time to time. In any case, instead of resolving to adopt the one strategy which uniquely meets one of these criteria, many possible situations arise in which it can be shown that the most sensible policy is to mix various strategies in certain 223 calculated proportions at random. The great advantage of a mixed strategy is that when playing a real opponent, he is unable to deduce under which criterion one is playing. This makes the problem less predictable for him. There is a second advantage to be gained in terms of stability. A game is said to be equilibrial if the minimax payoff for one player is the same as the maximum payoff for the other. Not all games with a finite number of pure strategies have this equilibrial property, but if the players are allowed to use mixed strategies, the game is always equilibrial. There is a number of whole books written on the topic of game theory, but this is not one of them. The present object is to show that the values adopted by the management in formulating policies under the uncertainty of the future, are in practice affected by temperament. For these strategies, which depend on degrees of prudence, determination, pessimism, and such like, refer not only to situations which can be formulated as formal games, but to the whole range of decision-theoretic situations. With all of the techniques discussed in the last section, there are choices to be made which depend on an attitude towards the future, so to talk of scientific forecasting without taking these attitudes into account is delusory. The preferences of management can be handled, it is sometimes argued, by setting them in order and assigning numbers to the outcomes which are so ranked. This view seems to be defective, both for the reason that nobody knows whether it is true that a manager's judgment of such matters is unambiguous and consistent, and also because an adequate account of the matter would have to include, at least implicitly, a model of the manager's brain, which is the computer that does the ranking. Here is another way of showing that this whole problem is metalinguistic, compelling the inference that analytical decision-theoretic techniques are not as straightforward as they appear once an uncertain future is drawn into the problem. To sum up this argument, decision theory is mathematically limited to optimizing in one dimension. Constraints operating in other dimensions than this one are really fluid, and a ramified system under uncertainty which is generating a future we wish to predict will cause them to change. To overcome this difficulty, it is alleged that the constraints are not genuinely fluid, they are determined by managerial value judgments. By quantifying these values on a numerical scale, the optimization can still be effected in respect of the future. To this we have replied that, although the distinction between fact and value is illusory, the whole system of constraints is fluxing in the 224. Course of adaptation to unpredicted change. The conclusion is that the value-theoretic approach enables decision theory to escape the mathematical limitation of unidimensionality in a static situation, where a result can be implemented now, if the managerial temperament can be correctly assessed or indeed deduced from current practice. But it is of little help in a problem involving long-term forecasting. The methodological difficulty homomorphs again. The methodological difficulty encountered in applying the orthodox or techniques, which is also ignored by the more impetuous or scientist, is that decision theory leaves out the formulation of an explicit scientific model from the operational research process. It tries to jump directly from the real-life situation to a mathematical model, without investigating the nature of the mechanism of which the mathematical model is supposed to be a rigorous statement. Now, to be quite strict, this is impossible. What is really happening is that the mathematical model is a rigorous account of a very loosely formulated and altogether untested theory about the natural mechanism involved. In inventory theory, for example, a great many assumptions are usually made about the statistical form of the probability distributions that will be encountered. These rest on a priori notions which are often falsified in practice because of the ramified system. There are so many interactions and feedbacks in the network that the distributions which are supposed to appear are very often radically distorted. Again, mathematical programming techniques also tend to ignore this stochastic and interactive feature of real life. They may in a particular application be very sensitive to both errors and probabilistic fluctuations in the coefficients entered into the input-output matrix. The list could be prolonged indefinitely. It is all a matter of identifying structure in the real world, which is an empirical, heuristic, undertaking. Too often the proponents of decision theory assume that they know what this structure is. If lengthy experience of doing operational research shows up such weaknesses so clearly, why are the techniques acclaimed, and, more particularly, why do they so often succeed? If we can answer these questions, we shall be able to join in the acclamation and the success without falling into the traps being discussed here. There are two answers to the question. Firstly, situations are quite frequently encountered in which the simple-minded and latent scientific models on which decision-theoretic techniques are based are roughly homomorphic with the facts. With luck, the a priori distributions of probability will not be distorted, and 225. With skill, a practiced man will recognize the fact. He can then use the classical theory. Or take the case of the most successful application of linear programming, the transportation problem, in which the technique is used to decide what is the optimal way to transport materials or goods from a number of sources to a number of destinations. There is no deep underlying mechanism to these situations, and the linear programming network itself is certainly homomorphic with the facts. This is why the techniques work. There are moments when impetuosity pays off. But because the inversion of a linear programming matrix can generate the total number of ways in which oil can be moved from a number of oil fields to a number of refineries under certain transportation constraints, and because we have an algorithm for discerning which of these ways is optimal, it simply does not follow that the same device can be used to describe and optimize the national economy. An economy is par excellence an exceedingly complex ramified system, too unspecified, too deeply interactive, and for that matter too undecidable to be mapped onto the orthodox linear programming matrix. It is ironic that champions of technical rigor should be so methodologically slapdash as to make the attempt. They need to erect a theory about the way the economy works, expressed as a scientific model which can be tested as a homomorphic mapping, before even contemplating a technique which would identify optimal economic policies within such a model. Secondly, decision theory is immensely useful in providing a language in which to discuss managerial problems. Even in the case where a technique cannot be pressed home to the point where a computed numerical answer is available and correct, it can certainly be used to explore the situation, if only to find out in which ways real life is more rich and interpenetrative than the mathematical model allows. It would be interesting to know in how many cases where decision theoretic techniques have been used, and published as having been used, an exact numerical solution was both obtained and also precisely applied to real life. Let us be bold and say, this very rarely happens. If this sounds like heresy in some circles, it is because some professionals imagine that their only claim to scientific respectability resides in making the opposite claim. The doctoral student on his first assignment may be forgiven for thinking so, because it is right for him to submit to academic discipline. But from a professional standpoint, it must be confessed that the manager is not particularly interested in providing the scientist with Nobel Prize fodder. He wants answers that work. Well, the manager is himself a professional, and it is not to his 226 credit that he has no vocabulary capable of discussing his own problems properly. Ordinary English simply will not do, as anyone can hear who attends a managerial convention. The penetration of the vernacular into the deep nature of a managerial dilemma is slight indeed, hence the discussion of this dilemma is more a matter of exchanging slogans than of conducting an inquiry. Decision theory can certainly claim to have devised ways of talking about these problems which are penetrating and quantitative by nature. Therefore they are extremely useful whether numbers trickle out at the end of the inquiry or not. It should always be remembered that in many managerial problems science has done all that is necessary in the way of quantification if it can get the sign right. That is to say that a policy should make a profit rather than a loss, or that course B will make more rather than less of a profit than course A. The moral is perfectly clear. One dare not slap a decision-theoretic technique onto a problem like a poultice. The relevance of the mathematical model has to be examined with the greatest care, and this is in itself a full-scale scientific investigation, involving the collection of facts, the formulation of hypotheses and the undertaking of experiments. In fact, the mathematical model does not exist sui generis. It ought to be a rigorous formulation of a scientific model that is itself a homomorphism of the problem situation. This is the reason why the job of selecting a technique and certifying its relevance must be left to the scientist, and should not normally be undertaken by the manager himself. A manager is ill-advised to say, do a linear program on this, or use inventory theory on that. The scientist is not a tradesman to be summoned with his number 5 kit of tools to mend a leak in the management regimen. The manager should say instead, kindly examine this dilemma by the methods of science. The analogy with a doctor can hardly be overlooked. It is too easy for a man with a stiff arm to say to his physician, prescribe a liniment for me to rub into my stiff arm. It is only when the patient tells the doctor what his symptoms are and asks for help that the doctor has the opportunity to discover that the stiffness in the arm is caused by a weakness in the heart. Correct diagnosis depends on the physician's having a strongly homomorphic model of the patient's whole anatomy, and the freedom to investigate its mapping onto the patient. The lengthy consideration given in preceding chapters to the methodology of operational research should help to display the nature of this extremely important matter. There is always a conceptual model in and, since it is a trained scientist who has the concept, a scientific model underlies it. It is vital for the scientist to acknowledge the exist. 227. And to investigate the nature of this model before proceeding to give a rigorous account of the matter in mathematical terms. The pragmatic difficulty better versus best. The third of the limitations inherent in decision theory is specified as a pragmatic difficulty because one of the startling features of real life is that things are indeed as they are. What is the case is true. It is perhaps the most important ability of the man qua professional, as contradistinguished from the man qua scientist, that he should be able to recognize the truth in the guise of what is already the case. If the truth is not discernible in this, of course, he must say so and seek to alter things. But it is a limitation of the decision-theoretic approach that it impetuously declares what the structure of decision ought to be, without first investigating what it is. So again we find the competent man setting his knowledge of technique within the framework of scientific methodology. Observation of the managerial process certainly suggests that its aim is to improve matters steadily, rather than to seek a rigorous optimum. The reason why this should be so is also clear. The manager is not at all sure that he can find in his own understanding a conceptual model which really represents the situation he is trying to control, nor that he can specify the relationships within it, nor that he knows all the criteria of success. And so he changes things cautiously, altering the parameters of the situation in ways which his experience suggests may be valuable, noting the outcome, and reinforcing success when it occurs. Now the scientist ought to be able to recognize in this approach a perfectly valid mechanism of control. It may be learned of nature in the processes of genetic mutation and natural selection. And indeed the scientist has many ways of handling models to emulate this approach. The most familiar of them is most appropriately named evolutionary operation. This is quite straightforwardly a rigorous version of the managerial practice just described. It uses mathematically planned experimentation to direct a sequential decision-taking process. This is aimed at a steady increase in the kind of satisfaction which is only recognized after it has occurred, and cannot be uniquely specified in advance. Other ways of looking at this problem will be discussed in Part 3. But, for the moment, it is enough to say that forecasting itself is best treated as an adaptive process, and that this conclusion also militates against the impetuous use of decision theory in situations which relate to the future. The reason for the allegation can be formalized. It is not simply a matter of emulating what managers do. For if we look at a 228 distant outcome as the endpoint of a converging stochastic network, it becomes very clear that it will be possible to improve the precision with which the characteristics of this point are adumbrated as the moment now moves from left to right across the diagram. The number of outcomes lying on the critical path towards the final outcome steadily diminishes, the extensity of ramification around the critical path also attenuates. And, if we consider the situation from the standpoint of information theory, it is sure that as we move from left to right our forecasts of the final outcome reach out towards it and, as it were, bounce back. Today, on the 4th of the month, I see myself in Birmingham on the 15th, because I reach out in my mind to this future event. I seek to make arrangements with a man whom I wish to meet in that town. Unknown to me he will not be there. But in 2 days' time his letter bounces back from that notional future date to tell me, on the 6th, that my forecast of what it will be like on the 15th is defective in this respect at least. Adaptive forecasting is like radar locating events in time instead of space. As an example, we may consider a production program manufacturing for stock. The balance of this program requires that future demand be forecast. Now consider a person who, though ignorant of many things, knows all about optimal scheduling techniques. His impetuous nature demands that he should at once compute the production program that gives least idle time on the plant, or meets most orders, or minimizes stock or whatever. The schedule he is about to prepare relates to the future, and must therefore include estimates of future demand. He declares that no one knows what the future will be like, and that the best that science can do is to extrapolate present trends. He does extrapolate them, and he takes the figures and puts them into his computer. Now to extrapolate means to draw a line through all the points that have been recorded in the past, and then to extend that line on into the future taking a reading at the date in which one is interested. This procedure gives equal weight to all the points that have been recorded in the past. As was said when the question of forecasting demand was last discussed, however, there is in fact no guarantee whatsoever that circumstances are generating change with a guaranteed underlying pattern, whether we are looking at an increase which appears to be linear or exponential, or for that matter follows a sine wave. The very identification of such patterns can often be misleading, because they powerfully suggest that 229. There is some secret mechanism generating the change. Indeed there may be. Yet, as we all know, some really important event may suddenly occur which radically alters the whole thing. And so, as was said before, the practical man is likely to assert that the best forecast he can make does not delve far back into the past but assumes that the most recent experience will be repeated. In other words, his forecasting procedure is a Markov chain. Pausing for a moment to consider these extreme viewpoints, we might well come to the conclusion that each is a little too extreme. Surely experience suggests that although the second argument makes pretty good sense, the very last point may itself be something of an aberration, and perhaps one ought to go back a bit further. The question then is how far? It would be nice to evade that very difficult query, and in fact we can. For if we argue that the most recent event may well be repeated, we can also argue that the one just before it may also influence the event about to come, though perhaps rather less. And the event before the one before the last may also have a bearing, but rather less still. In fact, the influence of history is felt from way back, but its impact is decaying as it retreats into the past and may be losing its relevance to the future. Let us then take all the events we have on record into account, but let us weight each one by its distance from the present. Of course, we have no way of knowing at what rate relevance is being lost. On the other hand, we are very familiar with this process of decay in nature, and we know that it tends to follow an exponential curve. That is to say, the decay begins rather rapidly and gradually flattens out. An example of this was given earlier. So if exponential weights are allocated to historical data, the most recent event will have the biggest impact on the forecast, and its predecessors less and less impact according to this mathematical function of decay. Because the exponential curve is asymptotic, every event of recorded history could be accorded some weight in making the forecast, but as time recedes the weights will become indefinitely small. This is what was meant by saying that we do not need to declare how far back we are prepared to go. On the other hand, scientific decisions must be taken about the rate at which the exponential curve is to take effect, and this is admittedly a tricky matter. But it can be resolved by competent analysis of the records. This way of handling demand statistics is known as exponential smoothing. It turns out to be a reliable method of predicting demand, and it 230 allows for the feedback from the future effect. For as time passes, each new event improves the estimate of the final outcome, which it does by being awarded the largest rate while everything else is pushed back one step. So instead of deciding on the optimal production schedule for one point in future time, it becomes possible to conceive of the program as being something which already exists, and something which is continuously modified towards a future that is never reached. Adaptive forecasting is effected by feeding the model which computes it a continuous input consisting of an exponentially smoothed demand. And so we pragmatically acknowledge that whatever is true, that whatever was, is less relevantly true, and we say that we shall get an ever-improving estimate of what will be true next, because it is formulating itself to be so, regardless of the computed optimum. Having said all this, it remains the case that if a proper investigation should reveal that the structure of production is homomorphically represented by a mathematical program, and that demand is either stable or can otherwise be forecast realistically, then the best thing to do is to optimize the production schedule for that future date. And, having reached this conclusion, it will pay the company for the or man to make the lives of managers a misery, until they have specified what criteria of success should be applied to create an objective function. The outcome of this procedure will be to overturn the methods used by management in the past to feel its way towards a better state of affairs, and to replace them with a scientific high-precision tool. The result, as was seen in an earlier chapter, could be a 500% increase in profit. For heuristic forecasting. Having seen the way in which decision theory handles the future, and having examined some of the difficulties inherent in this approach, we should give further consideration to what is altogether another line of attack. This is to use the technique of simulation, which was expounded earlier, as a tool of heuristic forecasting. Briefly to recapitulate, when a situation has been described in terms of a stochastic network, which has in turn been quantified by expressing its probabilism in terms of statistical expressions having parameters that are expressed numerically, a language competent to discuss that situation has been created. Valid talk about the situation consists in speaking this language. We may say, from this node the flow passes down one of three lines in the proportions 20% or 50% and 30% but 231. Which of the three routes will be followed by the next item is not known. The time the next item will take to travel down this line is not known either, but in the long run the distribution of times taken will conform to a known stochastic pattern describable by a statistical function which has been measured. The next item will then undergo the process represented by the node it has now reached. Again the time it will take is unknown, but again the pattern of times traced out over a period is known, and so on. By speaking the language in this way we begin to delineate a model of the dynamic situation concerned, for our talk about the way the system operates, and the way it actually operates, are both unfolding in time, and each leaves behind it a trace consisting of an intricate web of events which have been related to each other in certain ways. One of these traces is a statement about real life, the other is a simulation model of real life. The extent of the isomorphism between the two may of course be examined. To specify the simulation model, it is necessary to arrange parlance in the network language, that is, a quasi-history must be written. Hence, a moment of time is selected, and a particular state of affairs which is plausible in real terms is expressed in the network language. A process then begins of unfolding time artificially to see what will happen next. This involves random sampling procedures which select routes, transportation times and nodal process times, from the stock of information held about these matters. The random sampling guarantees that the patterns which will be established in the long run are known. All this is a way of generating artificial but representative information about the system. It is an experimental method singularly appropriate to operational research, which is an empirical science. The advantages of doing this, it is also recollected, are threefold. First of all, simulation provides artificial experience of the real system very much more quickly than it could otherwise be obtained. Simulated time can be made to run, say, 10 times faster than clock timer if a large computer is available, perhaps 100 times as fast. Secondly, the experience is gained without running any risks. If we want to know what the system does under a particular set of circumstances, this can readily be discovered without putting the real-life system to the trouble and expense of running a trial which may in any case prove disastrous. Thirdly, it is even possible to alter the system as it now is, to see what would be likely to happen to it under a new kind of regime, and this may also be done without jeopardizing the success of an existing profitable situation. 232. It may be gathered from these comments that simulation is really a forecasting technique. Simulations are not run to see what is actually happening now under existing conditions, for this may more readily be discovered by going to see. The clue is that simulations tell us what would happen, if. I have called this kind of forecasting heuristic, because it is not an attempt to deduce what must necessarily happen, but an attempt to induce what is likely to happen by feeling out a plausible route from the here and the now through space-time, considered as structured by a stochastic network. If the reply is made, yes, but this will only give a plausible interpretation of the future, and not a particularly likely one, the answer is that science is accustomed to making inferences of this kind and knows how to handle them. For the whole procedure is, in scientific terms, an experiment, and it is of the essence of experimentation that a particular outcome should be reproducible. So the facility of a simulation to act as a time machine can be used to replicate the experiment perhaps 100 times in the span which would be taken to try it once in real life. Naturally, these replications will not produce precisely similar outcomes, nor would the replication of the situation in real life. What is important is the recognition of common features in the set of outcomes. These are the inductive inferences which may be classed as forecasts. We say that the system is robust in respect to a particular set of outcomes. Great use has been made of simulation by operational research, often with an air of apology which is altogether misplaced. Some people say that what is really happening is this. A mathematical model of a situation has been constructed, and quantified statistically. If mathematics were yet sufficiently powerful to work out the convolutions of probabilities across all the ramifications of the system, then a rigorous statement about what the system does would be available. Simulation, say these people, is a rough and ready means of approximating the answer, which is really rather disgraceful, and should be supplanted at the earliest opportunity by some respectable mathematics. From the standpoint now reached in this book, it is possible to repudiate this view altogether. A description of a dynamic, probabilistic, real-life situation in terms of graph theory and stochastic processes is not a model at all. It has here been called a language which can be spoken to generate a model. This is an important distinction, because if the mathematical statement itself were a model, it would be incapable of the homomorphic preservation of situation structure, which is time-based. The mathematical statement collapses the temporal dimension into an instantaneous statistic. Now, 233. This is itself capable of temporal expansion, but in its mathematical form it has not in fact generated anything at all. Mathematicians may reply that this does not matter, that, for example, one need not write out the full expansion of a polynomial in order to specify it completely. The answer to this is that the analogy is incorrect, and for two reasons. It has to be shown that the instantaneous statement in mathematical terms of a stochastic network does not usefully specify its spatiotemporal expansion. Firstly, then, it should be noted that real life is far too rich to be encapsulated in the so-called model. A great many variables will actually be missing. Secondly, unless one is going to assert quite dogmatically that the universe runs on deterministic lines, even to include a complete statement of all the variables and their relationships would not finally determine the future. The physicist may account for this fact by speaking of Brownian motion, the geneticist may invoke random mutation, and the theologian may assert free will, but the philosopher of science may content himself with the remark that conclusions, however likely, that are based on inductive arguments, remain precarious. In any case, and whatever may be said theoretically about the matter, the state of affairs is adequately indicated in practical operational terms by referring to the influence of noise in the system. The second reason is more recondite. It is at least possible that the structure of a network configuration is governed by some uncertainty principle analogous to that associated with the name of Heisenberg in quantum physics. The work referred to in section 4 of chapter 7 produced a theorem indicating a law called the indeterminacy of configuration structure. This says, in rough terms, that if a network retains an identity of configuration through a period of time, then it cannot be denoted by a general algebraic function, which is to say that the transfer functions at the nodes cannot be completely specified. On the other hand, if such a general algebraic function can be stated, it is impossible to guarantee that the configuration will retain its identity through time. This argument does not apply to all networks, of course. It applies to those whose own behavior is determining the configuration which the network adopts. For these two reasons, so briefly nominated here, it is argued that it will never be possible to forecast the future state of one of these systems with mathematical rigor to produce an answer which is either certain, 234, or complete. But these complicated arguments have not been developed in full, and may be unconvincing. If so, it will be quite sufficient for present purposes to agree that these outcomes, if not actually impossible, are at the least impracticable. For these reasons it is not appropriate to speak of simulation as an improper or makeshift way of reaching conclusions which ought to be reached by pure mathematical reasoning. But there must be some reason why certain scientists hold the contrary view, and it seems that some confusion may have arisen. Perhaps to bring out what I think the confusion is will help to clarify the whole matter. Many people have in fact confused the OR method of simulation with the mathematical technique known as the Monte Carlo method. Faced with a mathematical expression of such hideous complexity that he is unable to evaluate it, the mathematician sometimes devises an algorithm which, when applied numerically to the expression, will lead to an approximate answer. For example, there is an experimental method of determining the constant p which is very well known. If a regular rectilinear grid is marked out, and a needle having precisely the length of the grid interval is thrown at random onto the grid, the probability that it will intersect a grid line is 2/PR. Thus, if the experiment is repeated a great many times, a steadily improving estimate of the value of p may be obtained. It is obvious why the Monte Carlo method is so called, obvious too what this method has in common with simulation. It is an experimental, heuristic, non-rigorous technique. But the vital difference is that the Monte Carlo method is not trying to handle a ramified and exceedingly complex real-life system, but a fully determined geometric constant. The value of p is completely specified by the radius and circumference of a circle. No amount of noise, uncertainty, or ramification can possibly influence this relationship. Now the whole virtue of simulation is that it explores the influence of these difficult features of real life. Having run a simulation and procured a set of results, it is possible to postulate influences which were not originally taken into account and to run the simulation again. This is a full-scale experimental method. We are used to this approach in ordinary life. Suppose, for example, we approach a baby. It is true that we identify some of the variables in the stimulus-response system consisting of ourselves as observers and the baby as observed. But we do not in fact seek to make to ourselves a model of the way the baby works in detail. We treat it as an organic system and enter into an experimental situation. 235. With it, the major parameters of the system may be considered as fixed within certain limits, and if we are wise we will keep an eye open for the operation of certain major variables. Having thus defined a phase space, and identified some of the more obvious features of the situation, we teach ourselves about the way the situation works heuristically. This is the sort of situation with which simulation deals, and it is quite different from the misapprehended notion of simulation which purports to be a numerical method for estimating something too difficult to calculate. Consider, for example, the psychiatric treatment of disorders of the brain. Only 5 major physical techniques of therapy are known: leucotomy, continuous narcosis, shock therapy, psychotherapy, and drugs. All 5 methods acknowledge our inability to produce a detailed model of the operation of the brain. They rely instead upon large-scale effects which will absorb a great deal of intricate and idiosyncratic neural behavior generated by the disorder. In the economy, which is another large and complex system, the bank rate is used for the same purpose. The same thing happens in industrial simulation. We cannot get a complete and systematic analytical account of what is only a relatively isolated system, and we try to absorb the very high yet indefinable variety of the system we observe by a homomorphic representation in the model. This does not require recognition of all the variables and their relationships, but provides instead a series of transformations for the information which the system is generating. Note the form of the verb is generating. It reiterates the time dependence of the model. Now, although the rigor of all this is a methodological rigor, rather than a mathematical one, it is none the less real. When a manager says to a statistician that he cannot hope to handle a given problem scientifically, because no one knows what is going to happen and the plans are always falsified by events, the statistician has an answer. He laughs at such naivete, and declares that he has a technique for handling the uncertainty which so worries the manager. Although he cannot predict individual events, he can produce a stochastic account of them. Yet the same statistician may say to the man that he cannot treat an exceedingly complex system scientifically, because his analytic tools are inadequate and it is impossible to identify all the variables and their relationships. The man may return a similar answer. There is a methodological rigor which will handle this kind of system despite its indefinability, just as there is a statistical rigor which will handle a 236 defined situation despite its uncertainty. The statistically susceptible approach deals in stochastic methods which can specify probabilities without specifying events. The susceptible approach deals in group theoretic homomorphic models which can specify systems without specifying their contents. The scientist has to recognize that the span of behavior in the kind of system with which he deals is so great that typical behavior is impossible to recognize objectively. Behavior that is alleged to be typical usually turns out to have been manufactured in some way by the observer, usually through the language he has used in order to describe the system. This remark epitomizes the criticisms made in the last section about the general utility of decision theory. just as it vindicates the general utility of simulation. Finally, there is something to be said about a rather special kind of simulation known as management gaming. This is generally regarded as a training device, whereby managers may be given an insight into other fields of management than their own fields spread about them either horizontally or vertically. A simulation is run of a fictitious business situation which has been described to a computer in the language of stochastic networks. The student managers supply the necessary decisions. The simulation computes the effect of these decisions according to the language of the game, thereby generating a model of a real business situation underlying which is a mathematical model of this heuristic decision-taking process. Experience of this training technique suggests that it is difficult to find a compromise between two dangerous extremes. On the one hand, the game may be constructed to resemble so closely the operations of the company whose managers are playing it that they become conditioned by their gaming experience. That is, they may become profoundly convinced that a certain policy is correct, and transfer this afterwards into real life. This is by no means the object of a business game. The mathematical model has been thought up by an or scientist as an intellectual exercise. It is not even intended as a mapping of the business concerned. Its resemblance to the business derives not from a non-existent homomorphic mapping, but from a comparable vernacular language which beguiles the student. On the other hand, in an attempt to avoid this trap, the or scientist may construct a game so different from the situation which the manager normally confronts as to be virtually useless to him. The experience of watching the manager of a steel rolling mill trying to take decisions in a simulated situation dealing with the retail of toffee apples is bizarre. But management games are the 237 concern of industrial pedagogues who employ or men as engineers in fabricating the required procedures. They are mentioned here only because there is a point of contact between this training outlook and operational research itself. Consider an or simulation of a decision-taking situation, the object of which is to make heuristic forecasts about the future behavior of the plant under certain alternative regimes of control. Typically, the operational research scientists run the simulation under the different regimes consecutively, sampling typical management decisions at the nodes of the network. Experience with management games suggested that instead of developing the experiments with a statistical artifact of management decision, the managers who actually conduct the operations being simulated should insert their own decisions in the model being generated. This slows down the simulation because the computer has to stop whenever it reaches a management decision, declare what the situation now is, and wait for a manager to supply the next move before it can continue with its next section of program. However, the advantages are manifold. Most of them are obvious, and the one selected for special mention is that the participation of managers in the operational research work at this point breeds a confidence in what OR is doing which it would be difficult to achieve in any other way. The manager finds himself increasingly involved in and committed to the developing simulation. His initial opinion that a mass of advanced mathematics and electronics, presided over by a collection of long-haired scientists, can have no possible relevance to the job he actually does is rapidly dissipated as he gets the feel of the game. A group of highly skeptical managers who embark on this simulation game at 9 a.m. because they have been told they must, may by lunchtime have undergone a week's artificial experience. Their conversation over the meal is then quite alarming. They give the impression that they may seek to raise money for capital development on the market at any moment, for which purpose they would doubtless issue a fraudulent prospectus. By the same token, a general involved in a war game situation has been known to suffer something suspiciously like battle fatigue. Such is the power of a competent simulation. It follows that forecasts made about the future, and the way in which that future should be handled in terms of policy, acquire such verisimilitude in the minds of the managers concerned that the normally serious problem of selling the results of the OR study vanishes altogether. Simulation, then, is an important, valid, and perfectly respectable method of forecasting in wide use in the empirical science of operational. 238. Research. As usual, the technical details have been ignored here. We have concentrated instead on the meaning of the work. It was argued at the start of this long chapter that the difficult task of using science in the business of forecasting could be tackled using a blend of three methods. These were the search for stochastic pattern, the enumeration of connected events, and the uncovering of mechanism. But in what does pattern inhere, do events cohere, and does mechanism reside? The answer is always, in a system. It is to the identification of the system and its nature that OR is directed, and the ability to forecast any feature of its behavior must depend in the end on our ability to reproduce that system in a form susceptible to experiment. This is what matters. Whether the experiments are conducted on the actual system, on a model, or heuristically, is a matter for well-instructed and scientific choice. 239. Part 3. The relevance of cybernetics. Connective summary. Operational research, as has been seen, means doing science in the management sphere. The subject is not itself a science, it is a scientific profession. In turning now to the relevance of cybernetics, we encounter a science in its own right. For the new science of cybernetics is the science of control and communication wherever these occur in whatever kinds of system. The core of cybernetic research is the discovery that there is a unity of natural law in the way control must operate, whether the system controlled is animate or inanimate, physical or biological, social or economic. Now if cybernetics is the science of control, management is the profession of control in a certain type of system. Hence we may recognize the subject of management cybernetics, which is seen as a rich provider of models for doing OR. In Chapter 11, then, a start is made in exploring the real nature of the large, complex, and probabilistic systems that management must control. Ways of describing and measuring such systems are discussed, and the origins of cybernetics are explained in this context. The argument is continued in Chapter 12, with a more complete account of the cybernetic discoveries and ways of talking that are useful in operational research. Against this background, Chapter 13 deals with the control of operations. A cybernetic critique is offered of orthodox practice, using production control as an example. A new treatment of industrial control, of considerable generality, is 240. Then put forward based on a cybernetic model. But operational control is not the whole of the management function. Senior management is in command of an organic whole of the enterprise itself. Accordingly, the treatment must be extended to deal with the control of enterprises to make the story complete. Before this can be done, further cybernetic thinking has to be outlined in Chapter 14, which is about self-organizing systems. The manager, who does not always recognize this fact explicitly, relies largely on the capability of a large, viable system to control and even to structure itself. The properties of such systems have to be understood before they can be invoked, in Chapter 15, to improve the design of the company or governmental organization. This part is more difficult than its predecessors, but the concepts and terminology required are steadily developed from the groundwork laid down in Parts I and II. 241. 11. About systems. We have for the most part, if not always, as clear a notion of the relation as we have of those simple ideas wherein it is founded. If I know what it is for one man to be born of a woman, viz. Sempronia, I know what it is for another man to be born of the same woman Sempronia, and so have as clear a notion of brothers as of births, and perhaps clearer. For if I believed that Sempronia dug Titus out of the parsley bed and thereby became his mother, and that afterwards, in the same manner, she dug Caius out of the parsley bed, I had as clear a notion of the relation of brothers between them, as if I had all the skill of a midwife. John Locke in an essay concerning human understanding. 1. The rudiments of system. The idea of system has emerged as all-important, and indeed the situation confronting the manager at any moment represents one state of a system undergoing dynamic change. This system is characterized by various features which are fundamental to the management problem. It is exceedingly complex. It is highly probabilistic. It is, at least in certain ways, self-regulating. These three characteristic features of the system controlled by management will have to be discussed more fully later, in sections 3 and 4. First of all, however, it is important to grasp the nature and the magnitude of the problem faced by the manager of a system. These are the topics of this section and the next respectively, numbers 1 and 2. To speak of a system is to speak of the coherence of a number of entities called parts of that system. What constitutes a system? What? 242. Identifies the collection of entities as being coherent? Surely this is an act of mental recognition. A system is not something given in nature, but something defined by intelligence. An internal combustion engine is clearly a system. We subscribe to this opinion because we know that the engine was designed precisely to be a system. It is, however, possible to envisage that someone totally devoid of engineering knowledge might at first regard the engine as a random collection of objects. If this someone is to draw the conclusion that the collection is coherent, forming a system, it will be necessary to begin by inspecting the relationships of the entities comprising the collection to each other. In declaring that a collection ought to be called a system, that is to say, we acknowledge relatedness. But everything is related to everything else. The philosopher Hegel enunciated a proposition called the axiom of internal relations. This states that the relations by which terms are related are an integral part of the terms they relate. So the notion we have of anything is enriched by the general connotation of the term which names it, and this connotation describes the relationship of the thing to other things. In fact, Hegel's axiom entails that things would not be the things that they are if they were not related to everything else in the way that they are. We do not know what all these relationships are, certainly we do not bother to enumerate them. In considering a matter to do with mice, we do not have to remember that a mouse is smaller than an elephant. On the other hand, this fact is part of the mousehood of a mouse. If someone said, "Consider a mouse larger than an elephant," we should at once be in difficulty. It is all this relatedness, whether expressed or not, in our view of nature, which gives coherence to our thinking and assures us that nature itself is coherent. In practice, however, we acknowledge relatedness only when we are ready to declare its relevance. The engine is coherent to us, rather than seeming a collection of bits and pieces, because the relationship between the pinion and the gear is obtrusively relevant. When a general pattern of relatedness is detected, we call the set of relationships systematic. Even then, the collection is not dignified by the unitary notion of a system until some unifying purpose is devised for it. Thus there seem to be three stages in recognizing a system as such. We acknowledge particular relationships which are obtrusive. This turns a mere collection into something that may be called an assemblage. Secondly, we detect a pattern in the set of relationships concerned. This turns an assemblage into a systematically arranged assemblage. Thirdly, we perceive a purpose served by this arrangement, and there is a system. 243. Does this mean to say the engine would not be a system if no one were there to observe it? The question is meaningless because the engine was designed by a mind to be what it is. It was observed, so to speak, in advance of its manifestation. But coherence and pattern and purpose are, all three, acts of mental recognition rather than characteristics of physical things. These acts, in increasing sophistication of insight, derive from a primary recognition of the importance of particular relationships. We select, from an infinite number of relations between things, a set which, because of coherence and pattern and purpose, permits an interpretation of what might otherwise be a meaningless cavalcade of arbitrary events. It follows that the detection of system in the world outside ourselves is a subjective matter. Two people will not necessarily agree on the existence, or nature, or boundaries of any system so detected. Nor is it possible to prove that a system exists, or is thus and thus. It is possible to say only that the treatment of a certain collection of things as a system is helpful. Now this account of systems is highly reminiscent of the account given earlier of models. It may well be that systems detected in the world outside ourselves are models mappings of our own brains onto the world. It does at least seem certain that one person will nominate a system that others cannot detect, and also that the one may communicate his recognition to the others. This he does by pointing out the relevance of relationships which the others had not noticed, commenting on their coherence, pattern, and purpose. The whole point may be tested, as the value of a model is tested, by checking on the predictive capability of the insight. Mankind was slow to appreciate these matters. For most of the time, what seemed relevant to man about relatedness was physical contiguity, temporal continuity, and strong causal connectivity. A dog has always been a system. Because, although a dog has parts, the parts are actually jointed together, because the collection of parts retains its identity through time, and because dogs growl if their tails are pulled. The parts of a dog always and everywhere come in a recognizable parcel labeled dog. But even today, because the relevant relationships are not obtrusive, we often fail to treat situations as the systems they are. The economic system is a term which declares that the economic situation is indeed to be identified as a system. But the relevant relationships within the economy are mostly not obtrusive, and so no one is sure about its coherence, pattern, and purpose. These remain matters for debate. Meanwhile, we are inevitably rather unsuccessful in manipulating a system we have not managed to specify properly. 244. Looking back over history once more, it is very difficult to find any significant awareness of system in the thought of even the greatest minds of the Western world until the 17th century. This deficiency clearly had to do with the failure to recognize the importance of relations. Admittedly, certain relationships were identified, but these were so obtrusive that their recognition led to the identification of systems that are themselves directly experienced as entities. The relations of contiguity, continuity, and strong causal connectivity specify systems which come, like the dog, in discrete parcels. They retain their identity and their unity through time, therefore for most purposes they can be treated not as systems but as things. Thus it was that existential propositions, rather than relational propositions, became central to Aristotelian logic, which dominated man's attempt to think rigorously for the next 2,000 years. In this logic one asserts that things are or are not, and it is very difficult indeed even to express the notion that A is bigger than B. It was the philosopher Locke who broke right through this barrier for the first time. He saw quite clearly the importance of relation, even contending that knowing the relation rightly is more valuable than knowing rightly which things are related. One of his more light-hearted statements of this view heads this chapter. It is significant that Locke's greatest contribution to human thought was his analysis of causality, for here was a relation very much more subtle than had been realized before. The strong causal connectivity mentioned above was a trivial notion of cause, a notion derived from the clashing together of things. Causation is something far more difficult to understand than this. But mankind's thought moves slowly, and Locke was alive a mere 300 years ago. Thus today, when two different market research organizations produce statistical estimates of some firm's market share which differ, the managers they advise are still likely to become incensed. The reason why they differ is not because one or both is wrong, as these managers suppose. It is because the two organizations have not identified identical systems. Each is making a perfectly competent measurement of some system it has itself nominated to be the system. And the system being considered in each case is so complex and so ramified that the simple descriptions of them which are put forward conceal, or at least fail to specify, the differences that are causing the confusion. No, what matters is what Locke knew, and what many managers have still to be taught. This is that the important issue is whether this month's market share as estimated by the same methods for the same system is bigger or smaller than last month's market share. Note that this comparison can be made even when no really adequate account. 245. Of the system being measured is available. The relation is more important than the things related. Locke has been called the initiator of the philosophy of the environment. He must surely be regarded as one of the founders of modern science. For science itself has worked on the notion of relation ever since. But, as was seen in Chapter 6, science had other troubles of its own. It could not cope with big systems, because it did not know how to handle many variables at once. It dealt with this problem by making big systems little. Consider, for example, the weather. Weather is the result of a big system operation. But meteorology to this day, judging by the predictive quality of its models, cannot cope with as large a system as the term weather encompasses. The trick which guaranteed the advance of knowledge was the selection of one pair of variables at a time from the mass of variables, and the examination of the relation between them when other variables were held constant. Having identified this relation, other variables could cautiously be moved in turn, and the results for the relation be discovered. If the results were nil, that is to say if the relationship were constant, the big system complication disappeared. And so the laws connecting mass and distance in a gravitational constant, volume and pressure in Boyle's law, current and resistance in Ohm's law, and so on, were discovered. These laws express relationships between two variables which are reckoned to be invariant with respect to the behavior of all other variables. So far, so good. But later on it became clear that these kinds of conclusion were only approximately correct. For instance, and most notably, objective science had always been proud to say that one of the ubiquitous variables of which its laws were independent was the observer himself. The discoveries of Einstein ruined that claim. Science, in this century, has come to understand the importance of multiple relations, and the relevance of relations that are not obtrusive. Hegel, with his axiom of internal relations mentioned earlier, was not a good scientist, and scientists have had some fun at his expense. But the last laugh may be his. Today, science is at last aware that everything is related to everything else and that this may turn out to be important. The scientist brings this knowledge with him to management science. Thus it is that when an man seeks to identify a management system, he is wary of oversimplification. He will want to trace relationships a long way back and forward, and sideways. This may exasperate managers, who suspect that if they ask an scientist to advise on the capital development of a company, he may vanish down the nearest gold mine with a view to tracing out the relevant system. But the 246 principle is correct, and it is in the management interest that the scientist should question the institutional identification of the system. Certainly he should not gaily accept the system delineated by the conventions of management structure. The system in the situation, at any rate, is the topic with which management is primarily concerned. The situation is more or less coherent, patterned and purposive. To recognize these characteristics and how they inform the system is half the battle. This act of recognition is precisely the formulation of a conceptual model of system. When the scientist sets about the task of making this particular model rigorous, he is using the tool called general systems theory. Clearly, to identify, to quantify, and to make inferences about a ramified system in this way is more difficult than to diminish the system to pairs of variables, between which the relations can be more readily contemplated. Just how difficult the task really is will be assessed in the next section. But there is not really any alternative. The practical reasons why were unfolded in Chapter 9. The theoretical reasons have now been disclosed as well. Put it this way, if we ask what is the nature of a man, chemical analysis can be used to give an answer. It is perfectly good science to separate the elements of the system and to measure their amount. The result would be a short list of chemical elements, together with the percentages of each discovered in the human body. This, then, is a man. That answer is a perfectly scientific one too, but it says nothing of any use to the observer concerned with man, the system, its coherence, pattern and purpose. Equally, one might ask how much a balance sheet, which is correct and factual, tells about the system that is a firm. To the proliferation of variety. It is necessary, then, to study the relations which exist between things in the management situation, if systems are to be identified and modeled. 247. Expressed thus baldly, the point sounds trivially obvious. But we underrate the magnitude of the task. If this magnitude is to be discussed sensibly, it will have to be measured. A clearly formulated concept of complexity is needed, and its scientific name is variety. The variety of anything is its number of distinguishable elements. This seems sufficiently clear. Here is the thing to be considered: separate it into distinguishable elements, and count them. This provides a measure of the thing's complexity. And, as with any good measure, it is unambiguous, the answer will be the same whoever does the measuring. But it seems that the lessons of the last section are already being forgotten. For if the intention is to measure the complexity of a system, to state its variety, everything will depend on how the system is defined, in short, on who defines it. In particular, it will be vital to know how deeply the observer's insight has penetrated into the nature of the system. Little has been written about the measure called variety, although it is a term quite widely used. Most authors have been content to say what has been said before, and no more. A certain amount of confusion has resulted, not indeed to the ambiguity of the term, but to the ambiguity of the situations to which it is applied. The use of the measure will now be illustrated using the classification loosely developed in the last section. In every case there will be just 7 things involved. One might think this means that the variety must in every case be 7. But it will be seen that the number of distinguishable elements involved in the 7s depends entirely on what the elements are thought to be. Elements of the classification itself, being arbitrary, is of little importance. It is very important, however, that having defined the members of the catalogue there should be no doubt at all about the measurement of the variety of each. Figure 21. A collection of dissimilars. A collection of dissimilars. The set of 7 things in Figure 21, known to be dissimilar, forms a collection because the things have been separated from the rest of the world. Nothing more is known. The variety of this collection is 7. Note the sense in which this answer gives a measure of the information supplied by the diagram. Note also the sense in which the answer says how much uncertainty exists inside the 248 circle. If these 7 things are dissimilar, the identity of them is uncertain to a 7-fold extent. A collection of partial similars. The set of 7 things in Figure 22 is very like that in Figure 21. But in fact 4 of the things are quite literally identical with each other, and the remaining 3 are identical with each other as well. Remember, nothing more is known, although this diagram of the situation gives the impression that something more is known. The variety of this collection is 2. This is because the universe represented by the circle contains only. Figure 22. A collection of partial similars. 2 distinguishable elements. The 7s is illusory. 4. Since we are told that 4 of the things are literally identical with each other, there can be no way of distinguishing between them. The diagram does distinguish, because the representation of this collection has to be spread out in space. On the information given, 4 of these things are actually coincident. Imagine the diagram of this state of affairs that cannot be drawn. The information it yields is binary, the uncertainty it offers is twofold. Perhaps the best way of understanding this rather difficult case is to say that if the 4 A's were interchanged with each other, and the 3 B's were interchanged with each other, no one could tell the difference. The variety is 2. An assemblage of dissimilars. In section I it was suggested that a collection could be called an assemblage when the relatedness of the things it comprised was acknowledged. In Figure 23 the 7 things are recognized as related. At this point a mere collection begins to be recognized as some kind of system. Figure 23. An assemblage of dissimilars. 249. It has now acquired the quality of coherence. Since it is the coherence that interests us, we join Locke at this point, losing interest in the things, and taking note of the relations. All 7 things are related to each other, and the number of distinguishable elements is the number of lines on the diagram. That is to say, having counted them, the variety of this assemblage is 21. The points now being made are central, and although the mathematics is elementary it is worth thinking this out. Each point is connected to 6 other points. There are 7 points, so there must be 42 connections. But when a connection between B and F has been specified, the uncertainty as to the existence of some relation between these two things has been removed. Therefore, when it comes to drawing the connection between F and B, it is already there. Half of the 42 expected lines will not have to be drawn. In short, the number of ways in which n things can be related is. For n equals 7, the variety of an assemblage is, as was counted, 21. A systematic assemblage of dissimilars. Having discussed the introduction of coherence into a collection, and called it an assemblage, Section 1 went on to introduce pattern as well. Hence the title of systematic assemblage came about. The idea here is that, beyond coherence, a special kind of relationship is detected between the entities. This is depicted in Figure 24 by orienting the relations between the things. It is perfectly clear that this case is the same as case except that the halving of the number of connections has not been carried out. This is because a connection between B and F is no longer the same as a connection between F and B. Observe, B registered F is different from BF. The fact is that once more information is added, the variety goes up. In case coherence was asserted, each point stands in some relation to every other point. Nothing was known about the relationship concerned, except that it had become obtrusive. Now, it is alleged, the relationship is known. For example, F is the son of D, the brother of B. Then the relation depicted by the arrow in B registered F is uncle, while that depicted by the arrow in BF is nephew. These two relations are cognate, it is true, but an uncle simply is not a nephew, nor a nephew an uncle. BF would express the relation in general, true, but it kills half the information now available, because there would then be no means of knowing. 250. What the pattern of the relationship may be. BF is still uncertain. To remove the uncertainty, the connection must be nominated twice. In reality, the relations given in the network do not have to be merely directional. They may take on many values, rather than two. B is F's uncle, he may also be taller than his nephew, and he may be balder, richer, older, and so on indefinitely. Hence the relationship between two things may have many modalities. In management science, we may be interested in a considerable number of them. In this way, then, variety proliferates. Figure 24. A systematic assemblage of dissimilars. For every new class of information added, the number of possible connections increases alarmingly. And to specify what is actually happening, a greater amount of uncertainty must be removed. But, for the present, it is enough to record the simplest case of a systematically arranged assemblageny with an oriented relationship. The formula is obviously n, the reason for dividing by 2 has vanished. The variety in case is therefore 42. A dynamic system. Finally, we identify a system. This means to say that not only are the 7 things coherent, and not only is their relationship patterned, they are unified in a purposive whole. Hitherto the variety calculations have been made about a static set of things. But now the collection turned assemblage springs to life. It is seen to be a system because it works, it operates, it does things. 251. Interestingly, it is a condition of actual operation that the relations which subsist between the parts should be capable of change. The electrical connections in an internal combustion engine must go on and off, the petrol vapor flowing into the cylinder must be controlled by a valve going on and off, and so on. If a particular relation inside a system cannot assume more than one state, that is to say, the system itself and as a whole cannot change its state. It cannot therefore do anything, let alone be purposive. In Figure 25, a system of the simplest form is drawn. Each relation has 2 states, on and off. To measure the variety of this dynamic system, it is, as always. Figure 25. A dynamic system. Necessary to count the number of distinguishable elements. If the dynamic quality of the system is now irrelevant, the elements will be states of the system. Consider that the first state of the system has the switch on line A registered G open, while all other switches are closed. The second state closes this first switch. The third state opens the line AG, and the fourth closes that. The first four states of the system derive from the connection between two things. There are two lines, and two positions of the switch on each, 2x2 equals 4. If another line is now brought into the picture, say G registered C, it will contribute two more states and the original four states may be associated with either of them, yielding two lots of 4, or 8, states in all. 2x2x2 equals 8. And so on. Because there are 42 lines, the number of distinguishable states consists of 42 twos, all multiplied together, written as 242. This is the variety of the dynamic system depicted in Figure 25. Only those who commonly use numbers of this sort are likely to have any idea. 252. Of the actual size of this number. In fact, it is well over 1 trillion. This is the variety of the sevenfold sequence it is nominated to be a dynamic system. And of course this colossal proliferation of variety is based on a two-position switch in each line. Each line in a real-life situation might easily have 10 positions. In that case the variety would be 1042. So one could go on. Variety is a concept of profound interest, and its magnitude is important for reasons that will be laid bare in the next chapter. Every conceptual step which enriches the nature of a system under study increases the information about it, increases the uncertainty informing it, and proliferates its variety. The process need by no means stop at the point reached here. For example, the sevenfold set of things could be regarded as operating in subsets of arbitrary size. A whole new arrangement of configurations then comes to light, which would have to be permitted with the 242 possibilities already observed. And, please note, all this can happen within a closed universe of 7. What happens when the relationship between this and the world outside the circle is taken into account has yet to be seen. For the present, however, we shall stop, having measured the variety of a dynamic system having only 7 components, only one obtrusive relationship between the components, only 2 modalities of that relationship, and only 2 conditions of each modality that alternate through time. The variety in case is 242, or something greater than 1 trillion. The logarithmic measure. It will have been realized that, because the relatedness of entities within a system is of prime importance to its understanding, the process of measuring its variety will inevitably feature the number 2n. Also, when 2 separate lots of variety begin to interact, the total variety is not additive, but multiplicative. For these reasons it is highly convenient to use logarithms in computing with measures of variety. If 2 systems of variety 2n and 2m are compounded into a single larger system, the variety will become 2n plus m since the addition of the exponents is equivalent to the multiplication of the n and the m writ large. Moreover, it is not surprising that logarithms to the base 2 should be used, instead of the more familiar logarithms to the base 10, since the numbers we expect to handle have the form 2n rather than 10n. Hence variety is a measure often quoted in the logarithmic form. If the variety of a system is x, where 253 x is a very large number of the size we have learned to expect, it will be convenient to quote log 2x instead. The added advantage is that it may never be necessary to calculate x at all. In the last set of paragraphs, we considered an x larger than 1 trillion, it was the expansion of 242. In fact, log 2x in this case is indeed 42. A precise measurement has been made, and yet the precise value of x itself has still not been calculated. The additive property is illustrated as follows. If 5 things may each take on one of 2 states, the variety log 2x equals 5. If there are 6 things, the variety log 2x equals 6. In the first case x equals 25 equals 32, in the second case x equals 26 equals 64. If the 2 sets of things are considered as a totality, the variety must be 3 2x64 equals 2048 equals 211. That is, log 2x equals 11, and this could have been discovered simply by adding the original logarithms, 5 plus 6 equals 11. There was no need to compute the expansions. 3. Introducing cybernetics. In earlier chapters of this book, the difficulties of making a scientific analysis of a managerial situation by classical methods have been ventilated. The manager has to handle a system of great complexity, it was said. Just how great is the variety that must be handled is now beginning to emerge as a measured quantity. The erroneous idea that the problem could in principle be contained by nominating the most important variables in the system, and writing down some kind of equation to show how they are connected, has surely been demolished by now. But even with the whole methodological apparatus of homomorphic modeling, many problems yet remain. As has been shown, a homomorphic mapping makes a many-one reduction in variety, and it does so legitimately, because it preserves relevant structure. But it is important to consider just how big a reduction in variety may be involved in propounding the solution to a management problem. By the means so far described under the heading of operational research, good decisions can be taken and cogent policies formulated. But the third major element in the managerial task, that of control, is not fully illuminated by these means. The reason is that what makes control difficult is precisely the proliferation of variety. To pinpoint decisions and to clarify policies will provide a proper basis of control, but the business of controlling demands ways of containing a variety so large that it may defeat the controller. The operational research scientist seeking a solution to this problem may turn to the science of cybernetics. The name cybernetics was 254. Defined by the mathematician Norbert Wiener, who named the science in 1947. It is the science of communication and control in the animal and the machine. That is to say that cybernetics studies the flow of information round a system, and the way in which that information is used by the system as a means of controlling itself. It does this for animate and inanimate systems indifferently. For cybernetics is an interdisciplinary science, owing as much to biology as to physics, as much to the study of the brain as to the study of computers, and owing also a great deal to the formal languages of science for providing tools with which the behavior of all these systems can be objectively described. In a sense, the science of cybernetics, new though it may be, offers the scientist who understands it a source of models. If a model is required of a control process in conditions of high complexity and high probabilism, it is natural enough to look for one in the discoveries of a science which studies these very matters. And yet this science stands in a special if not unique relation to the management task. For cybernetics is the science of control, and management is the profession of control. It follows that models drawn by the scientist from cybernetics have a direct bearing, an immediacy, which models drawn from other sciences lack. Their relevance to management problems is found at one remove. They describe situations which may be analogized to management situations. But the relevance of cybernetics is more straightforward. The processes that it studies are to be found among brains, colonies of animals, and economic, social and managerial systems too. For this reason, the relevance of cybernetics has one part of this book to itself, and some attempt will here be made to elaborate the point. On the other hand, this is not the place to enter into a detailed account of the nature of the science. This was done in an earlier book, Cybernetics and Management. That book propounded the basic orientation of the subject, dealt with its main divisions, explained its first major discoveries and examined its promise in the managerial field. There is no space here to make another attempt to meet these terms of reference. A brief introduction to the subject is included in this chapter at this point, but the four which follow will be concerned to develop in some detail a general theory of management control which can be used in practice. Cybernetics, then, derives from the way in which various scientists were individually beginning to think during the late 1930s, and the way in which their thought developed jointly when some of them came together in America during the Second World War. Each was a scientist specializing in the theory of control in his own field, in engineering. 255. perhaps, or in neurophysiology, or in mathematics, and it was the stimulus of special wartime assignments which caused most of them to enlarge their thinking in unexpected directions. From their conversations the science of cybernetics was born and eventually named. By this time, scientists elsewhere, whose thinking had led them in strikingly similar paths, heard of the work of these pioneers, and recognized a kinship with them. In particular, several British workers were quickly to become identified with the new science which was itself soon to be internationally acknowledged. Since those times the work has expanded rapidly, and mention of the subject is nowadays made in university syllabuses even in Great Britain. It was soon discovered that there were certain principles or natural laws governing the behavior of systems under control, which, regardless of the particular form or context of the system, were quite general, and to which scientific expression could be given. Very soon it was realized that control is not a mandatory exercise, in which people are bullied or things are coerced to operate in a desired way. Rather is it a question of coaxing a system towards optimal performance, or, even better, of arranging for the system to regulate itself in this way. The vital importance of the principle of feedback was soon realized and formalized. The job of control was seen to be less a job for the autocrat as for the steersman, or, in engineering terms, the job of control is typified less by the perforated program of a jacquard loom and more by the kind of equipment invented by James Watt as a means of governing a steam engine. The Greek word was adopted to name cybernetics. It means steersman in Greek, and from its Latin form gubernator is derived the English word governor. Before cybernetics, most of the scientific work done on the subject of control had concerned relatively simple systems in isolated circumstances. Or, if the systems being considered were not really characterized by either of these properties, they were treated as if they were. For example, the engine governor is a genuinely simply and genuinely isolated stimulus-response system, in which control is exerted by negative feedback. As the engine revolves, the governor revolves with it. Centrifugal force causes the arms of the governor to fly outwards, and this mechanical movement is used to regulate the input of energy to the system. Hence, the system is brought under control in the very act of going out of control. A Pavlov dog, however, is neither a simple system nor an isolated one. It can be described so that it is artificially both these things. In his stimulus-response experiments, Pavlov treated the animal as if it were 256. No more than a machine for eating. Moreover, he placed it in an artificial environment consisting of nothing beyond pleasure-inducing food and pain-inducing electric shock, monitored respectively by positive and negative feedback arrangements. The discoveries of Pavlov in regard to conditioned behavior were genuinely prototype discoveries in cybernetics. But it is important to realize that these discoveries about the nature of control in animals were made by classical methods of science. That is to say, the variables were separated out, the complexity of the system was suppressed from view, and the results were of the kind that links the behavior of two variables by some law that is invariant with respect to other characteristics of the situation. Thus the basically simple system of the engine governor, and the artificially simplified system of the dog, both obey valid control principles, but represent rather trivial cases to the new science. For what cybernetics specifically sets out to recognize, to describe, and to handle, is the complexity of the real world. The reason is that viable systems are always complex in their own structure, never entirely isolated from the world outside themselves, and they always act as a whole. The structure of living organisms invariably turns out to be highly complex. Even that so-called simplest of living things, the amoeba, is amazingly complex at the biochemical level. It is now suspected that any other system, whether social, economic, industrial or purely managerial, must reach a similarly high level of complexity if it is to attain viable characteristics. What are the essential characteristics of a viable system? No rigorous classification has yet been developed, and certainly we are not here concerned with problems of taxonomy. But the sort of capability involved may certainly be indicated, as for instance in the following list. Viable systems have the ability to make a response to a stimulus which was not included in the list of anticipated stimuli when the system was designed. They can learn from repeated experience what is the optimal response to that stimulus. Viable systems grow. They renew themselves for example, self-reproduction. They are robust against internal breakdown and error. Above all, they continuously adapt to a changing environment, and by this means survive quite possibly in conditions which had not been entirely foreseen by their designer. Now the systems that must be handled in the economic, social, and industrial worlds are indeed systems of such viable characteristics, which tend to have the properties just listed. Cybernetics has demonstrated that they have these properties only if they have high complexity. They must exist beyond a certain complexity barrier to be viable. Therefore to insist on treating them through concepts. 257. Models and controls that are deliberately of low complexity is to rob these systems of their viability. Hence it at once follows that caution must be used in applying the OR methodology to a management system of very large size. If the viability of that system is due to high variety, and since the object of a homomorphic mapping is to make a many-one reduction of variety, the resulting model may have been robbed of that very feature which matters most. Secondly, viable systems maintain equilibrial behavior only by multiple contact with whatever lies outside themselves, much as a tall mast can maintain equilibrium only if provided with numerous guy ropes. For if an organism is to adapt to unforeseen circumstances, it cannot rely on the information built into it by the designer. There is a rigorous proof of the fact that enough channel capacity must be provided in the feedback loops of any system under control to match the capacity of the system to make an erroneous response. Other proofs show that unless this capacity is used to feed in fresh information about the changing world outside, the organism's ability to formulate adaptive strategies must steadily decline. Hence to isolate the system artificially from its environment, as is often done in industrial control situations as a convention for ease of management, is also to rob the organism or system of its viability. Thirdly, if one starts cutting pieces out of a viable system in order to study them, or if one insists on considering the behavior of bits of the system as if the rest of it did not exist, they cease to function or at least begin to behave atypically. The organism itself is likely to die. It is characteristic of a viable system that all its parts may interact, not indeed to the extent that all possible permutations of all possible parts with all other possible parts must manifest themselves, but to the extent that subtle kinds of interaction drawn from all these permutations can and do take place. Yet how often in industry is a manager responsible for getting his own bit of the company organism right, regardless of the rest, and how often is it said that if all managers succeed in this, the sum of their success represents success for the whole? It clearly is not so. The theory does not even hold inside a football team. These three attributes of a viable system turn out to be so important that to override them and to treat the system through a simplified, isolated or incomplete model, places a definite and measurable limit on the knowledge of that system that can be obtained. This limit is very quickly reached. Most. 258. Control activities in artificial systems, from a laudable desire that they should be cheap and direct, offend against these principles. Fortunately, the formal control is usually backed up by an informal one. It is important to recognize two things about this. First, this is not necessarily inefficient and intolerable, nor is it simply a demonstration of team spirit a good thing in itself. It is a necessary method for maintaining viability. Second, without it the organism will die. So the problem of extreme complexity has had to be faced by cybernetics, and facing it has led to unexpected advances. For it appears that the 20th century understanding of control has been an anachronism in comparison with the 20th century understanding of most other aspects of nature. The complexity barrier stopped science, and incidentally society, from imitating the advanced control systems of nature. Moreover, it generated an ill-considered outlook in which living systems were thought to have special facilities not allowed to inanimate systems. Thus learning, for instance, came to be regarded as a prerogative of brain, so that a machine that could learn from its own experience was by common consent a concept of science fiction. The invention of learning machines, one product of the last 10 years or so of cybernetics, is based essentially on a recognition of extreme complexity in the system that learns, and on control techniques which are competent to deal with complexity of that order. Similar remarks apply to the problem of uncertainty as have already been applied to the problem of complexity. For, as was seen in the last section, the measurement of complexity in terms of variety specifies also a measurement of complexity in terms of uncertainty. Just as in the search for comprehension of complex systems the tendency has been to conceive of them too simply, so there has been a tendency to conceive of them too deterministically. The account of unconditioned reflexes in physiology could not satisfactorily be extended to conditioned reflexes in terms of the mechanism called reflex arc, because of the essentially probabilistic character of the processes involved. Similarly in economics, and for the same reason, the mechanism of manipulating the bank rate is not an accurate and fully predictable means of control. In commerce the price system, and in industry the incentive bonus scheme, are again instruments of control whose concepts belong to a deterministic universe, but whose practice belongs to a probabilistic one. In the outcome, the control instruments themselves inevitably become regarded as probabilistic, although they are not. They are likely to be more or less efficacious to an unpredictable degree because they are fixed and certain. 259. Mechanisms operating in an unfixed and uncertain world. It is possible to visualize at least 3 different levels of uncertainty in systems, each of which demands somewhat dissimilar treatment from the others. In the first place, there is pure mishap. This is almost a trivial level of uncertainty, and yet so oversimplified is the orthodox model of a real-life system, and so deterministic, that a mishap has come to be regarded as the breakdown of the system. The control is not even expected to deal with it. In man-designed systems, an emergency service is usually switched on at this point to take ad hoc crisis measures. But surely a mishap is simply one mode of expression for the uncertainty inherent in real-life situations, and a control adequate to the task of dealing with those situations will encompass the mishaps too. Nature heals its own wounds, and all viable systems find ways of reorganizing themselves in case of mishap. In some cases, as with tissue and certain nerves, the affected parts regenerate themselves. In natural control systems, such as the brain, the technique is to circumvent the trouble by using highly developed processes employing redundant circuitry as was shown in an earlier chapter. The statement made about the matter then, about the structure of these systems and the logic of these processes, was in fact a cybernetic statement. And the application of such work to industrial control as a means of dealing with mishaps is indeed an example of management cybernetics. The second level of uncertainty is the level of inherently probabilistic behavior, not that deriving explicitly from mishap, but that deriving from the unpredictability of the behavior of other systems which impinge on the one to be controlled, and the natural variability of its own parameters. It has already been noted that a chunk of the world cannot be isolated completely from the rest and considered as a self-contained whole. However large the stocks which protect a department from the failure of its sources of supply, sooner or later the outside world will reach through and administer a shock to the system. Probabilism infiltrates into any real-life situation. Supplies of raw material are never certain, the regularity of demand is never certain, the working order of all the plant is not perpetually guaranteed, nor is it certain that replacements will be there, tolerances wander away from their limits, men are off sick, the quality of product suddenly degenerates without obvious cause, and so on. Management is a battle to cope with probabilism in the system and to reduce it. But this cannot best be done by starting with a pretense that the situation is not really probabilistic at all. This would make sense only if management were empowered to extend the limits of the 260 situation under its control and to analyze the causal relationships beyond. But there would always be new boundaries, at which events would again appear to be arbitrary. Hegel's axiom of internal relations would defeat us. The probabilism in a situation, then, is not necessarily due to the fickleness of nature, but is an effect of limited knowledge and experience. Again, however, the living organism provides a prototype system to map onto such a situation. It too suffers from probabilism imported into its life and language by these same limitations. It too seeks to extend its own boundaries, first, by equipping itself with a massive sensory input, and second by its search for pattern in that input which will make prediction possible. Here is the lesson to be learned. Industrial control systems are insufficiently aware of what is happening. They are normally designed with minimum input facilities, so that incoming information is so sparse that its patterns are undetectable. And the system has no facility for recognizing the patterns anyway. Thus, for example, the complex and probabilistic network of events that produces the total demand for a product is completely suppressed in the chart which shows the general manager what the level of demand has been for the last 20 years. What pattern is he supposed to detect in this wandering, attenuated line? He can do no more than try to extrapolate the curve. The answer is usually quite wrong because all the really vital pattern generating information is missing. It cannot even be provided, because the organism that is the company is sensorily deprived. Again, the conclusion must be to begin by accepting the effective probabilism of the universe, and to organize means of handling it as the organism does. The pretense of determinism is the real danger. The third level of uncertainty encountered in cybernetics is very much more difficult to understand, and is possibly analogous to the principle of indeterminacy of physics. As is known from quantum mechanics, the very measurement of the value of one variable of a microphysical entity produces changes in the value of another of its variables. Thus, for example, regardless of the accuracy of the measuring instruments which might be developed, it is impossible to know both the position and the momentum of an electron exactly, because whatever means are taken to get close to the first value will drive accuracy out of the other value according to a known relation. It may be that the uncertainty resides solely in the process of observation, it may be that there is a deeper significance in nature. At the least, here is an uncertainty of a third kind. Now a control system of the complexity discussed by cybernetics Con. 261 consists of a structure, that is some kind of network through which information is passed, and a set of parameters that characterize this network, each of which determines the transfer function governing the transmission of information at each node. The indeterminacy theorem for cybernetics, to which allusion was made earlier, has to do with the structure of these configurations. It says that the exact specification of the microstructure of the network at one point precludes the exact specification of the transfer function at that point and vice versa. The relevance, then, of this third level of uncertainty to the theory of control is that really advanced control systems for real-life situations of high complexity and high probabilism can never be fully designed in the sense in which an electronic computer is designed. There is a third kind of uncertainty here too, quite different from the uncertainty of either mishap or probabilism. For the difficulties that derive from mishap can be reduced to an arbitrarily low level, and probabilism can be driven out of the system by enlarging one's knowledge of the system's environment, thus inductive conclusions about the system can be raised to as high a level of likelihood as is desired or can be afforded. Theoretically, the probabilism goes altogether, and the induction becomes certain, when the whole universe is included, and every example considered. But indeterminacy of the third kind may in practice prove to be ineradicable in all circumstances susceptible to observation. If this conclusion is correct, then clearly completely new approaches are required to the problem of designing advanced control systems, and much research is currently going on into this problem in theory, experimental practice, and in applied research. And so the heading uncertainty barrier has also been explained. For three reasons, it has been said, real-life situations cannot be treated as if they were deterministic. Orthodox ideas about control erect a barrier against the admission of uncertainty to the model and hence to the control of the system. Viable systems such as living organisms, on the other hand, have to break through this barrier in order to survive. Uncertainty must be accepted, it is there, it is ineluctable. For the paramountcy of self-regulation. Complexity and uncertainty are invariable characteristics of cybernetic systems. They have to be measured, and new ways must be found of handling them. For, as has been seen, the massive variety reduction involved in the classical methods of science is likely to destroy in the 262 model those viable features of the real-life system which most interest management. Before making a full-scale effort to give a cybernetic answer to these problems, we should give some preliminary consideration to the third of the really basic characteristics displayed by all those large assemblages in which we recognize system. This, as was said at the outset, is some facility for self-regulation. The idea behind this is familiar enough to all engineers, and something has already been said here about the role of feedback and governor-like processes. But the readiness with which people have acknowledged the cybernetic discovery that these engineering principles reside in biological systems has often blinded them to the real nature of that discovery. Something must be added to the general arguments for self-regulation, something which follows from what has recently been said. An organic system is extremely complex, probably too complex to make its definition in detail a practicable proposition. Moreover, if the arguments advanced about the third kind of indeterminacy are correct, then it is in principle impossible to define the organic system in full detail. When the whole picture is completely assimilated, it becomes evident that attempts to regulate the system fully by intervention from outside are by definition doomed to failure. Too little is known about the system, its environment, and the interactions between them than is needed to make a volitional act of interference from outside certain to produce the required effect. In fact, the truth of this proposition may be proved by recourse to technically very difficult logical methods taken from the subject of metamathematics. A verbal explanation is available in cybernetics and management. To be more practical, many examples could be adduced of the relative failure of control measures imposed on viable systems from outside. Shock therapy on the brain, sudden curtailment of credit facilities in the economy, generalized instructions of management about the control of capital expenditure, and so on, all offer massive interference with the natural workings of the system and are in principle not subtle enough to achieve their objects without damaging the delicate mechanisms that conduce to survival. They are all inadequate control procedures, because they seek to cope with the infinite variety of fluctuations in a complex system without detailed insight, without understanding the patterns of events, and without sufficient channel capacity. All of them sometimes work, but that outcome is not good enough. From the logical theorems of network theory, from the mathematical theorems of information theory, from the strategic analysis of the theory 263 of games, and from other scientific sources, it can be shown over and over again that viable systems cannot be entirely regulated from outside. Therefore, if they are to be regulated at all, they must be regulated from within. This is the real force of the concept of self-regulation. A useful contrast may be drawn between the engine governor described in the last section and the prison governor, whose duties are much the same. The duty of both governors is to hold certain variables within given constraints. In the case of the engine governor, the object is to prevent the engine turning at a faster rate than its limiting speed. The prison governor has to constrain certain runaway variables, too, called convicts. The prison governor therefore installs in his prison a variety of ingenious alarm arrangements, which will inform him of the escape of a variable from its constraint. Suddenly the warning is given and a whole train of regulative procedures is set in motion. But what does the alarm really mean? It may well mean, for example, that a prisoner has been gone from the prison for several hours, and is already at some distant and unknown place. The convict has in fact outwitted the alarm system, setting it off only after a considerable time lag, for example, when the roll is next called. But the engine governor automatically operates the regulatory device in the act of going out of control. Here then is the notion of intrinsic control, of self-regulation as distinguished from mere regulation. In other words, the principle of error-controlled negative feedback is important not only because it is a clever piece of engineering, but because it immediately demonstrates that systems can be designed that are inherently capable of responses not envisaged in detail by the designer. It is one thing to list all the things one imagines might go wrong and to legislate for them, it is quite another to provide a system with a criterion that something must be wrong and a routine for taking corrective action. It seems unlikely that James Watt himself, in inventing the steam engine governor, really understood that he had discovered a principle of life. It is a case of scientific serendipity. Now of course it will be argued that the provision of such control devices is not really of such fundamental importance, because they could still go wrong. But this is not true, except in the very special case that the system is either annihilated altogether or so radically damaged that it ceases to be the system that it is. We should agree that the human body is capable of adaptive response to many forms of stimuli, and that belief is not vitiated in any way by saying that the body cannot adapt to being hit by a high explosive shell and blown to smithereens. Within a reasonable range of normal operating conditions, a self-regulating system will regulate itself. 264. If it fails to do so, this is evidence of fundamental damage. If, on the other hand, an ordinary regulating system fails to work, it is probably because some environmental change has occurred which the designer of the control did not envisage. It may help at this stage to discuss the meaning of intrinsic control through self-regulation by quoting elementary industrial cases. Firstly, some of what has been said can be brought down to earth by considering the control problem of a rolling mill manufacturing steel rods through more than 20 mill stands at a finishing speed approaching 70 miles an hour. Techniques are now available to make the whole physical operation virtually automatic, and yet this concept of automation does not normally include any organic, intrinsic, self-regulatory device for handling the lowest level of uncertainty, mishap. In this context, mishap characteristically occurs when the steel misses its guides, and collides with the mill stand itself instead of passing through the rolls of this next stand as intended. Within seconds, long lengths of red-hot steel are thrashing around the shop and tangling with the equipment. The accepted action is to detect the situation by eye, and to press an emergency button that switches off the mill. The scene of wreckage is then surveyed. Not many years ago the scene of wreckage was a scene of carnage too, the steel would loop itself round human limbs. Even today a most primitive form of emergency control within this general zone of automation is deployed, a squad of men armed with hand shears. They have to cut away the product from the plant before the mill can start to roll again. This illustrates a failure, not so much in production engineering, as in conceptual outlook. A rolling mill is visualized as a magnified version of an automatic wringer, and the whole plant is a collection of such machines, a simple and deterministic model. Consequently, if something goes wrong the model has no means of accounting for the mishap. Therefore there is no alternative but to cry a halt, cancel the model for the time being, suspend all the routine regulative mechanisms and bring the situation back to normal. Replace this concept by the model of an organism, of a viable system, and it is at once seen to be short of any adaptive mechanism for dealing with the problem even though the problem is in this case well known in advance. This is because the plant itself is not sentient, it has no nervous system capable of reacting at electronic speeds to disasters of this kind, and above all no intrinsic controller which could obey the signals. Therefore the cybernetician seeks to install such arrangements. 265. The difficulty about this idea is that while everyone knows how to recognize automatically that a product has arrived where it ought to be using say photoelectric devices, it is not immediately obvious how to recognize that it has arrived where it ought not to be, since the number of possible wrong destinations is infinite. Here is the proliferation of variety again. The engineers faced with this problem did, as a matter of fact, try to instrument the environment so that wherever the 70-mile-an-hour product turned up it would be recognized. But as was said, and as has been seen by anyone who has ever entered such a mill, the product goes up to the ceiling in some arbitrary trajectory, and therefore the solution to the problem of handling high variety is quite intolerably expensive. The cybernetic solution is, as so often happens with hindsight, absurdly simple. We have noted before in this book that a vital capability of a viable system is the ability to forecast. Living systems become aware of crises less because they can detect, in a field of colossal variety, the appearance of something which ought not to be there, as because they can forecast where that something ought to be and recognize that it is not there. Given the capacity to forecast, a high variety decision is replaced by a decision of variety 2. This is in itself an important point. In a situation of constant high variety, a high variety problem may be solved by solving the complementary problem that has low variety. In this case, all that is required is that the plant should be sentient to the extent that it can recognize two distinguishable states. When the product leaves one mill stand, it should forecast the time of arrival at the next stand, which is only a foot or so away. The next stand, armed with this knowledge, will know that if the product does not arrive as forecast, it must have gone somewhere else where it is not supposed to be. The plant will stop. This is indeed a very simple example. The fact is that it took a cybernetician to discover the answer, and the first impact of the answer on the orthodox production engineer was one of intense surprise. Perhaps the sense in which this passive plant has become an active organism is sufficiently clear. The plant now has a kind of tonus, it is on its toes, it anticipates. Secondly, what about this control machine itself? It too could go wrong and make mistakes. This risk appears to haunt many managers. They fear that once control is handed over to machinery, no one will be left competent and accustomed to take action if it fails. In fact, we need a control machine that is itself sentient and adaptive to its own failures. 266. Otherwise the problem of mishap is not really solved, but merely pushed one stage further back. Fortunately, the cybernetic theorems relating to reliability through redundancy are applicable here. There ought to be at least a chance that throwing a brick into an industrial control machine would result in no adverse effect on the operations being controlled. For real life is uncertain and perhaps nature will throw that brick. But of course this is an exaggerated form of the real need. Patients will inevitably suffer impairment if vital centers are damaged in the brain, even though they may survive wounds or necessary surgery in other parts without any apparent loss of function. The more important proposition is that failures in components should not cause the machine to give up altogether, and without saying so. In the case now being quoted, the ultimate defeat of the redundant control machine was not signalized by a loss of control. The machine itself was capable of registering, perceive that I am no longer competent to carry on, please take over. This is the cybernetic version of a fail-safe device. But cybernetic hardware is not yet the most important product of industrial cybernetics. Its application to decision-taking systems is of the first importance. Consider any modern plant, largely automatic, requiring lengthy runs at one setting for its economic operation. Almost every industry contains such factories nowadays. Now the market, not caring very much about the economics of this plant, persists in throwing up an odd assortment of orders. Some of them are themselves sizable, yielding long runs, others of them can be amalgamated to produce artificially long runs, others again cannot. This situation leads to long cycles of production, in which the first class of order can be happily contained, and the second is handled by hard work and skill. The third class is accumulated to form a rather uneconomic period within the cycle of odd job lots. Some strongly production-oriented companies deal with this situation by ignoring the environmental uncertainty, manufacturing to fixed cycles of long runs only, and meeting the probabilism of the market from its warehouses. This method inevitably involves high stocks, which may of course pay for themselves. A strongly sales-oriented company, on the other hand, may well insist on intervening continually in the massive production machinery to demand the immediate manufacture of some trifling order. This process is often justified by claiming the trade concerned is essentially a jobbing trade, depending on this policy for its goodwill. Again, the process might pay for itself. Thirdly, a near monopolistic company may be specially privileged in being able to adopt the first policy, by insisting on longer runs, without incurring the loss of large stocks. This can be done by the simple expedient of holding the customers to ransom and making them accommodate the necessary stocks. It is fortunate for the national economy that few companies are in a position to get away with this, for it ties up unnecessary amounts of capital. In these circumstances, the operational research scientist is inclined to say that although there is an inherent probabilism in the market situation, scientific techniques can be used to predict its likely movements. This is often the case, and predictions can usually be made which have at least the effect of reducing the buffer of stocks required to uncouple the production unit from its market demand, as was also seen in Chapter 9. In the particular case study here described, however, the most intense statistical investigation and the most imaginative use of OR itself failed completely to master the environmental probabilism. This can happen particularly in those cases where the company has not an over-large share of the market. Consequently, the sample of demand that it draws every month can change very markedly from month to month. The point is that forecasting itself is not a question of divining the future, as we have insisted before, but of trying to recognize a pattern inherent in nature. The cybernetician is now coping with the second level of uncertainty, not mishap this time, but probabilism in the environment of the system. The solution must be to embark on a sequential decision procedure, based on the continuous assessment of all the data coming in as they arrive. Again, this thought derives from the analogy of the living organism, and reflects that a control system in these circumstances must be abundantly and continuously supplied with information. This remark sounds altogether truistic, but everyone having practical experience of industry knows that the information coming into the company day by day in the way of orders, modifications to orders, complaints and telephone calls of diverse purposes, is not in fact immediately fed into the production control system and evaluated. Indeed, anyone can produce examples where the absence of this information meant that production plans were altered on the grounds that certain conditions were not fulfilled which were in fact fulfilled, or that false information was fed to the customer because the real situation was not known. It is not enough to say that. 268. These shortcomings reflect crass stupidity on the part of some individual, bad management or bad documentation. The fact is that the control system has been designed on the wrong model. Information does not circulate in intrinsically self-regulating paths. This is not merely because the system is sluggish, but because there is an insufficiency of feedback, of interconnection between the parts of the system and of local centers of command, and because the circuitry is not sufficiently redundant. In the case being discussed, anyway, there could be no proper forecast, and certainly no final solution to the problem of the optimal cycle of production, because demand really was unpredictable. But by installing a sequential decision procedure based on the capability to respond with speed and sensitivity to every incoming order, a cybernetic solution was obtained. As usual, the adaptive solution is a function of a viable system. Looking at the office procedures installed to handle the problem, at the charts and the calculating machines, the whole business appears to be very simple. A decision to change the length of production cycle, which is no longer made at some monthly meeting as before but at the instant when it first becomes clear to the control procedure that such a change is necessary, is indicated by the line on a chart crossing from one zone into another zone. But, as before, it is all too facile to say with hindsight that it should not have taken cybernetics to deal with this matter. This problem had resisted the efforts of some experienced and senior workers in production management, production engineering, and operational research for some years before this solution was discovered. It is also worth noting that the immediate result of this new control method saved enough time in resetting the plant and in working optimal cycles, to produce an overall increase of 8% in throughput. To learn from these examples, one has to realize that it is not the solution itself which merits close attention, but the formulation of the appropriate model within which alone it is possible to arrive at the solution. Until the institutional method of handling information had been changed, until the language in which production cycles were discussed had been radically altered, and until the whole method of cost accounting had been exposed as inadequate and replaced, it was not only impossible to use the solution, it was impossible to say what it was. We are back to the question of undecidable sentences. But this chapter is purely introductory to the use of management cybernetics, and we shall soon pass to more elaborate examples. For the moment it is enough to have established the meaning of a viable 269 system, to have introduced the notion of variety and its measurement, and to have pointed out the fundamental problems posed in terms of the philosophy of science by its extreme complexity, its various kinds of probabilism, and its latent capacity for intrinsic control by self-regulatory means. All these points, and particularly the last, will receive more attention later on. In the meantime, here is a peroration. The reference of cybernetics is always to viable systems. That means, in the first place, to genuinely living organisms, to amoeba, to animal populations, to the brain. No cybernetician has yet had the effrontery to attempt the construction of either an amoeba or of a cerebrum, thus his science is, in this connection, descriptive and elucidatory. Next, a collection of viable systems may interact with another collection to form a new and larger viable system. For example, there is the prey-predator system, and in general the system of organism within environment. There is also the genetic system whereby life forms are perpetuated and evolved. In these systems the cybernetician again detects natural principles, laws, and mechanisms of control. Now he begins to say, if one is confronted by a system such as an industrial company or an economy, and if this system has many of the formal properties of a living organism as well as its critical aims and objects, then these entities belong to the class of cybernetic systems. They ought to respond to the same control mechanisms. So he looks at the internal control arrangements, at the interaction with outside arrangements, at the surviving and evolving arrangements, and at what happens when things go wrong. Then he creates cybernetic controls. These may be actual machines, hardware attached to the plant, or new modes of organization, information handling and decision-taking among people. Ultimately, he predicts, there will be machines with enough brain-like attributes to be capable of doing management jobs, as well as of advising managers as at present. But whether cybernetics is looking at brains, constructing mathematical models of learning processes, installing a new decision procedure in a works, helping a company to be more adaptive, reorganizing the structure of a group of companies to be more responsive to change, or constructing ironmongery that will teach children the multiplication table, it is still the same interdisciplinary science of control. 270. 12. Coping with complexity. What is clear and evident is likely to be scorned, just like men stripped naked. Mystery is spoken in allegory to excite such fear and awe as exist in darkness and night. In fact, it is the allegory that compares with the darkness and the night. Demetrius on style. 1. The relatively isolated system. It has been shown that the science of cybernetics sets out, as does management itself, to deal with proliferating variety. Both the science and the profession, moreover, are concerned with the study of viable systems, and especially with the identification of those characteristic features of animate things which conduce to survival. In addressing our thinking to such matters, it is important to beware of especially strong psychological barriers to understanding. For what we are really doing is setting out to investigate ourselves. We are the viable systems par excellence, and are aware of the characteristics of animate things largely because we experience them as our own. There is therefore a risk that they will seem to be our own prerogatives. There is a resistance to explaining them, because we might seem to be explaining them and therefore ourselves away. Many years ago a cybernetic machine was built which was capable of learning from its own experience. When this machine was demonstrated, 271 people could see that it did this. It was given a simple task to fulfill, and as it obtained practice in the task it took a shorter and shorter time to succeed. Behaviorally speaking, at the least, the thing was learning, and so the audience would agree. When, however, the lid was taken off the box, and the mechanism explained, people were prone to say, "Oh, is that all?" In other words, when we receive an explanation for something that has hitherto been mysterious, it ceases to be mysterious. We then have the choice of declaring either that the mystery has been explained or of saying that the explanation is improper, because we know that there is a mystery after all. What we call the mind is not extended in space, it is not a thing. Whatever it is surely a function of the brain which is extended in space and is a thing. As the mysteries of the way in which the brain works are uncovered, science moves towards a day when it will say, this explains how the brain works, and that accounts in turn for how the mind works. Everyone will then be able to say, oh, is that all you have done? And probably none of us will believe it. Where the behavior of very large systems, with their proliferating variety, is concerned, management faces the mystery of how it all works. As cybernetics begins to demolish what is mysterious, we must be on the lookout for the "oh, is that all" rejoinder, which is too glib. There is no doubt that we enjoy the mystery. It is veiled in allegorical language by businessmen themselves, by city correspondents, by the way everyone talks. If science can strip away the allegory and expose the naked mechanisms of viable systems, we are likely to complain that the exercise is spurious. But science could well retort that the systems are not inexplicable, it is the way they are discussed which plunges us into darkness. The warning then is clear, it is given above by Demetrius who, like most of the ancient authors quoted at the headings of these chapters, well understood the point a long time ago. Scientists are not, however, daunted from their attempt to make things both clear and evident, always recognizing that they can hope to do so only within the limitations of present knowledge. It has already been argued that no system can in fact be isolated from the rest of the universe, to which any set of entities with a circle drawn round them remains related in innumerable ways. It has also been shown that many advances in the earlier days of science were due to the scientists' insistence on treating a small set of entities as if they were susceptible to being isolated in just this way. Subsequent advances were made when the as-if clause was dropped, the laws of gravitation had to be modified, it had to be admitted that Ohm's law does not hold in 272 all circumstances, and so on. Yet the unsatisfactory concept of an absolutely isolated system had proved its worth. Indeed, it is evident that if scientists had refused to use it, they might have been forced to concentrate on the indivisibility of nature, and they might have discovered nothing at all. But there has been occasion to comment on false dichotomies before. The fact is that systems consisting of something less than the whole of nature can be recognized, manipulated, and managed. It is therefore essential that we discover how to retain the concept of system, which implies distinctness from the rest of the world before it can be recognized, without at the same time formulating the concept in a way which would entail absolute isolation. The concept required is that of the relatively isolated system. Quite obviously, the difficulty about making such a concept clear and therefore useful is that relatively is a term which in normal usage is itself imprecise. We have to say quite definitely what relatively is supposed to mean. Consider then a system enclosed within boundaries, but which is still interacting with the world outside. In terms of Hegel's axiom of internal relations, the system is interacting with everything outside. But we would certainly agree to be practical about this, and only to count relationships which cross the system's boundary if they appear to matter. That is to say, if we can explain what is happening within the system without drawing attention to some entity outside, we shall do so. For example, an industrial company stands in a certain relationship to the sun, a relationship defined by a set of relations. The company is roughly 93 million miles away from the sun, much smaller, less bright, less hot, and so on. But this relationship is to all intents and purposes unchanging, nor can the directors of the firm attempt to change it, therefore it will be disregarded. But there are other relationships which, if ignored, will make the behavior of the system inexplicable. These relationships, and the specific set of relations which determine them, have to be identified. In practice, the most noticeable feature of the interaction between the system itself and things outside it, is that the relationships are directional. Either the thing outside is affecting the system, or the system is affecting the thing outside, or both. There are of course many relations which are not oriented in this way, but they could hardly be called interactions, nor could their omission from a description render the behavior of the system inexplicable. This firm may be smaller than that firm, in which case that firm is larger than this firm, but what of it? The relation becomes relevant to the behavior of this firm only if that firm uses its larger size to take action which 273 influences this firm. So in fact it becomes possible to divide the relationships which represent important interactions into two classes, those which affect the system, and those affected by the system. These are respectively called the inputs to the system, and the outputs from it. Thus a relatively isolated system is a set of entities, having properties discussed earlier, that is separable from the rest of the world except for two specially chosen sets of relationships with things outside, called its inputs and outputs. The man who first put forward the phrase relatively isolated system as a technical term and who has since made a formal development of the logic of such systems, is the Polish cybernetician Henryk Griniowski. He has developed an elegant formal account of various processes common to viable systems, using the notion of the relatively isolated system as a building block. But it could well be objected by anyone who has followed the arguments of this book with any care, that this division of all relationships with the external world into inputs and outputs is arbitrary. Surely this is just another of those dichotomies on which the author is fond of pouring scorn. And this is true. There will be difficulties to meet, the first and most obvious of which is this. The notion of a feedback coupling has already been displayed, and its importance in the characteristic behavior of viable systems has been emphasized. In fact, this notion can be expressed in the present terminology only by saying that an input is an output, and an output is an input. Griniowski noticed this, and dealt with it formally by the use of matrices in which coefficients on the diagonal have meaning. A positive value on the diagonal means that an output from A is an input to A. The British cybernetician, Ross Ashby, had noticed the point too. His rigorous treatment is based on the theory of sets, and therefore he can surmount this technical difficulty in terms of an identical transformation, one in which an element is mapped onto itself. But there is more to this problem of dichotomizing interactions than the technical problems of description which these cybernetic eons have encountered and conquered. It is well to be aware of the relativity of oriented interactions, for their direction is not invariant under all transformations of the system. For example, consider an educative system consisting of a teacher and a class. The ignorance of the school children, as represented by their questions, is an input to the system. The response of the teacher to these stimuli is an output. Or, alternatively, what the teacher says to the class is an input to the system, the acquisition of 274. Knowledge, as represented by the passing of examinations, is an output. Everything depends on how the system is defined, and this in turn depends on who is the observer. The dilemma of modern physics appears once again. In fact, the question of who is doing what to whom can be answered no more than arbitrarily when any two parts of a system are adapting to each other. The reason is that, as a formal analysis of the process of adaptation reveals, one subsystem adapts to the stimulus represented by another subsystem by seeking to imitate it. A teacher tries to construct a model of his pupil's state of mind, and the information fed to the pupil is an output of this model. The pupil in his turn is seeking the model in the teacher's mind, and his outputs offer approximations to the teacher's outputs as inputs. The process is very clear in any formal analysis of a particular teaching task. When a human pupil is learning from an electronic teaching machine, for instance, it is impossible to tell from the electrical monitors of the interactive system which subsystem is the human pupil and which the cybernetic teacher. The inputs and the outputs of a relatively isolated system, then, may not be easy to nominate. Moreover, which depends upon the observer's point of view and the conventions he unconsciously adopts. It is most important to bear this in mind. When it comes to the consideration of a system as complicated as the national economy, it may well be misconceptions and prejudices about which are the inputs and which are the outputs of the multifarious subsystems involved that lead to managerial chaos. The same may well be true of industrial unrest. The management probably regards the effort put in by workpeople as an input to the system, and the wages paid to them as an output from the system. The two are coupled in the eyes of management, but by a transfer function having to do with costs and profits, the wages are then a direct function of the effort made. The labor force, on the other hand, probably regards the wages paid to them as an input operating through a transfer function which conditions their effort as output. Perhaps this kind of argument should be classed as semantic legerdemain, alternatively it may offer a perfectly sound explanation of certain examples of industrial unrest. For if the two sides are using different models of the system different to the extent that the one is oriented in the opposite direction from the other, then bizarre consequences must follow. For example, the management may seek to reward the system by supplying positive feedback in the form of some kind of incentive. To do so, it will need to change an output of the system into one of its inputs. 275. And it has only its own model on which to operate. It therefore intervenes in the wage structure, using a measurement of productivity to adjust the wages in a way which will cause them to modify the original effort. The labor force, with its model, must see this maneuver as adding a new input which is not a reward for effort but an attempt to impose sanctions on inadequate results. The systems are formally the same, the one being a mirror image of the other, but the standpoint of each observer causes him to see the system in a totally different light. The existence of a feedback driven by a comparator means that the system responds in an invariant way regardless of who observes it. But the management sees the norm as something to be exceeded, and an incentive for higher rewards, whereas the labor force sees it as a threat to its standard of living. It cannot be long before each side accuses the other of bad faith. These then are some of the difficulties and peculiarities which arise in the attempt to designate a relatively isolated system. The initial concept is simple and perhaps even elegant, but a great deal of care is needed in its application to management cybernetics. It is indeed often best to assume that a two-way interaction is going on between any two subsystems of a large and complex system. This is not, as it might at first appear, a betrayal of the notion that relationships are in fact oriented, which they are. Rather is it a recognition that systems rely quite fundamentally for their viability on ecological interactions between themselves and the environment, and also on physiological interactions between their own subsystems, of a richer and more elaborate kind than the analyst customarily assumes. The phenomenon is one of the marks of proliferating variety. 2. The laws of variety. The system in which both the manager and the management scientist are interested may well be described as a relatively isolated system. It will be called a situation, namely the one with which the manager has to deal. A situation corresponds to the definition of system given in the last chapter, plus the concept of its relative isolation. But of course it has to be recognized that in appearance it is quite unlike the kind of system normally denoted by that term. It is exceedingly complex, it is extremely probabilistic, and it is internally self-regulating to some extent. 276. The manager responsible for this situation knows full well that it interacts with the world outside itself. He can, to a degree, isolate his responsibility for the situation, but he cannot isolate the situation itself. This state of affairs is pictured in Figure 26. The physical appurtenances of the system may well lie within a geographic area in which the manager has supreme authority, and his post may endow him with authority over the purely internal relationships to be found therein so far as he can exert it. But the world influences the situation, in a way the manager cannot control or even foresee, and the situation itself influences the world, initiating a chain reaction which the manager cannot follow through. The box containing the situation is irregularly drawn. Figure 26. As before in this book, as a constant reminder that the boundaries of real-life problems are not rectilinear, but amorphous. For the moment, all the influences on the system will be channeled through a single input, and all the effects it exerts will be channeled into a single output. In order to simplify the thinking which follows, it will be assumed that the set of inputs to the situation derives from another system into which the outputs from the situation are fed. A closed loop is thereby artificially created. It will be seen that in the eyes of the manager next senior to the one who is trying to manage the situation from within, a new system of higher order is now created. This is an artificially isolated system. Moreover, it is one in which the senior manager uses the second system to control the first. Thus information about the situation passes into the control, while instructions pass from the control to the situation. From the point of view of the manager inside the situation, these two channels carry the output and the input information respectively from and to his system. Such a state of affairs is depicted in Figure 27. Figure 27. As we know, variety proliferates within the box labeled situation. A measure of this proliferation was developed in the last chapter, and it 277 is very large indeed. Given that sufficient information about this proliferation of variety can flow along the output channel, and that it reaches control, what is control to do about it? There are broadly two schools of thought. The first, corresponding to orthodox management practice, declares that a study of this information will reveal patterns and trends in the data, which will enable experienced managers to feed instructions back to the situation through its input loop and thus to modify its behavior. The second school of thought, corresponding roughly to the position of operational research, is more realistically aware of the magnitude of the problem. It says that the human brain cannot cope with all this information, and that the thing to do is to create an analytic model of what is going on. The two policies are in principle identical, but the second insists that the processes entertained by the first can be made far more efficient if modern scientific techniques are used. These two standpoints may be examined in the light of an analogy from rugby football. The football pitch represents the artificially isolated system depicted in Figure 27. 15 men in red jerseys are installed at one end of this pitch. They constitute the first subsystem situation. Now the purpose of this subsystem can be readily identified in this case because the rules of the game are known. The object is that they should convey a ball to the opposite end of the pitch and touch it to the ground. Since each of the 15 men is free to follow any kind of trajectory up the pitch, and since the ball may be passed freely among them, the variety of this subsystem proliferates to an enormous extent. Now control in this context means containing the subsystem, that is to say, these 15 men in red jerseys have to be stopped from achieving their purpose. The question remains, how should this be done? The manager belonging to the first school of thought is inclined to say that he would like to watch the 15 men in action for a bit. He notes that they adopt a rather characteristic formation which in practice reduces the available variety. He notices that a few of the men tend to dominate the handling. The pattern of running and passing so develops that it is most usual for one or two men, called wing three-quarters, to make the final run. One or the other comes sweeping in from one or other touch line and grounds the ball between the goal posts. The conclusion is fairly obvious. If a man is placed between the posts, he will be able to stop the would-be try-getter. The objection may be raised that sometimes another of the players is seen to cross the line. Never mind, they all seem to make for the same spot, so it doesn't matter. So an attempt is 278. Made to control the situation in this way. Unhappily, the attacking system outwits the defense. It is content to cross the line a little outside the goal posts if necessary. In recognition of this, other defenders have to be added, and by a process of pattern seeking and variety trapping an extensive group of defenders is eventually built up. The man with the second approach laughs at this ineptitude. He sees at once that a large number of games will be lost before the really operational patterns are identified, and the trial and error process succeeds in determining a control system which will thwart the attackers for roughly half the time. Clearly, we need a modern, analytic, and scientific approach. Nobody knows what the attacking system will in practice do, so we must find out. Inspection of the nature of the system, rather than experience of it in operation, reveals that each of the 15 components of the system is itself governed by a control mechanism called a brain. Obviously, a way must be found by which the brain processes can be continuously monitored when the system becomes operational. Accordingly, our man wires up each of the 15 players with an electroencephalograph and, if possible, a system of electrodes implanted in the internal regions of the brain as well. The multitude of wires leading from each man's head must needs be fed into light, flexible, multi-core cables, which have to be specially developed in view of the practical difficulties of recording in these circumstances. A computer is then installed on the touch line, and the cables run to it. At this point there will be a pause of several years while transduction equipment is invented and manufactured to amplify the cerebral microvoltages, to digitize them and to program them as input to the computer. As the team begins to run down the field, the computer analyzes what is going on, constructs a model of the strategy being employed, and makes predictions about the point where the line will be crossed. The computer is then able to direct an automaton to this point in time to block the try-getter. In the context of the example, this is a caricature; in the context of real management it is not. A great many schemes for automation actually realized in industry are quite as stupid. The cybernetician, for his part, regards these massive arrangements with amusement. Certainly they are scientific, they recognize the proliferation of variety of which the attacking system is capable and take measures to deal with it. But of course the cybernetician knows that the best way in which to control the system of 15 men in red jerseys, is to put 15 men in white jerseys onto the field. This solution, the cybernetician contends, will be at least as effective as the last one. More. 279. Over, if the white system can be trained to proliferate its variety a little more quickly, or to pattern it within the system a little less uncertainly, the control is likely to succeed for most of the time. The plain man with common sense who is watching all this agrees with the cybernetic solution. He says, rather drily, that although he never even went to a university, he himself could have proposed this solution without a moment's thought. But this is where the analogy breaks down. This observer knew how to play rugby all the time. The manager in real life, who seeks to control an industrial, military, social, political, or economic system, does not have this advantage. He is playing a game of incomplete information, in which only a few of the rules are known, and he has to cope with far more proliferating variety than the men in our example. He is therefore debarred from adopting the common sense solution of the observer who knew how to play all the time. Basically, he adopts the first of the three courses of action. If he is a modern, well-informed, and aggressive manager, he will use operational research to help him avoiding the excesses of the second example above. That is to say, he will not embark on a fully analytic, fully automated control system unless the situation for which he is responsible is remarkably straightforward. He will use his operational research teams to help him quantify decisions and to choose between alternative policies. Should he not, however, make some use of cybernetics' science of control? In short, how did the cybernetician reach the common sense answer in the example? If this can be explained, the information may well be useful in those cases where a common sense answer is no longer available. The answer to this question may be found in one of the really fundamental laws of cybernetics, adumbrated by various people, but disclosed in its most general form by Ross Ashby. It is called the law of requisite variety. There are various rigorous formulations of the law, but it may be expressed picturesquely: only variety can destroy variety. There seems no point in going into a great deal of detail and close exposition about this law. In terms of the example just considered, it simply says that if each red-jerseyed player is marked by a white-jerseyed player, then, on the average, whatever the actual play undertaken by the red team, sufficient variety can proliferate in the white team to match it. The two levels of variety must be equivalent. If, for instance, the referee sends one of the white men off the field, there is certainly a statistical expectation that the red side will win the game. There is really no more to be said by way of explaining this law. 280. It has to be confessed, however, that the exposition is abandoned with a sense of great unease. Such brevity shows scant respect for what is a major discovery of cybernetic science. But there must be readers clamoring at this point to know what on earth the fuss is all about. For, they will say, all this is entirely obvious. Of course it is obvious with hindsight. It seems safe to say that all the great natural laws that operate on the same scale of resolution as we humans do ourselves, and which can therefore be directly experienced, are obvious too. But this by no means diminishes their importance. Besides, if the law of requisite variety is a truism, how is it that we try to disobey it all the time? And how is it that, although this disobedience causes us to fail in our task of control, we still do not recognize what has gone wrong? It will be necessary to justify the assertions implicit in these two rhetorical questions. So a comparison will now be drawn between the operation of controls in natural, animate systems and in fabricated, artificial systems. Firstly, consider any natural control system, a coupling of the general kind depicted in Figure 27. Ask whether there is not prima facie evidence that the law of requisite variety holds. Suppose that what interests us about the natural system is that it consists of a population of animals of some species. This population forms a social system, with intricate relations and a proliferating variety. Schoolboy mathematics applied to the basic laws of procreation in this system quickly reveals that it embodies a latent power to overrun the entire locality in a very short time. But the proliferating variety is controlled by another population of animals which prey on the first. If every individual predator eats one individual prey, then the population of the first species can only be held constant if there are as many predators as preys. Perhaps, however, the population representing the control system is notoriously small. There may, for example, be only 1% or as many individual hawks. American Samoa there are individual quadrupedal land-based animals on which the hawk preys. If so, it is entirely obvious that if the population preyed upon is to remain constant, the predators must catch and kill 100 of the preys each. Requisite variety must be there. It does not have to exist on the basis of a raw count of items, but the purposive and systematic assemblage that is identified as a system must be capable of proliferating requisite variety. Otherwise the system goes out of control. Admittedly, this example is not very impressive biology at all. It is well known that ecological food webs are exceedingly complex and resist isolation in this way. But however many interacting subsystems of preys and predators, big fleas and little fleas, are invoked, it is none the 281. Less evident that the balance of animal populations would be grossly upset very rapidly unless the law of requisite variety held in general throughout nature. Consider next any artificial system which could be modeled by Figure 27 and inquire what is going on. Contemplate the solitary policeman trying unsuccessfully to sort out a ramified traffic jam through a network of roads. He fails, because he does not have requisite variety. When the jam eventually clears, by the way, it is because the residual variety required has been supplied by the motorists themselves in their efforts to escape. Or consider the factory manager whom we met in Part 2. He may well know, from econometric studies, that twice as much capital as is really necessary is tied up in stocks. With due caution, he issues an edict that every stockpile must be cut by 10%. That should be all right. But it is not all right, because the system proliferates so much variety. Not every stockpile is twice as large as it should be. The figure is an average. Some stockpiles are only just large enough, so when they are cut by 10% they cease to be adequate at all. This manager has the right information and has taken what is in principle the right decision. But he does not have requisite variety and therefore makes a nonsense of the control function. Again, nature exerts its laws even on artificial systems. The human beings in this factory will in practice proliferate sufficient variety to circumvent the manager's disastrous ruling, as anyone who has ever worked in industry would agree. So the system will remain viable. The only trouble is that the manager will not achieve his object of running the place more efficiently. The examples could be multiplied indefinitely. No one could possibly claim that any government department has requisite variety to exercise the control function which a modern economy demands that it should. But this is not to say that it is impossible to devise controls of requisite variety, for all these cases will be shown in the next section and exemplified in the next chapter. There are other laws of variety which can be discussed even in terms of the radically simplified diagram of figure 27. Most of them derive from the work of Claude Shannon and his mathematical theory of communication. In 1948 Shannon published 20 theorems on this topic, all of them dealing with the passage of information through electrical systems. If the particular system of which some theorem is true can be isomorphically mapped onto some other system, then the theorem will hold in the second system as well. The example most relevant to general cybernetic theory is found in the case of Shannon's 10th theorem. Reverting to figure 27, we have so far discussed the relationship between the two boxes, situation and 282. Control, in terms of requisite variety. But what of the input/output channels by which they are linked? It is certainly obvious that each of the two channels marked on the diagram must have sufficient capacity to transmit the variety proliferated in each box to the other. This in itself looks a formidable task, until it is recalled that the diagram is a simplification in which a multitude of connections between the two boxes is compressed into one line. For example, if a management were compelled to rely on the information reaching it through orthodox channels of communication, it would certainly never have anything like requisite variety for controlling the company, for the simple reason that the orthodox channels could not transmit it. No, the management has many other ways of obtaining information, as has been remarked before, and the permutation of variety between them brings the quantity of control variety up to something like the desired level. In fact, however, the channel capacity required in the control loop is considerably greater than the amount of variety proliferating in the situation. This is because of uncertainty in the system at large. In any real-life system, the signals emanating from the situation will be noisy, that is, they can never be quite precise and unequivocal. Shannon's 10th theorem is not adequately explained here, because it involves the concept of entropy which it would be a digression to discuss, but it may be described in the present context as saying that the channel capacity must be sufficiently great as to resolve the ambiguity in the signals transmitted. As Ashby himself has pointed out, this theorem bears a close resemblance to his own law of requisite variety. For insofar as noise creeps into any real-life system, this is one of the bases on which variety proliferates. From the standpoint of the control box, the variety to be absorbed is not just that generated by the situation itself at a distance. What matters is the variety observed at control, and this includes any extra variety multiplied in by transmission errors. Ashby has gone so far as to wonder whether his own law and Shannon's 10th theorem are not different ways of saying the same thing. But it seems that in suggesting this he is too modest. For, if any distinction is to be retained between the boxes and the lines in figure 27, then the considerations that apply to them are very different. The transmission of information along the lines is spread out in time. Obviously the control must wait to get sufficient information before it can act effectively to modify the situation. But it is a deeper insight to contend that, communications apart, the capacity to proliferate variety within the control box must be as great or greater than the capacity of the situation box to proliferate variety. 283. 3. Environmental disturbance. These then are some of the basic considerations about variety and its relevance to processes of control. So far, the whole discussion has been derived from figure 27, which is an absolutely minimal representation of the problem. It is necessary to extend this, if only by a small amount, to show how the management cybernetician can begin in practice to account for the more involved situations of real life. The next element to introduce into this isolated system, and one which will again make it only relatively isolated, is an environmental disturbance. As can be seen from figure 28, the subsystem called the situation is likely to have another class of input than that which emanates from its control. The figure does not show how this originates, only that it represents the extramural interactions which make the situation relatively isolated from the environment at large. Figure 28. This modification to the diagram produces an effect on the emerging theory of control which is both evident and innocuous. Manifestly, the variety of the situation will now proliferate even further, therefore by the law of requisite variety the available variety in the control must rise by a similar amount, and the channel capacities of the communications loop must rise both by this amount and by the increment of uncertainty which an inexplicable environmental disturbance inherently injects. There is thus no particular problem in understanding what has happened, although the practical effects may well be serious since greater variety handling capacities must be supplied all round. However, there is an important moral to be drawn. Suppose, to revert to earlier arguments, the manager of this system were relying on either the first or the second strategies discussed earlier. It will be remembered that the first strategy was based on the idea that a recurrent pattern could be detected in a situation, while the second, 284, proposed to use science to discover analytically how the situation really behaves. Now it is clear that if a large injection of variety from the environment enters the system, neither of these strategies has any real hope of providing adequate control. There were always difficulties, but at this point in the story it becomes virtually impossible that either of these strategies should retain the least verisimilitude. By definition, that is to say, the environmental disturbance now introduced is quite arbitrary, unpatterned. From the standpoint of the observer managing this system it is inexplicable. The management cybernetician is, on the contrary, unmoved by this development, for he has not claimed that he will recognize pattern, nor that he will explain away the behavior of the situation. He has said only that by designing the control loop to obey the law of requisite variety and to meet the provisions of Shannon's 10th theorem, control is implicitly possible. It has yet to be explained how all this works in practice, but at least the necessary provision is there. To be explicit, what has emerged by this point is a new notion of what constitutes control. Because of the dichotomy between animate and artificial systems, we are accustomed to take the controls implicit in the first for granted, and to make the wrong specification for the second. The orthodox notion of control is frankly fascist, it is mandatory, it is a bully. Orders are issued and it is expected that they will be carried out. But by now we have put on nature's spectacles. We see that the fundamental nature of the self-regulatory control implicit in a viable system is that it can absorb proliferating variety like a sponge. But, it may with reason be objected now, since the relatively isolated system is not absolutely isolated, and since it has now been conceded that environmental disturbance will be injected into a real-life situation, this concept of the absorption of the variety which results begins to look an impossible task. It was shown in the last chapter that even a tiny system, with a minimal set of relationships and states, proliferates a thoroughly alarming level of variety. If we take a real-life situation, and moreover allow that unknown, and doubtless very large, quantities of environmental disturbance are to be pumped into it, the final tally of variety that has to be absorbed and therefore equated in the control system is astronomical. Perhaps this fact will render the whole approach impracticable. It does not. The cybernetician can learn a trick from nature here, and endow the control with requisite variety despite all. But before going on to the next section in which this trick is explained, we must for once acknowledge that there is something about the way nature works which operates in the manager's favor. 285. Thanks to the fact that nature is indivisible, an organic whole, arbitrary disturbances from outside the system as depicted in Figure 28 are not really as disconnected from it as they seem. This admission does not mitigate the difficulties just touched upon, for it is still impossible to carry the analytical process of investigation and explanation far beyond the boundaries of the system for which the manager is responsible. But we can usefully draw on the notion of the ramified system, and the Hegelian axiom of internal relations. From these considerations the following argument may be evolved. The disturbance under discussion was called an environmental disturbance. This means to say that the disturbance is at once something separate from and inexplicable to the system, and something that is in some other way intimately bound up with the system. For, after all, the environment of a system not only affects it, the system belongs to its environment. It may be separate from it, but it is not utterly foreign to it. Thus whatever it is that remotely causes the environmental disturbance impinges indirectly on the system too. Gerd Sommerhoff was the man who made this insight explicit, and provided a rigorous framework within which to discuss it. He created the concept of a synetic variable. The word he coined comes from the Greek word meaning common, and the synetic variable is the common causal determinant of the state of both the environmental disturbance and the situation at the same time. Now it is important to see that the belief in such a variable is not a gratuitous assumption. In respect to certain results which accrue from the interaction of the situation with its environment, the former is said to be adapted to the latter. We cannot conceive of a viable system as being totally enclosed, and totally foreign to the environment with which it interacts. What adaptation means will be discussed much later. But certainly, in the pragmatic terms of the results of the interaction, adaptation implies some kind of mapping between the situation and its environment. Sommerhoff's contention was that adaptation implies not only the actual existence of a particular mapping which can be inspected, but also the potential existence of a whole variety of other specific mappings which would have existed if the environmental disturbance and the system had been different from what they are. Hence Sommerhoff is led to contend that some prior and causal state of affairs exists which is common to both the situation and its environment, and which influences the adaptation of the one to the other. The correspondence inherent in the mapping is in fact observable as a correlation of behavioral states. The argument says that the two are directively correlated by a synetic variable. More sense can be made of figure 28, then, by invoking the concepts 286 of a synetic variable and of directive correlation. In figure 29, the previous figure is redrawn making use of these concepts. The lower half of this figure is a natural control loop which helps to constrain the proliferation of variety in the situation which we have learned to expect. As can be seen, the synetic variable contributes to the state of the situation and to the nature of the environmental disturbance that impinges on the situation. Similarly, when the situation adapts to the stimulus, the results that accrue are also affected directly by the environmental disturbance since this has modified the environment in which the results occur. Figure 29. It must have been noted that, in each step forward that has been taken, it has turned out to be valuable to close artificially a system which began by being open. Figure 26 had inputs and outputs trailing out into the unknown. These could not therefore be accounted for until, in figure 27, the relatively isolated system was turned into an artificially isolated system. Managerially speaking, this meant stepping one rank higher up in the hierarchy, to view the problem of the manager of the original situation through the eyes of his immediate superior. When figure 28 introduced an input from outside the system, the second loop was closed in figure 29. The managerial implication of this maneuver is that a step should be taken sideways, rather than upward, in the 287 hierarchy. For the manager who can understand the nature of the lower control loop in figure 29 probably has a task that is functionally different from that of the manager working in the area represented by the upper control loop. To exemplify, if the situation is a production situation, it has a production manager. He is inside the situation, battling with its proliferating variety, and using the system's own self-regulative properties to help. This was the position in figure 26. The manager does not speak the language in which the larger system, of which these inputs and outputs are part, makes sense. But a more senior manager, his superior, does speak this language. He completes the larger system, which includes a control element designed to constrain the behavior of the situation. But along comes an environmental disturbance, say from the market. The whole pattern of ordering suddenly and inexplicably changes. Now not even the second manager can understand what is happening, because he does not speak the language of the market. The man who does, and who can cope with the closure of the lower control loop in figure 29, is the sales director. This time it is he who completes the system from outside. Meanwhile, the production manager has to obtain results, that is, he must ensure that the situation adapts to the environmental disturbance, by dispatching to the customer a new balance of new kinds of product, but his problem is not as difficult as it might at first appear. The changed order book, which is the environmental disturbance, does not somehow present the production manager with an overwhelming challenge. It might seem a little weird, but he is half prepared for it. The reason is, of course, that the production manager and his unknown customers belong to the same industrial milieu. The pattern of technological change which has influenced the market to demand a new pattern of products, has also influenced the production manager directly. Even though he may not make prognostications about what the market will do, because this is not his job, he knows what it is like to be living in this branch of industry. The pattern of technological change will have caused him to make various adaptations to the prevailing climate himself. Thus the state of technology, as it applies to this milieu, is the synetic variable in figure 29. Now it is clear that new external influences could be brought to bear on this double-looped closed system from any direction, to impinge on any component. That means by definition that there is no one in the system as depicted who can speak the language appropriate to the 288 explanation of this new input. So the management tends to close the system again. The process can go on almost indefinitely. This is why commercial companies pay the heavy expenses required to send some top executive to the opposite ends of the earth to find out what conditions are really like there. This is why an industrial company will invest money in research so fundamental that it seems to have no relevance to the business at all. But this is not altruism, as it is often represented. The series of loops generated by the opening and closing of the system has simply taken the search for languages in which to comprehend environmental disturbances further and further away from the commercial operation. There are various cybernetically technical aspects to all this which are of absorbing interest. What is happening here is in fact an exemplification of a basic law in advanced logic known as the incompleteness theorem. These studies are apparently so remote from real life that it is often said that this theorem, though intellectually interesting, has no relevance to anything practical whatsoever. In cybernetics and management, I tried to show that this theorem underlies the whole problem of organizing control in a large system such as an industrial company. The fact is that if a system is only relatively isolated, it has to be absolutely isolated by an artificial convention before its mode of control by the natural laws of cybernetics can be discussed. I have called this the principle of completion from without. But it must be remembered that the closure of the system is artificial, for the reason that all systems are in reality relatively isolated and not absolutely so. This turns out to be extremely fortunate. Briefly, it is possible to prove in cybernetics that if a system such as those described here is to maintain stability under disturbances not foreseen by the designer, it must behave equifinally. This means that there must be various different ways in which it can reach a specified goal, or final state, from different working conditions. Now Ludwig von Bertalanffy has proved by the use of general systems theory that closed systems cannot behave equifinally. Therefore viable systems are not closed. So a number of conceptual models of the way in which the management of a complicated enterprise has to be structured for purposes of control, map onto each other at this point. The general systems model, as indefinitely extended from figure 29. 289. Can accommodate all the conceptual models so far brought to bear on the problem. Philosophically, Hegel's axiom of internal relations shows that the boundaries drawn to contain a system are purely conventional and the indefinite extensibility of the model exemplifies the point. Ecologically, the viability of a system as guaranteed by its interaction with the environment is exemplified in the model by the metamorphosis of inputs into outputs and vice versa. Servomechanically, the model obeys the laws which govern communication channels transmitting error-controlled negative feedback. Logically, the incompleteness theorem of Gödel is acknowledged in the application of the principle of completion from without. And so on. For the variety sponge. The kind of control mechanism with which we have been dealing is known as a homeostat. According to many cybernetic eons, this is the basic control mechanism used by nature. It is certainly the type of system which promotes biological homeostasis. Homeostasis is that feature of an organism which holds some critical variable steady within physiological limits. The most usually quoted example is blood temperature. Whether we work in the refrigerators of a meat packing station, or on the melting shop stage in a steel works, our body temperature remains 98.4 degrees Fahrenheit. There is, of course, a statistical variation about this mean figure. What is important to the organism is not that the figure be maintained precisely as a constant, but that its value should not wander so far away from the mean value that physiological damage ensues. One of the key features of any viable system, and a sure index of its submission to control, is that it can maintain a homeostatic equilibrium. Not only the blood temperature, but the entire biochemical system of the body has to remain in balance within physiological limits. And this is surely true also of the industrial, social, and economic systems with which managers have to deal. It should be noted at once that neither biological nor artificial systems employ homeostasis as a control device for the reason that they wish to be static. All the systems in which we are interested intend to learn, to evolve, to become more effective and in general to improve themselves. They do this by making excursions from a state of balance with a given payoff, and an internal regime for the system which yields a better payoff than heretofore will be adopted only if it is still capable of achieving a homeostatic steady state. For example, if a man finds it profitable to run very fast, he may do so for some time. But he 290 cannot adopt running very fast as a permanent characteristic of his existence, because he will quite soon run into an oxygen debt. The body can in fact sustain unphysiological behavior for a period by such a trick, but sooner or later the debt has to be repaid by rest. So the running becomes a profitable short-term behavior pattern of the system which is part of a more general bodily homeostasis. The same phenomenon occurs in artificial systems too. This is not to say that an organism cannot find a more profitable state than it now has which is itself homeostatically tenable. An industrial company typically exemplifies both points. Every businessman knows how to make a very large increase in the profits of his company for a month or two, after which the homeostat underlying the system must take effect and the debt is then repaid by an unprofitable period. But a genuine advance, one involving a new mode of operation which has been learned from experience, or one worked out by operational research as offering a better allocation of resources to outcomes, may be sustained indefinitely within the natural homeostasis of the business. The intuitive recognition of the difference between these two ways of improving the state of affairs is, in many circumstances, what makes a good businessman. The basic homeostatic control loop will now be looked at in a little more detail to see how it operates. We know that, given requisite variety, the subsystem called control is competent to absorb the variety proliferating in the subsystem called the situation. We also know something about the transmission of information between the two subsystems. But what goes on inside them? The formal account of this matter is due to Ross Ashby, who discovered the principles underlying homeostasis by building a strange machine which he called the homeostat. This machine had only one object: to settle down as quickly as possible to a stable condition after it had been disturbed. The homeostat is therefore a mechanism for achieving stability, constancy of some critical variable. But of course many kinds of system can do this much. Even an ordinary balance will resume a horizontal steady state after it has been disturbed. Ashby was in fact chasing a more elusive concept, which he called ultrastability. In ordinary language, an ultrastable system is capable of resuming a steady state after it has been disturbed in a way not envisaged by its designer. This is the really powerful feature of a homeostatic control mechanism. It is all very well for a system to be, as it were, programmed to respond to disturbances in a sensible way. the difficulties into which viable systems, whether natural or artificial, characteristically run are due to environmental disturbances of an un. 291. Expected kind. A homeostat can deal with these, as was explained in the last section, and in the simplest possible terms this is how. In Figure 30 is shown a homeostatic control loop of the kind already discussed. The space inside each of the boxes denoting a subsystem should now be taken as including a large number of points, each of which represents a possible state of the system. That is, if the system were actually two-dimensional as is the diagram, its state at any particular moment would be represented by a pinpoint somewhere inside the box. At the next moment, its state might have changed to another such point. The boundaries of the box delimit the possible states of the system. In real life, of course, systems are not two-dimensional but multidimensional, and it is necessary to envisage the point representing the Figure 30 state of the system as fixed in a phase space of many dimensions. Now if the host of possible points within the situation represents all possible states, it is only to be expected that the manager of the situation will find some of these points more satisfactory than others. Indeed, insofar as the manager can either allow the state of affairs to continue, or intervene to alter it, the host of points in the box might be classified as being either acceptable or unacceptable in every case. Characteristically, the number of acceptable states will be much fewer than the number of unacceptable states. In Figure 30 the acceptable states are collected together into a circular blob. What is true of the manager of the situation, is also true of the senior manager who has responsibility for the whole of the system. He is not concerned to manage the situation as such, but he is concerned with the homeostasis of the whole system, and also with recognizing within the control box what appears to him to be a satisfactory state of affairs. So the acceptable states of the control are also gathered together into a small circular blob. It is clear that the influences on the situation, here again represented. 292. Through a single input channel, help to identify the present state of the system, and also that it is precisely information about the present state of the system which passes out through the output channel towards control. So the dotted lines in Figure 30 close the entire loop for a particular moment in time. At this moment, the situation is in state A and the control is in state B. Now it will be seen that, from the point of view of the situation manager, the state of his system is satisfactory. Any information sent to the control will indicate this. As far as the control is concerned, however, the state of affairs is not satisfactory. Control wishes to define a trajectory that will guide point B into the subset of acceptable states. Its decision about this is transmitted as an input to the situation, and is indeed an instruction intended to modify the state of affairs, without driving point A into the region of unacceptable states. If the analytical way of looking at things proves successful when this happens, all will be well. Point A will be changed, but will remain in the region of desirable states. The new information about the situation transmitted to control will enable point B to follow the planned trajectory into its own region of desirable states. Homeostasis has been achieved. But because the system is relatively isolated, an environmental disturbance not shown in Figure 30 will eventually jog either point A or point B into an unacceptable state, whereupon the homeostat must operate again. But the more interesting condition is the one in which the analytical treatment of proliferating variety fails to work successfully. The trajectory planned for point B by control gives rise to a message which in fact drives point A into an unacceptable state. The message transmitted from situation to control is now one that asks for help. Point B may be able to follow its planned trajectory at this moment, or it may not, because of the new information arriving from the situation. In either case, control will certainly know that some new message must be passed to the situation. However, given sufficient time, it is evident that the system will eventually reach stability. For each subsystem vetoes any state adopted by the other subsystem which does not favor itself. This then is the self-vetoing homeostat. It has a plan for stability, even in the absence of adequate analytical knowledge, for in the last resort the proposals made by each subsystem to the other can be random trial-and-error mutations. It also has a plan for ultrastability. Imagine that some stream of disturbances which no one has hitherto contemplated impinges on the situation from outside. Variety then proliferates within. 293. The situation, and it is a species of variety that no one understands. Even so, because control has requisite variety, it has the capacity to go on vetoing every B that is unacceptable, and therefore to force A to continue changing state until B is itself acceptable. Requisite variety absorbs proliferating variety like a sponge. The only difficulty about all this is that the length of time taken to reach homeostatic equilibrium may be far too long. In general, if the average time taken for the control mechanism to operate is longer than the average gap between environmental disturbances, then the system will oscillate interminably. This problem will be discussed in Chapter 14. Meanwhile, the question for us here is the following. Given that variety proliferates naturally in the situation subsystem, how is requisite variety expected to proliferate in the control subsystem? After all, the control subsystem is artificial, and we are simply not accustomed to the idea of a machine or an office which is meant to be a variety proliferator. The answer to this problem lies in the notion of the black box. The term black box has been used in a great many contexts in recent years. The meaning of the term in cybernetics is that of a box to which inputs are observed to lead and from which outputs are observed to emerge. Nothing at all is known about the way in which the inputs and the outputs are connected inside the box, which is why it is called black. The reason why we contemplate a box having such odd properties, is that the more familiar box in which something is known about the internal connectivity has its variety constrained. The variety of a transparent box may be measured by enumerating the switches inside, and calculating the number of possible states which the box can take up. Even if an arrangement having fairly high variety were chosen, the potential variety of all the other arrangements which could have been built in is suppressed. But a black box is assumed to be able to take on any internal arrangement of input-output connectivity at all, it can therefore proliferate maximal variety. The next question is how this is to be measured. Figure 31. Figure 31 shows a black box with two inputs and one output. As usual, the simplest version of the mechanism will be considered. That is to say, each of the transmission lines may take on one of two alternative states, 0 or 1. Given that the box is black, and that any mode of connectivity may exist within, let us measure the variety of the system. The input variety is 22 equals 4. This may be checked by enumerating. 294. The number of distinguishable input states as follows: 0, 0, 0, 1, 10, 11. If there were 3 inputs, the answer would be 23 equals 8, and in general the input variety is 2n. But the box has an output line as well, which may take up a 0 or I response to any input pattern. People often think that the variety of the whole box is therefore twice the input variety. This is incorrect, and the point is of such importance that the correct answer is argued here in detail. Consider a specific black box, of the figure 31 type, which responds to the setting 0, 0 for its inputs with the output 0. This fact by no means determines the behavior of the box. For instance, when the input pattern is changed to 0, 1, the output changes to 1. This says a little more about this specific box. Consider a second specific box which also responds to the 0, 0 input setting with a 0 output. When the input pattern of this box is changed to 0, 1, the output remains at 0. The second box is different from the first because its response pattern is different. Since variety is a measure of the number of distinguishable things, the variety of a figure 31 box can be determined only by considering the set of permutations of input against output. This set of permutations defines a machine. Here is an exhaustive account of a specific black box which defines the kind of machine that it is. Figure 32. The drawing on the left shows the response it actually gives to each possible input pattern. The schema on the right shows a convention for writing the drawing down in simpler form. The question now is, how many distinguishable machines are specified by the black box in 295. Figure 31. A tableau, using the new convention, is provided in Figure 33, which gives the complete answer. The variety is 16. This is because each distinguishable machine specifies each of the 4 responses that it makes to each of the Figure 33. 4 possible input patterns. The response in each case can take one of 2 forms, the outputs 0 or 1. So the variety of the machines is the output variety raised to the power of the input variety, that is, 24 equals 16. But there are 4 responses simply because the input variety is 22 equals 4. The breakdown, then, is really equals 16. The first 2 is the output variety, which is raised to the power of 2, which is the input variety on one line, which is itself raised to the power of 2, which is the number of input lines. In general, a box with n inputs has an input variety of 2n. So the machine in general has a variety of where n is the number of inputs. This measure is the characteristic variety generator of a black box. It is a very potent function of n, as will now be shown. Let us arbitrarily choose to consider a black box with 1 output and 8 inputs, as shown in Figure 34. This box is capable of generating a variety of. Since 2x equals 256, the variety is 2256. The calculation of this number by hand is tedious, suffice it to say that the answer has 78 figures in it. Just how large a number this is may be appreciated by contemplating its closeness to another number. This is the so-called cosmical number, which, according to Eddington, is the total number of protons and electrons in the entire universe. The black box in Figure 34, therefore, generates sufficient variety to name almost every fundamental particle in the universe with a different name. Figure 34. The point is that, although it is necessary to acknowledge the way variety proliferates in a real-life situation, it is not necessary to be overawed by the task of trying to supply requisite variety for its control. But to understand how to make proper use of this device, it is first vital to understand the need to reverse our orthodox mental approach to complexity. The plain man, and especially the classical scientist, copes with complexity by suppressing the proliferation of variety, by killing off variety until almost none is left. Then he declares that he has discovered a fundamental relation between 2 things. After this he will work outwards again, trying to take account of a few more factors in the situation which appear to influence it most profoundly. But by this technique, and however far we go in specifying a complicated interaction within a transparent box, we shall never begin to approach the capability to generate variety of a box that is altogether black and therefore totally unconstrained. This immense variety is the raw material of a control mechanism competent to handle real-life situations. We have to learn how to fabricate systems from this raw material without denaturing it. When talking about natural situations, we have said that variety proliferates. This conveys the idea that the system just naturally breeds variety. When talking about the control element in the homeostat governing an artificial system, however, we have spoken of the need to generate variety. This is intended to convey the idea that deliberate black box engineering can be undertaken in the design of managerial 297 systems. This chapter closes with a simple 2-dimensional model intended to illustrate the nature of a variety generator. This is a device, not necessarily a machine made of ironmongery, as will be seen, which is not only capable of proliferating variety, but is deliberately organized to generate it for a purpose. And the precise purpose is not known in advance, although of course the kind of purpose is known. Consider the situation in which you wish to meet a friend at a beauty spot for a picnic. Each of you has heard of this place, but neither knows exactly where it is. You consult about the matter on the telephone, each armed with a similar map. You find the place on the map, and you wish to indicate to your friend over the telephone where to find it on his map. This is a high variety two-dimensional situation. The first question is, how great is the variety? The map is about a yard square and is covered with a quarter-inch grid. Obviously, the primary scientific problem of placing a suitable scale on a continuum has been solved. Once the right square has been isolated, your friend will be able to identify the place within it. So it is correct to consider the variety of the grid as a suitable measure of the variety of the situation. The number of distinguishable squares, then, is upwards of 20,000. To reach an answer, it is necessary to match the situation with a control mechanism of requisite variety. The most obvious way of supplying this is to identify each square with a number. Consequently, you suggest to your friend that each of you should sequentially number all the squares in turn. It seems possible that this will take about 17 hours, working very hard. At the end of this time, however, success is at hand. You can say to your friend, the place where we are to meet is in square 13,472. The law of requisite variety has triumphed. But none of us would do this. Instead, we draw attention to the grid numbers which quantify the two coordinates of the map. You will say to your friend, we meet inside the square selected by the coordinates 48/79. The variety of this more effective control device is 2 times 144 equals 288, the total number of distinguishable elements along the two coordinates. But considered as an unconstrained system, it can generate a variety of 1442 equals 20,736. So, for the expense of recording and handling a variety equal to twice the square root of the requisite variety, the law has been met. Moreover, in a system such as a real-life situation that has 100 dimensions, requisite variety will be obtained for the price of handling the 100th root of the proliferated variety of the system. This all looks very simple because the example chosen is familiar. But, if we consider a phase space in which we have preconceived notions about the relationships between variables, it is all too easy to specify a 298 control system which constrains the variety of the black box to such a degree that requisite variety is no longer obtainable. Think of any recording system with which you are familiar. Is this not arranged according to a classification which reduces variety by a vast factor? To illustrate, we divide some people into Scotsmen and Englishmen. We divide the Scotsmen into those wearing kilts and those not wearing kilts. We divide the Englishmen into those wearing bowler hats and those not wearing bowler hats. The next thing that happens is that we meet an Englishman, wearing a kilt and a trilby. The classification cannot cope. Our man becomes miscellaneous. Before we know what has happened, 95% of our records are in the miscellaneous file. The arrangements lack requisite variety. These ostensibly irrelevant and irreverent examples will repay careful thought. In the next chapter, the application of these cybernetic principles to certain industrial problems will be considered. Free use will be made of the notions of homeostasis, requisite variety, channel capacity, black boxes, variety generators, and all the cybernetic trappings of the relatively isolated system. 299. 13. Controlling operations. In reality, action is entirely the outcome of all the modes of nature's attributes. Moreover, only he whose intellect is deluded by egotism is so ignorant that he presumes I am doing this. The Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. 1. Implicit control. Here is the oldest cybernetic quotation of them all. Some effort has been made in the selection of remarks made by various Western authors to show that our understanding of system has been slow to emerge, although our understanding of some other scientific subtleties has been acute. Eastern philosophy has, notoriously, followed a very different course. In this quotation from ancient Hindu scripture is revealed an insight into the nature of system, secondly into the proliferation of variety, and thirdly into the generation of spontaneous control activity. The first clause, translated directly into cybernetic jargon instead of English, might read, output is a self-regulating black box function of input variety. but the sting is in the second clause. It speaks of the self-determination of the system from its own nature, of the implicit control which cybernetics purports to discover in nature 5,000 years too late to count as original. The intention now is to make a rather detailed study of the problem of management control at the down-to-earth level of industrial operations. 300. What follows immediately is in part a recapitulation, but it is important to transplant the ideas developed in the last two chapters into the working environment. The scene of the analysis must be set. Control mechanisms are designed to make situations behave according to certain desired performance criteria. Control engineering in the context of an automatic production line, for example, designs control mechanisms for artificial situations, for the situation is itself created by the engineer and is his creature. A situation in the sense so far meant, one that is simply a chunk of real life, will be distinguished in future from such an artificial situation by calling it a world situation. For instance, an area of a factory, a battlefield, a zone of a market, and the traffic in a city, are all world situations. In industry, a world situation is usually some thriving, complex, uncertain, interacting collection of men and machines, materials, and money. One may stumble across it as a going concern. What are the performance criteria by which world situations are judged and for which their control systems exist? The point was made long ago that these criteria are not very clear. A company seeks to make a profit, but not ruthlessly, to its long-term disadvantage. It seeks to offer a service to the community, but not without regard to the interest of its shareholders. And so on, almost indefinitely, runs the list. For every desideratum there is a counter-desideratum that is incompatible with the first, and perhaps even contradictory to it. In a traffic situation, for example, one object is to minimize the maximum time through the system, and another is to see that no one gets killed. These criteria are fundamentally incompatible, as are the main criteria in a maintenance situation. In the limit, an aircraft operator can reach maximum safety by maintaining his aircraft on the ground all the time, or he can achieve maximum sales of seats by doing no maintenance whatsoever. In either case his system will soon be dead. Viable systems have to do better than this, they have to survive. And so usually no particular object, however desirable, can be pursued to its maximum or minimum value, any more than it can in the personal life of a man. Now the general theory of self-regulation in control engineering demands that performance criteria be explicit and consistent, and that the quantities to be controlled should tend to limiting values. Similarly, orthodox control procedures for world situations try to accept these principles. Thus aspects of organization within world situations which are recognizably contributing to control are frequently called by names like rules and regulations, the book, the Bible, or just the system. These names, which are often used pejoratively, seem to imply that world situations are really controlled by such mechanisms as divine right, Mosaic law, or a systematic appeal to precedent. But what, on cybernetic analysis, appears really to control such situations is a facility for implicit control. According to this insight, world situations themselves, as contradistinguished from the people and things of which they are comprised, behave organically. Like living organisms, their parts interact so that local objectives are thwarted by incompatible objectives elsewhere. The formal device, explained in the last chapter, to account for this facility is the self-vetoing homeostat. Also, like living systems, world situations have the power to learn from their own experience, to recognize patterns in their own circumstances, and thence to prepare directively for their own future behavior. That they do this unself-consciously does not alter the behavioral facts. We do not have the right words to talk about such behavior, because the language we use about living things is teleological, and it is the only language available. In fact, it makes as much sense to say that a world situation has what looks like an evolving purposive pattern as to say this about the slime mold dictyostelium. Neither, as far as we know, has any conative faculty, no volition, yet both look as if they have to the observer. Both, in short, adapt to their environments. Something has already been said about the formal mechanisms involved in this process too. Recall the importance of the variety-reducing synetic variable and the concept of ultrastability. It must have been noted that none of this is achieved by the application of any unique and unequivocal performance criterion for the system at large. Self-regulation is here more subtle and more profound. It affects not the parameters of the whole system, but those of interacting subsystems and through them the organizational structure of the system at large. The cybernetic commentary on world situations is that controls for them cannot be designed in the sense in which most people would understand that term, because there is nowhere near sufficient understanding about the detailed structure of the organism itself, nor of the environment to which it has to adapt, nor of the interaction between these two. But this is not to say that controls for viable systems cannot be designed at all. Certainly, we can design those error-regulating negative feedbacks that directly reduce the powers allowed to a wandering variable, and indirectly force it back to its acknowledged best level. But it has also been shown that feedback must operate on the entire structure of whatever proliferates variety, on its organization, on the built-in subsystems that produce aberrant behavior. It is this deeper level. 302. Control that can be designed, a meta-control mechanism capable of amplifying such control power as is built into it by its designer to cope with the unexpected. This is what is meant by implicit control. Arrangements are not made to record every possible state of the system and every best answer to every state. Arrangements are instead made to ensure that the system will be able to find, or to learn to find, the answers to problems it is set. In the case of the man with the map mentioned in the last chapter, he did not know in advance which square he would be required to select, nor had that square been given a name in advance. Nonetheless, the system was organized so that he could find it. No one is born with the facility to solve Diophantine equations, but people are born with the facility to acquire the facility to solve them. The organic archetype of a system with implicit control is the embryo. In industry, the world situation is controlled by such methods as production planning, cost accounting, sales forecasting and budgeting. The basic problem that confronts any would-be controller of the world situation by these methods is to delineate the boundaries of the situation with which he hopes to deal. We have already provided an analysis of the nature of relatively isolated systems and we know the difficulties. Any viable system, whether it be a plant, an animal, or the company itself, must interact richly and continuously with its environment. Otherwise it loses its bearings, loses its facility to adapt and, in brief, goes mad. Thus, even if a particular situation appears to have very definite boundaries, it can be most dangerous to seal off the area and consider it in vacuo. Whether doing this matters or not depends, not on the system as such, but on who the observer is and what he is trying to do. It is a matter of relativity. A man is encased in an envelope of skin, he appears to begin and end at well-defined points. But this account of a man might be worthless to an atomic physicist, who would see the fundamental particles of matter entering and leaving the envelope continuously. It would be worthless too to the psychologist, worthless to the chemist, to the economist or to the biologist, each of whom understands a man in a particular context alone. Above all, the envelope account is worthless to the man himself. For if a man is experimentally deprived of all sensory input, so that he can neither see, hear, smell, touch, taste, nor sense his muscles and joints, he begins to hallucinate in a very short time and after a little longer ceases to be, in a verifiable sense, the man that he was before. 303. The cybernetician seeking to account for the behavior of a company and its controls does well to redefine the boundaries of world situations, and ought not to accept uncritically the conventional boundaries he finds. The operational research man decided this quite firmly in the first half of this book, but by now he has been offered a cybernetic model of the underlying reasons why his experience leads him to this conclusion. The point to remember is that even when the people running the company realize that the divisions they have created are artificial, they do not regard them as particularly dangerous. Whether the division should be accounted dangerous or not depends on who wants to know. Even when the boundaries have been drawn, it will be necessary to remember that they are quite arbitrary, and care must be taken to check that conclusions reached within the area selected will not be completely invalidated if the boundaries of the area are somewhat changed. For all anyone knows, nature may have a different idea of where these boundaries lie. Figure 35. Figure 35 is a picture of a world situation, showing its arbitrary and untidy boundaries. Inside it there is a large selection of events, machines operating, standing idle, breaking down, men working, resting, waiting, men being happy and miserable and absent from their work, power being consumed, dials going round, instructions being given, pieces of material, products, spares and defectives moving and being moved, money being committed and being saved, successes and failure, opportunities being seized and lost, satisfactions being offered and withheld for men, managers, shareholders and customers alike. Each event is related to many of the other events, and the whole pattern changes continuously as time goes by. So the state of the world's situation cannot be discussed timelessly, its states are associated with particular times. Hence this state is called W1 and it is associated with time T1. Within this picture there is no homogeneity. Some hint of this is given by the drifts of events as depicted, but remember that this is a two-dimensional picture of an n-dimensional situation. In reality, these drifts are sets of highly complex interactions. Now comes the problem of choosing the sorts of event in which to be interested, for it seems clear that an infinite number can be discerned depending upon who the observer is and what his interests are. There is no objective, no absolute truth to be stated here. Take the matter of a stock of inter-process material. The accountant sees the events making up 304. The story of the stock, its additions and subtractions and the kind of stock that it is, as a process of continuous investment of capital against a fluctuating risk. The foreman who runs the next process may be completely unaware of the existence of these financial events, he is interested in production events. And so on. Now although the manager of the world's situation has so to conduct himself that the entire system with its proliferating variety behaves itself properly, he will certainly be interested in particular events. In particular he will wish to discriminate some one event from the great confusion of events, and to make predictive judgments about it. In management accounting, for example, a costing system of some kind will be required to supply information. Modern costing systems recognize the inadequacy of a historical basis, and they seek to account to a predetermined standard which is prospective rather than retrospective. Thus the manager should be able to make use of his management accounting facility to discuss expectations about the future, the effects of doing one thing rather than another, the profitability of accepting certain orders, and so forth. Similarly, if work study is used to analyze the work content of whatever tasks are undertaken in the world's situation, standards of another kind will be set which also have a prospective character. The manager will be able to make use of this tool also in evaluating expectations. The same point applies to the complex of activities which embrace order control, production planning, production scheduling, production programming, machine loading, and the arrangements for dispatch against delivery promises. In sponsoring all these activities, the manager is asking that those to whom every kind of control function is delegated should be able to discriminate some one event from the general confusion of events, and to make predictive judgments about it. For this reason, it will be convenient to nominate 6 sample events, which it will be assumed are of special interest, within the world's situation. These are ringed in figure 35, and in subsequent figures they appear as standing for any sample of 6 events chosen from the proliferating variety. In the course of examining the creation of a managerial control system, we shall study these 6 events to see whether they can be projected into the future with predictive value. The plan is to discuss how management controls are normally contrived, and to develop a critique of orthodox practice in the light of cybernetic theory. This will be done in the next section. After this, we shall look in detail at the novel kind of control structure which cybernetics itself has successfully put forward. There is just one word of warning. 305. Although we shall continue throughout this chapter to treat of concrete industrial cases, some little effort of imagination will yet be required of the reader. If he will cast his mind back over the arguments of this book, he will recall many objections to the compartmentalization of management functions. Therefore he should not expect to find that the explanations which follow deal either with a costing system, or a production control system, or a sales control system, or any other departmental activity. The topic to be discussed is the control of a world situation, for which a manager is uniquely responsible. Just how many control systems does this manager want? How many different standards can he accommodate in evaluating his expectations from how many different advisors? These matters, it is submitted, are getting out of hand in modern businesses. The control function becomes subdivided geographically, functionally, and professionally, a selection of empires is sustained, the whole arrangement is both confusing and costly. This attack on orthodoxy has to be made, or else the provision of a cybernetic control notion is certain to be regarded as adding yet another speciality control, yet another empire, yet another set of standards, yet another expense. But the real purpose is totally different from this. It acknowledges the control function as an indivisible whole and seeks to devise arrangements for exercising it. If costs are required, and machine hour rates, delivery promises, quality controls, and so on, then they should be aspects of a general technique of control. It is with this general technique that we are concerned, but that fact will not be used to avoid the practical implications for any one specialized function. Figure 36. 2. A cybernetic critique of orthodox practice. The world situation just defined appears again in Figure 36. The time is T1 and the state of the world situation is W1. Its outline can be recognized, and the 6 sample events already mentioned alone are marked. The first act of the would-be controller of a high-variety system is to find means to reduce the variety in a way which would make it possible to deal with the situation at all. He has no choice in this, by definition. And so in this system the designer makes a model M1 of the world situation. In the 306. Orthodox practice now under discussion, it is the accountant or the work-study man or the O&M officer who does this. The first move is to divide the area into what appear to be convenient subdivisions. In industry, this is commonly done by demarcating product groups, machine groups, delivery zones or something of this sort. Something must now be written down and recorded for the use of everyone concerned. M1 is a conceptual model and looks very like the world situation it is meant to describe. The subdivisions introduced are themselves complicated and hard to specify. They reflect the comprehension of real-life complexity by the experienced man who is doing the work. However, insofar as he must now begin to write, or to create a filing system, or to design a punched card record, he is compelled to introduce simplification. To trace the boundaries of the situation and its subdivisions in a truly organic way, that is by studying the living and interacting behavior of the system, will involve a treatment of a large proportion of the whole system's variety. The description would be intolerably voluminous and it would take an immensely long time to complete. Thus the model that is committed to paper has to be a simplified version of the conceptual model so far in mind, and this new model is designated M2. It will be noticed that the detail of the boundary lines has had to be sacrificed. They have all been straightened out. This exemplifies the process whereby one says, all steels of this analysis will undergo heat treatment, or all orders placed by this firm have top priority, or everything put through this process must undergo 100% inspection without being able to put in all the detailed exceptions that everyone knows exist. Still less is it possible to include all the exceptions that will undoubtedly arise in the future, when experience will be gained of matters belonging to these classifications which have never before been encountered. So the process of constructing the working model M2 is a variety-killing exercise. It has to be. Moreover, It takes time to complete. In practice, it can easily take as long as 3 years to invent a recording system, make a reasonable categorization and classification and arrange for the collection of data to begin. However long it takes, it is not an instantaneous process, therefore the model M2 is not ready until time t2. The line on the diagram bearing dots is intended to indicate that variety is lost in this transformation, information has had to be sacrificed. During this lapse of time, the world's situation has been unfolding, without any particular increase or decrease in variety. It will be noted that in the lapse of time t1 to t2 the 307 world situation has changed somewhat. This is inevitable. So M2 is not a model of W2, as we would like it to be, but a model of W1, that is, it is already out of date. In the example given in the diagram, this does not seem to matter very much. Each of the 6 sample points is to be found in one of the 6 zones demarcated, roughly in its original position. So the man who has been doing the work has done it satisfactorily. It has to be noted at this point, however, that in real life the exercise that has just been described is not done satisfactorily, mainly for the reason that it takes too long. A case is recalled where 3 accountants spent 3 years in reaching the stage M2 for 1/3 of the events in the world's situation. The manager, who was a nice man, was at a loss as to how he should tell them that he was about to reorganize the entire third of the works which they had studied. In another actual case, the very possibility of writing down an M2 control system, which was required for purposes of standard costing, had appeared so remote that no one had ever tried to do it. Consequently, while the top management believed that the figures placed before them were standard costs computed in the ways laid down, they were in fact fabricated by the old-fashioned method of adding a uniform on-cost to the labor costs involved. The memory of that extraordinary on-cost figure is imperishable, 1029%. As a third example, there was the case of a schedule of piecework prices for a single machine, in which the tabulation covered more than 70 foolscap sheets. It is obvious that all 3 examples were grossly impractical attempts to handle high variety. The point is that they do occur. Moreover, we can isolate the precise difficulty. These people were all trying to cope with complexity by exhausting the real-life proliferation of variety in the model M2. It is to be hoped that anyone who thought the example of the map reader to be fatuous will now quietly apologize. In fact, it would be safe to accept a challenge that a misguided attempt to cope with proliferating variety by exhaustive enumeration could be unearthed in any actual managerial situation. The analysis must now continue. A long interval in time is assumed to intervene before the vital moment arrives when predictive control is expected to operate. That is to say, we will look at the system a year or 2 after it has been put in. Forecasts about the 6 particular events are required for time t, and the system is preparing to make them. So the time now is tn1. It must be borne in mind that the control system that now has to generate these forecasts still has the basic structure of the system defined by M2. What has happened in the meantime, is that 308. M2 has been filled out with all the extra data that have accrued since time t2. But in practice the variety of M2 is still less than its designers intended, because when one creates a recording system, one visualizes it as eventually filled with data. However, it never does fill with data, whole categories remain uncharted. Thus when the control office, mark C in figure 37, draws on M2 for information, the model that emerges is of still lower variety. Figure 37. What is happening is this. The control office receives the full variety available in M2. The function of the control office at this moment is to operate on this model and to predict something about the 6 sample events selected for this exercise. When it comes to examine the data which are supposed to have filled out M2, it finds that the M2 variety potentially present, which would contain all the quantitative information needed to describe the events, is largely missing. What it actually can describe is no more than it can glean from the experience it has accumulated since it began life, which is only a fraction of the potential variety of model M2. Furthermore, the process presupposes that whatever information has been available to the control office in the past can be retrieved. In real life, retrieval is not a very efficient process. For these two reasons, the predictive model M3 produced by the control office to include forecasts about the 6 sample points has very low variety compared with its ancestors as models, and still less compared with the WI world situation from which the whole process began. However, we must do the best we can. In order to make use of the information available, it must be amplified to have at least the appearance of matching the variety of the world situation itself. Otherwise there will be no possibility of mapping a predictive model onto the world situation at all. Now, as has been remarked before, the amplification process in communication theory is well understood. Suffice it to say, that to amplify a signal is also to amplify the noise surrounding it. In the absence of any new information to interject into the system at this time, the final predictive model M4, although amplified, contains exactly as much variety as M3. So although the transformation from M3 to M4 in figure 37 shows a double line indicating an amplification, the notion that variety has been increased is not genuine. It is in fact impossible to retrieve the information thrown away during the process M1 registered, M2 registered, C registered, M3 registered, M4. It follows that in using the sample events shown in M4 as predictors of the world situation, there is no hope of attaining to requisite variety. Figure 38. In figure 38 can be seen what happens when the attempt is made to map the model onto the real-life world situation. What this means in practice is that work tickets go out onto the shop floor bearing alleged production rates, or that the standard cost for some process has to be compared with the cost actually incurred on this particular shift, on this machine, for this particular product, or that the customer takes delivery now and compares this fact with the promise made to him. Time Tn has arrived and the chips are down. What has happened? The boundaries of the world situation, which is now W4, have changed. The arbitrary subdivisions originally made have wandered off their courses. This means to say that people have slightly changed their responsibilities, the technical rules of the game have altered somewhat, the contracts made with the customer are not quite the same as they were before, some people are working harder and others less hard than before, and so on. The position of the sample events has consequently been altered by the distortion of the whole reference frame. In fact, in the diagram, all but one of the sample events have been predicted in the wrong subdivision, and 2 of them are now outside the world situation altogether. All this is only too likely to happen in real life. Now of course this misforecasting will not be allowed to go on indefinitely. The whole technique of orthodox control has not yet been 310 uncovered. If this were indeed all there was to it, the control arrangements would rapidly deteriorate and the entire function would become meaningless. But before going on to see how good control systems accommodate the difficulty, it is only fair to remark that the description as so far given can be verified. Anyone having industrial experience will have met control arrangements in every speciality which have indeed broken down at this point and never been put right. In every large company there is an expensive planning board tucked away behind the filing cabinets. We can uncover examples of elaborate costing systems which happily perpetuate themselves at great expense while the managers they are supposed to serve make rule-of-thumb judgments about the expected costs of a job, because everyone knows that these are more realistic than those produced from a cost office which has broken all ties with the real world. On the shop floor, one can always find an example of a machine loading arrangement which controls the flow and allocation of material around the shop. What it actually does is to make desperate attempts to keep the job cards posted as they are returned to provide something like an accurate reflection of what is going on. To the objective cybernetician, then, the shop floor is a control system generating variety for the purpose of controlling the planning office, and not vice versa. The reasons for these unhappy examples have been formally uncovered. They are, lack of requisite variety, disobedience of the theorems of communication about channel capacity and so on, and above all, a static, inadequate, unadaptive model of what the world's situation used to be like several years ago. But fortunately these examples, which justify the analysis to this point, are not found universally. There is a characteristic way in which control procedures keep themselves viable and rectify their mistakes. This is indicated in Figure 39, which completes the diagram that has been evolved. It will be seen that the mapping of the predictive model M4 onto the real-world situation W4 is now marked AHC, which stands for ad hoc control. For the action the control system can now take is to compare each real event with each of its predictors, and to feed back the discrepancy for future reference. Thus there are 6 feedback paths marked by dotted lines on Figure 39, one for each of the events under discussion, and these pass back information to the control office. This is now enabled to modify its records in M2 and to improve the predictive quality of the next real-world situation as indicated by the amplifying forecast marked at the bottom of the diagram. In short, the control subsystem is struggling to acquire requisite variety, and has constructed willy-nilly a variety generator. Consider how it works. 311. The control office takes the original low variety available at C from M2 and augments it by the feedback from AHC. If C is well designed in the O and M sense, so that the feedback information is well codified and readily accessible, then future forecasts will indeed have much higher variety than the original model at M2. This amplification, in terms of information theory, offers a valid increase in M2 variety. Now of course the process as described for a particular time is in reality a continuing one, that is, these things happen at every time Tn. So the control system does acquire a certain adaptability, it learns to become a better predictor. Figure 39. Given that the proportion of completely new events is quite low, and given that C really can organize the feedback information, there is no reason why everything should not run fairly smoothly. It usually does. Although everything is now working fairly well, which happens because the system is operating the laws of cybernetics in an unconscious fashion, the major weakness of this orthodox approach has now been revealed. For there is no doubt that the intentions of the constructors of this control arrangement were to keep it simple. Indeed, they are most likely to have received a very definite briefing on this point from the management. Nothing elaborate was required, nothing costly, we want something so simple that it cannot go wrong. The whole trouble is that these arrangements are typically so simple that they cannot go right. In the description just given, the management has got what it asked for, a very simple arrangement indeed. 312. Simplicity being directly measurable by the amount of variety unaccounted for in Model M3. But in the course of time, and because of the vital necessity for creating a spate of continuous and detailed feedback, the management policy has had to be abandoned. Everyone is rather unhappy about this and does not know quite how it happened. They do realize that unless this control organization had been allowed to grow, the control arrangements would have lapsed as being irrelevant. But think of the following consequences, which are by no means uncommon. The control office, C, has grown to large, even outlandish, proportions. There may now be large numbers, perhaps hundreds, of clerks in the planning office. The cost department acquires so much information that it has had to formulate rules for throwing it away after a certain lapse of time. The information that is kept in the various offices has had to be handled on punched card equipment for some time, and an expensive installation has been made. New offices have been built to house all the filing cabinets and other equipment, not to mention the staff. Indeed, specialists are by now investigating the need for large-scale electronic data processing equipment as a means of handling the high variety now apparent. The reason for this is, as before, that the system is trying exhaustively to enumerate the proliferating variety of the world's situation, which it must do since it has allowed the necessary feedback to be supplied point by point. But nobody notices that this is a fault in the state of affairs, because it is too familiar. Besides, the energies of all concerned are totally absorbed in the enthralling business of arguing the merits of alternative computers. The picture is fairly gloomy and not much exaggerated in this sketch. Typically, the absurdities inherent in the situation are obscured by the appearance of modernity and technical competence which all this activity betokens. Turning from offices to production departments themselves, a very similar situation results as the emphasis switches from machinery that makes goods to machinery that controls plant automation. In earlier times, the combination of a low-variety model in the charge hand's little black book amplified by the high-variety brain of the charge hand himself, used to produce quite good results, but all this was long ago replaced by the simple system. This was probably so rapidly overwhelmed by its own feedback that sophisticated work-study techniques may have been invoked as a means of bringing back a great deal of the variety thrown away. What more natural today than that plans be entrained to spend £250,000 on a digital computer to handle all this variety? The system for controlling spare parts in the engineers depart. 313. Meant, the system for buying stationery, the system for controlling purchases and the system for organizing dispatches have all very likely followed the same path, by precisely the same mechanism. It would seem that it is the same mechanism, although evolving far more slowly, which underlies the techniques of control used by senior management for evaluating capital development schemes for the company and indeed policies of every kind. The lesson is simply this: world variety is controlled by equivalent control variety, and cannot be competently controlled by less. We mislead ourselves into thinking that we can outwit the natural law of requisite variety, just as many imagine that they can beat other natural laws on the racetrack or at the casino. People who believe in the natural laws that affect things will not believe in the natural laws that affect the way things interact, and surely the difficulty derives from the historically meager comprehension of system in Western thought. Even when people come to accept that the laws exist, they will not face up to their consequences. To this day, learned institutes continue to receive solutions to Fermat's last theorem, to the problem of squaring the circle, to the challenge of the perpetual motion machine. And society, whether social, industrial or economic, still reckons it can solve the problem of providing cheap, low-variety control of expensive, high-variety systems. Figure 40. 3. Creating a cybernetic model. The cybernetic approach to this problem must also begin by constructing a model which greatly reduces the variety of the world's situation because there is no alternative. But it rejects the use of conventional subdivisions as its method of categorization, because these have only a certain verbal convenience to offer. Its task is to accomplish the variety reduction in a way which will allow at least some of the lost variety to be regenerated later on. The first step in this new process is shown in Figure 40. It will be seen that the initial model of W1 is in two parts M1A and M1B. Neither of these components of model M1 attempts to make a classification of experience within which all occurrences can be exhaustively enumerated. M1 is a structural model of the world's situation. 314. Just because a full-scale analytical model of so complex a system eludes the or man, there is no reason to ignore altogether the more evident constraints of the system. In the same way that we should describe the brain in terms of its gross physiology, without claiming to know either its microstructure or biochemistry, so we try to set down the gross physiology of the situation for which the manager is responsible. For example, it is possible to make a list of plant or other capital assets, to make variety measures of the market, to look at the geography of a distribution system, to investigate the capital structure of a business. An attempt is made here to understand the underlying mechanism of the processes concerned, and to produce a rigorous account of their basic relationships. This means finding out the pattern of such connectivity as really does exist, as distinguished from amorphous and problematic connectivity, but not measuring the quantities that impart size to those relationships. For example, the time taken for a piece of material to pass through a machine is a definite and known function of the speed of the machine and the length of the material, which is in turn a definite and known function of its cross-sectional area and weight. This little formula is deterministic, for no power on earth can alter the implicit relationships. But the trimmings that have to be added, provision for the variable gap between successive pieces of material, for instance, feeds and speeds, and so on, will certainly have to be expressed as probabilities. Even so, to provide this structural model of every class of event mathematically is not too onerous a task even when the realities of works practice are taken into account. We know that it is idle to pretend that when material has to be moved from one place to another by a locomotive, for example, the time taken is constant. It will vary over a wide range of times. But the statistical pattern of this distribution is knowable, even though one does not attempt to make lists of the particular transportation times associated with every sort of circumstance. We have already seen how patterns of statistical variability can be modeled by generating functions which, when expanded, produce the probability of a journey's taking any particular time one cares to name. And we know how to link these structural statements about real life in chains called stochastic processes. Fitting little structural models of this kind together gradually creates a large structural model of the world's situation. This is a low variety model, because it includes no actual quantities, but it already has the latent capacity to generate variety, for the letter A in the model may stand for a whole range of values, as does the letter B. The product of 315 in the model stands for the multiplicand of any pair of values selected from the two separate ranges. A probability generating function will produce all the coefficients of a power series. This kind of structural modeling of events and their basic relationships has already been dealt with in Part 2, it is the standard modeling process of operational research. As usual, most of the model M1A can be written down in terms of mathematics or statistics. But other aspects of the structure of the world's situation are more difficult to handle, and call for the more sophisticated language which is specially adaptable to the statement of relationships logic. For example, the events involved stand in complicated relationships to each other, in that alternative process routes may be discovered for the same product depending on the state of the material, the plant, or the order book. These relationships constitute a body of constraints on the behavior of the system, and may be expressed as networks of conditional decision. If this product has a good surface condition, every effort is made to put it on the first machine; if not, it must go forward to the second machine if at all possible. In the first case, if it proves impracticable to use the first machine, it passes to the third machine. In the second case, if using the second machine is impracticable, it is put to stock. The structure of conditional decision networks of this kind can be written down in the language of symbolic logic. To show the neatness of such a set of logical constraints, the statement just made could be written. Demonstrations of this kind of statement were made earlier, and do not need to be repeated here. The above example is quoted as a reminder that the structural model M1 of the world's situation is not to contain numerical data, it therefore reduces the variety very greatly. But even the structural variety may become too great to handle, and the ordinary operational research technique of homomorphic transformation must be used to keep it down. It will be remembered that this technique coalesces several points in the original structural scheme into just one point, thereby reducing variety as such, but arranges for this to be done in such a way that the formal relationships between the points are preserved, thereby maintaining its latent complexity. Using it can ensure, for example, that important rhythms or periodicities in production are reflected in the model, while the need to store all the data disappears. M1 is thus an accurate structural model of the world's situation, although of much diminished variety. The suppressed variety is of 316 forms, numerical data which do not appear at all, including actual measures of probabilities, relationships which differ in quantity, such as those defining blocks of material which are in fact all different, but which can be represented by the same three variables: width, thickness, and length; relationships which differ in topography, such as process routes, but which can be represented by the same decision network; and the homomorphic reduction of certain structural complexities. This last group may be pictured as reducing an account of the relationship in which every note on a piano stands to every other note, by an account of the relationships obtaining for a single octave. To give some idea of the variety reduction achieved by this kind of modeling, an actual case is recalled in which the world's situation of three separate steel melting shops, all their associated equipment such as casting bays, stripping bays, soaking pits, annealing furnaces, tempering furnaces and so on, down to and including the primary rolling mill with its preheaters, and incorporating also an account of the flow of material between them all and the probabilities of material rejection, was written down on one sheet of paper. This model was no use as either predictor or control instrument on its own, it was a model of the class M1A. Next, it is necessary to deal with the problem of quantifying the structural model. To do this, numerical data will be required, actual quantities that are descriptive of the world's situation. This is attempted in the parametric model M1B. Here again, however, a large-scale reduction in variety is necessary, for it would be an absurd and wasteful operation to attempt a complete record of the numerical history of the structural model. Even though the problem of structure has now been uncoupled from the problem of quantity, it would still be possible to make an error of the kind exemplified in the last section. No one can possibly assimilate information contained in records of this type, which have not in fact much predictive value. It is not helpful to retain in one's memory a perfect quantified record of the 39th move of a famous game of chess, on the grounds that should this precise position recur in one's own play one would be able to make the brilliant 40th move which was played by the world champion. It is better to have mastered the principles on which such moves can be constructed, and to generate them in one's own play as required. Still less is it profitable to remember all the moves in one's own games of chess, and to repeat all the mistakes that were made before. In short, a cautious approach is made to the problem of quantification, realizing that it is possible to distill numerical information from volumes of 317 figures, but realizing too that some methods of making the distillation kill variety so finally that it can never be regenerated. A better choice for the kind of data to record in model M1B is performance optima. In the first place, optima can be investigated with considerable objectivity, and without making value judgments about current works practice and current works difficulties. Optimal weights, optimal sizes, optimal tolerances, optimal speeds and feeds, and so on, can be tabulated with precision and neatness if they can once be established. In fact, the practical problem posed is not very difficult to resolve. For example, the optimal weight of a certain class of consignment may be well known to all. Variety is proliferated in real life because there are variations about the optimum. But it is necessary to record only the optimum value itself in model M1B, because the pattern of variation that is appropriate can be selected from the structural model M1A. We shall see how this happens later on. To take another example, if a machine has been designed to run at a certain speed, this may be written into M1B as its optimum speed. The fact that this speed is never quite achieved in practice is of no relevance at this moment, because the pattern of relationships which determine the speeds actually achieved by comparison with the optimum is already written into M1A. To be even more specific, formal analysis of a structural network may well reveal that only 67% of the subassemblies destined for a point Q can possibly reach there by the promised time. This is a quantified statement of a sort, but it yields no numerical data about a particular situation, for it is couched in terms of proportionality. This is the limitation of M1A. Equally, if nothing more realistic is to be recorded in the numerical model M1B than some idealized figure, it is a limitation of this submodel that to say 200 subassemblies ought to arrive at point Q is to say nothing of practical relevance either. And yet, if both these statements can be derived from the model M1, they enable us to say that in reality the number of subassemblies reaching point Q is 134. In other words, although these data in M1B are no use as predictors of actual works performance, this is not the immediate object of the modeling process. What is vital at this stage is to create a numerical model which properly reflects the fundamental quantitative relationships in which classes of events stand to each other. If the situation is well managed, then as time unfolds actual values will tend to move towards optimal values rather than away from them. They are the relationships. 318. That the world's situation, governed by its good manager, is trying to make manifest. Therefore they are recognized in M1b, just as structural relationships unencumbered by numerical ifs and buts were recognized in MA. Now it is clear that the object is to construct a variety generator. As was shown above, statements selected from M1a may be married to statements selected from M1b to produce other statements which are valid comments on what really happens. But it may not yet be clear how this process improves on the orthodox practice of listing experience according to conventional classifications. In that case, it is well to recall the coordinates of the map again. M1a and M1b are coordinates of the world's situation. The variety generator is much more than two-dimensional in practice, because each of the submodels has itself a number of dimensions. But this fact obscures the main point. We can select any subset of numerical information from M1b and apply it to any subset of structural information from M1a. As with the structural model, it will again be found that the record of the numerical model can be contained in a small space. For example, such a model covering a shop with over 100 different machines and 120,000 different machine jobs, was recorded in a loose-leaf book of some 20 pages. This is a tremendous variety reduction, and it is obtainable for the following reason. Theoretically, 10 machines of the same type behave in the same way. Their optimal performance, then, generates one set of responses to the same stimulus. In real life, they do not behave identically. As time passes they may become effectively 10 different machines. Thus actual shop floor measures, such as the figures of average performance, generate 10 different sets of responses to the same stimulus. Furthermore, at optimal performance, a set of different stimuli may produce the same response. At actual average performance, the same machine may be responding differently to the various qualities. By the time the whole range of possible stimuli has been run through the whole range of machines, variety has proliferated seriously. Hence the method of recording numerical data based on optimal performance may lead to a variety of just 1 for 10 qualities on 10 machines. Whereas the method of recording average performance, on the other hand, could lead to a variety of 100. And this last example includes only one sort of stimulus of the many stimuli that the product characteristically offers to the machine. The model M1 is now complete in its two parts, structural and parametric. Let no one be concerned about the lack of realism of this model for predictive purposes on the shop floor. This question has yet to be 319 dealt with in the design of the system, for indeed the aim must be to attain requisite variety. If, in the case just quoted, the real-life variety is 100, whereas the variety recorded in M1b is 1, then variety generators will have to be found to make a 100-fold amplification. But for the moment the concern is to express in the lowest possible variety an account of the fundamental qualitative and quantitative relationships of world situation events. The overriding merit of this model is that, although constructed at time t1, it is valid for the future. For no ordinary fluctuations in practice or efficiency affect either the structural relationships of M1a or the numerical optima of M1b. The first is constructed to encompass all possible kinds of behavior, the second is based not on what currently happens, but on what could ultimately happen. Of course, if new sorts of plant are introduced, or old plant is scrapped, the model must be altered, but given the same sort of plant and the same sort of product, there is no need to change the model so far constructed. The process of using this model to obtain predictions, comparisons, and decisions must now begin, and the first stage is to produce an amplified model M2 through control operation C1. The unreal quality of model M1, in which relations exist that have no quantity, and numbers exist that stand in no relation to each other, is immediately left behind. The concern now is not for a description that could generate all possible modes of the world's situation, in its proliferated variety, but for a model of that situation as it is right now, the time being t. So the task is not really one of finding more variety to cope with the real situation, but one of reducing the potential variety that could be generated from the marriage of M1a and M1b in an appropriate way. Thus this variety amplifier is not simply a magnifying glass to enlarge the image of an oversimplified model to a size that will fit the world's situation as it was in the earlier example. The control operation C1 is the use of a valid generator of variety to some definite end. And, in the case of the example we have been following, this end is the prediction of 6 world events. On this occasion, then, it is not necessary to look up the 6 events in a vast dictionary of alleged standards, only to find that 5 of them are not available or are out of date. By consulting the coordinates of M1A, the position of each event in its structural phase space is isolated. By consulting the coordinates of M1B, the relevant optima are selected. The 2 answers are applied through each other as being the 2 major coordinates of the system. This process produces the model M2, which contains statements about the events going on in W2 and no others. 320. The rest of the modelled variety, together with its capacity to generate much more, is left behind in M1 for future use. It is now time T2, and as shown on the diagram there is little resemblance between the picture now obtained and the world's situation at time T2. The reason is of course that the model so far obtained is still an idealization of real life. The fundamental relationships and the fundamental quantities built into the model are valid as an account of how the works ought to operate, and not of how the works will actually operate at time Tn. Now at this stage there is an actual world situation, and there is a model of it, having requisite variety, which is supposed to be competent to be used as a control. But these 2 systems, which are shown as separate from each other in figure 40, are precisely the components of the self-regulating system discussed in the last chapter as a self-vetoing homeostat. If the homeostat is to operate at all, connectivity must now be introduced between the 2 subsystems. This is done by mapping them onto each other inside a black box. A further injection of cybernetic theory is to be made to the design. Let us review the present position which makes this necessary. Although the design of the mechanism to date has been based on cybernetic considerations, and in particular the need to generate requisite variety from low variety components, the operational research so far done to establish the actual models has used analytical methods. So far, so good. We have always recognized the possibility of producing analytical models of gross physiology and of quantified patterns. But as cybernetic eons, we have also found it necessary to say that an entirely analytical account of this kind, however exhaustively conducted, will not give the complete description of the world's situation that its controller would like to have. This is not to say merely that the task is too great, it is to say that the task is theoretically impossible, and that means must be found for proceeding rather differently from this point. It is worth recapitulating briefly here 3 of the many reasons already produced for this state of affairs, in order of increasing profundity and difficulty. Firstly, it is assumed in an analytical model of the system that it can be subjected to consistent performance criteria. Within such a model, only one criterion can be maximized at once, and it is meaningless to speak of incompatible criteria. But in world situations these limitations cannot be accepted. When the manager indulges in a conversation with the scientist about maximizing profit, he does not mean to say that nothing else matters, nor does he mean that there will never be occasions when the highest profit is deliberately 321 rejected in favor of some other desideratum. But the accounting system, for instance, has to be based on this unique kind of outcome so long as it is analytic. Within the accounting framework itself, alternative A must be preferable to alternative B if it is cheaper. It is left to the manager to override this conclusion for other reasons if he can think of them, and is prepared to accept the responsibility. But in the system developed here, management must be offered facilities to handle all its desiderata simultaneously. Secondly, analytic models lead to closed systems, otherwise they cannot be made internally consistent. But it has been established that what is really necessary is a series of ever larger open systems, each of which is closed by completion from without within the framework of a larger system which is also open, but is closed in its turn. The position now reached, and drawn in figure 40, is precisely such an open system which has to be closed. Thirdly, the analytic model attempts to discuss a control system for the world situation in the language of the world situation. But, if the principle of completion from without is to be used to close a succession of open systems, we know that the language of each higher-order control system must be a language of higher order than that of the world situation. Otherwise, the language will be incomplete, that is to say, it is possible for things to happen of which one cannot adequately speak, and about which one certainly cannot decide. The model at M2 is expressed in the language of the world situation, albeit that use has been made of a good deal of formal science. But this language, like the control loop, is incomplete, and the language used at the closure must be one in which it is possible to assert that the descriptive language of M2 simply will not do. In figure 41, then, homeostatic connections are introduced between M2 and W2. But it is not enough to say, as before, that if these two subsystems are left to interact they will eventually reach a stable situation that is mutually acceptable. For time is pressing, and in any case no machinery by which the one could modify the behavior of the other has been prescribed. What is proposed instead is that a black box should be introduced at this point to monitor the instantaneous interaction of M2 and W2, and to supply its output information to the system. The use of a black box of inherently high variety permits the entrance to the modeling line of unanalyzable high variety components from the behavior of the world situation line. In doing so, it proposes the closure of the meta-system, and offers a new mode of description in a meta-language. In short, this piece of designing fulfills all the requirements 322 that have just been enumerated, and follows the principles that have been learned. It remains to explain exactly what this involves in practical terms. The particular manifestation of the black box depends on the actual situation to be controlled. Basically, the technique is this. By taking a statistically adequate sample of actual events in the situation as they occur, and comparing each with a prediction derived from the variety generator C1 in the model M2, a self-vetoing homeostat is set up between M2 and W2. The interaction is shown in figure 41. Express each figure 41 of these comparisons not as an error of prediction, but as a ratio. Thus if the time taken for a certain machine job in M2 is 27 minutes, and the sample from W2 turns out to be 36 minutes, the black box will produce an output reading of 0.75. This means that the analytic model, M2, has accounted for 3/4 of the influence of the factors that the world situation brings to bear on this event, and that 1/4 is injected by an unknown mechanism inside the black box. Now of course it would be possible in a given case to analyze further this 25% of mystery, and to account for it analytically in its entirety. For with hindsight the facts of the matter may well be uncovered. But what purpose would this serve? In a given case, a manager might wish to know the complete list of components of a machine job time. This is by way of a post-mortem on some job done on his plant, and is a perfectly reasonable undertaking. But the control system itself is interested in producing valid predictions, not in the pathological information provided by a post-mortem. Besides, for other events belonging to the same class as this event, these residual 323 details will be different although their net effect will be the same. We rely on the statistical laws of large numbers. Even if the analytical model could be extended to account for somewhere near 100% of the facts, the efficiency of the recording system for this increasing variety in the model diminishes logarithmically. Moreover, assuming all this were done, the resulting model would still be open to all the theoretical objections advanced earlier. So ML is left alone. The task now is to consider the output of BBI, which may be thought of as a procession of creatures of unknown parentage. We want to produce a behavioral account of their responses to the actual stimuli provided by M2 and W2 at time t. And this is not difficult. For if a large sample of the ratios mentioned earlier is considered, it will be found that the ratios fall into patterns. This is by no means surprising, the world is a place for pattern, a pattern in which nature follows its own simple laws while concealing them from observers under a misleading cloud of mutation and apparently random appearances. Thus the genetic structure of identical twins is identical, but they do not lead the same lives. Similarly, different jobs which share the same structure in M1A, but have different lives in the numerical sense of M1B, may belong to the same race of creatures emerging from the black box, and their behavioral ratios, although not identical, may belong to the same statistical population. It is in any case a matter of fact that if some extensive sample of behavioral ratios of BB1 is taken over a considerable period and analyzed statistically for patterns are found. Events concerned may then be grouped according to their behaviors in this sense, and the black box becomes a measure for each population of the interaction between the analytic model and the world situation. No one can account for the discrepancy of which this is a measure, nor does he need to do so. For this is not a matter of despair, as would be a simple error-correcting feedback, it is an attempt to complete the incomplete language of the analytical model through the real world, a process which itself cannot be undertaken analytically. The method relies on the theoretical principles mentioned earlier, it is essentially a process of completion from without. This system has now revealed the basis it implicitly offers for providing classification rules. The scientist has so far entered the crude structure of the world's situation as discovered by operational research. But proliferating variety in the world's situation causes the system itself to distinguish between different classes of events which the highly simplified analytical model tacitly recognizes as the same. 4. 324. If we treat the output of ratios from the black box as a statistical population, it will turn out to be heterogeneous. By advanced but nonetheless orthodox statistical analysis, it is possible to break up this population into a number of statistically homogeneous groups. By determining which features the members of each group have in common, a classification system for events determines itself. Experience of the application of these methods shows that this classification system is quite unlike any conventional breakdown of the total system which people happen to think of. Is BB1 a meter for measuring discrepancies between the analytical and empirical predictions of an event, or is it a logical strategy for providing the system with a meta-language in which paradoxes can be restated and resolved, or is it a practical device for maintaining touch between the control system and the world situation? It is all these things simultaneously. Why then was BB1 called a species, having races of creatures? The reason is that any particular ratio measured on the meter is but a sample of a whole class of ratios belonging to the same homogeneous population. What defines the unity of this population or race? Nothing more than that each of its members is a relationship between a statement in M2 and a statement in W2. Biologically, the creature typifies an interaction between the world and a neutral control picture of the world, and creatures are classified into races on the basis of that interaction. Sparrows and eagles are quite different in their natures, and one might be an event in London and the other an event in America, but they are both birds, and they both fly. So this production event and that production event are different in their natures, and one occurs in this place and one in that place. But they are both ratio 69ers, because this is how they relate themselves to real life. M2, W2 as 1.0, 0.69. Understanding this is of the first importance, for it reveals a completely new method of categorizing industrial experience. It ignores the attributes which make either events or their control models look alike and look different, and concentrates on ecological factors, those that relate the organism to its environment. Such a classification is supremely valuable, because it works in operational terms. The metaphor of creatures and their races emphasizes this ecological outlook, and it also gives these BB1 ratios substance. This is right, because they are recognizable entities, not just the pure numbers which are their names. That is what makes it possible to take this vital, variety-generating, next step. It does not matter if an event whose characteristics are to be predicted has never happened before, if it can be recognized as belonging to the right race of BB1 creatures. This is quite different from saying, as 1. 325. Normally would, this product is rather like that product, and will therefore take the same time to make. Perhaps it will, but perhaps it will not. Its modest differences may easily be causes of completely different behavior on the shop floor. There lies the key advantage of an ecological classification. Incidentally, the cybernetic theory underlying the design of BB1 makes it impossible to describe what is happening at this point purely in terms of statistics. Some people who have examined the technique in operation have declared with surprise that the whole thing can be described as a form of statistical control. A little later they begin to express doubt as to whether this piece of applied statistics is quite valid. All this confuses what is done with the way it is done. What is done is fundamental cybernetics. Statistical control is used to express and to monitor its operation. The barrier confronting full comprehension at this stage of the argument is of the kind discussed in the methodological part of the book. It is no good judging the system by its external appearance alone, one has to look for the underlying system which makes it work. A Martian statistician confronted with a clock face at noon might observe by 1 p.m. that the big hand had moved 12 times as far as the little hand. But he would be angry with the clock designer who contended that after another revolution of the big hand the little hand would point to the figure 2. That is not a valid statistical prediction, the Martian would say, and of course he would be right. It is necessary to explain to him how the clock works. The underlying cybernetic mechanism here is not deterministic like the gearing of the clock. It does, however, justify the technique at a level of logic which the statistical description does not itself reach. But because what has been said about the black box is conceptually difficult to understand, it does not follow that it is difficult to operate in practice. Actually, it is quite easy. But because its operation is quite easy, it does not follow that the underlying mechanism is trivial, or not worth investigation. The black box BB1 thus re-establishes numerical, metamathematical, logical, statistical, and ecological connection with the world's situation. Its immediate outputs are the pure numbers which express a numerical comparison between the quantity ascribed to a particular event in the analytical model M2, and the actual event when it occurs in W2. But, having understood the nature of the pattern-producing mechanism going on inside the box, it becomes possible to produce its outputs through a filter which duly registers each comparison not as a number 326, but as a designation of membership of its appropriate statistical population which defines an ecological race. Thus the output channel from BB1 is again reduced variety, it carries a non-analytic model of the black box's behavior. We now return to the design of the system as a whole. A considerable step forward in time is now taken, as happened with the last system, and the moment Tn is approached at which it has been assumed reliable predictions of the 6 sample events will be required. First of all, then, the situation just before this will be described, the time is Tn1. The start of the next phase is also pictured in figure 41. Control C2 has as input the output of model M2, from which the variety generated by C1 is maintained, plus the output of BB1 which has just been described. Control C2 proceeds to generate a new model M3, which is done by a further process of variety amplification. The analytic value for each of the 6 sample points becomes associated with, and weighted by, the BB1 measure for the statistical population defining the ecological family to which each event is recognized to belong. It will be noted that once again no attempt is made to associate each model event, as it were personally, with its own ratio of inadequacy in the real world of W3. For this is not the best estimator of future outcomes, there is no special predictive value in the sample of 1, and what happens to occur at time Tn1 for this sort of event could easily be an historical fluke. Predictive value lies in identifying the class of black box output to which events of this sort tend in general to correspond. This is not difficult, since the black box has been allowed to generate its own system of classification. As was said before, the system may have to handle events which have never occurred before, and will not occur at all until the critical time Tn. In practice, this method of control has been found precisely as accurate in its predictions about entirely new events as about familiar ones. How efficient is this first predictive model M3? Now, as was said in Chapter 10, the scientist does not subscribe to a theory of forecasting which bases itself on mere extrapolations from the past. Scientific analysis confirms what common sense comprehends, namely that information cannot be had for nothing, and a predictive model is only as good as the information fed to it. So far, no account of information arising in the world situation has been taken beyond time t2. Thus it is not surprising that the new model M3 fairly well reproduces the world situation of W2. Within this situation the 6 sample points will be predicted with an accuracy that depends only on the statistical error implicit in the pattern-forming operations of BB1. But meanwhile the world 327 situation itself has moved to W3, for the time is now Tn1. Thus a drift has doubtless occurred, which it is now necessary to correct. This is the object of BB2, which is added to the evolving diagram in Figure 42. Figure 42. Once again, no explanation of the drift in the world situation is required. All that is needed is an output from the black box which will bring the control language into line with the world language, and the model estimates of quantity into line with the numbers now characterizing real life. Thus BB2 is effectively a statistical control procedure modifying the operations of BB1. This is shown by the feedback line in Figure 42. This persisting C2, considered as at time Tn1, now has 3 inputs, one from the model M2, one from BB1, and the new feedback from BB2. This feedback is used to modify the output of BB1, and impinges on C2 by that route. Hence in making predictions for model M4, which is the final model required to predict the world situation W4 at time Tn, the control is still using a model with slightly less than the information required to generate a perfectly accurate final model. This time, however, it is taking account of world information up to W3. Thus it is 328. Now only one time interval out of date, regardless of how far away in the past T1 and T2 may have been. The final outcome is shown in Figure 43. The predictive model of the 6 events actually used is M4. This, by a process of modification by the system's variety generators BB1 and BB2, brings the initial model M2 up to date with the world situation W3. Since the prediction has to be made at time Tn1, this is the very best source of information about the world that there is. By time Tn the world situation W4 will not have. Figure 43. Altered radically, and an M4 that takes account of W3 makes a good predictor. The 6 sample events inevitably match closely their realizations in the world situation. Predictive control has been achieved. One further requirement of this theory needs explanation. As was said earlier, there is no need to alter the basic model M1 for as long as the plant and the class of product it produces remain substantially the same. However, these characteristics of the works do ultimately change as time passes. Amendments to M1A will be required to account for substantial alterations to the plant and to M1B, to deal with fundamental changes in practice which alter such numerical parameters of the world situation as the optimal speeds of machines. For these purposes, a final feedback loop is required to M1 which is taken from BB3. This is the black box comparing the world situation with its model at the moment of effective action in the case of this example, at time Tn itself. But this feedback concerns the evolution of the race of black box. 329. Outputs, it does not concern all the individual predictions which are no more than sampled. So this all-embracing feedback is fired by a variety generator, and is therefore highly economical to work. It will be 2 or 3 orders of magnitude less costly than the massive feedback channel of the orthodox system. In fact, BB2 and BB3 are one and the same black box, just as control C1 and C2 are one and the same control. Their functions are distinguished by the fact that the information used at one moment of time to modify the forecasting machinery is used at the next moment of time to confirm or deny the structural information contained in M1. Thus the account of this generalized theory of control is complete. Once it has been designed and installed, there should be no need to take any further action. For the system regenerates itself continuously. It bestows the formal characteristics of learning and adaptation, characteristic of an organism, on the system it controls. It is indeed consciously based on what cybernetics has to say about the formal mechanism responsible for these brain-like aptitudes. So the control system can be expected to grow with the world's situation, and to match it event for event as required. But, like an animal brain, it would be upset by violent interventions which ruptured its communication paths, and, also like an animal brain, it needs nourishment, in this case the energy and attention of those who operate and use it. But it does have one more organic characteristic of high importance when it comes to worrying about the capacity of human beings to tend the system. If they make a mistake, this system is competent to rectify it and will do so automatically. Consider the operation of this facility at the weakest link in the whole chain of operations described here. This is undoubtedly the formulation of the model M1, where the scientist has to take arbitrary decisions about how much structure to enter into the model, and about what data constitute optima. Supposing he judges all this badly, and that in fact this leads C1 to generate a good deal of rubbish at M2. Now the rubbishiness of predictions made at M2 is instantly detected by BB1 because it has requisite variety. And, because its inputs consist of information about the operations of the self-vetoing homeostat W2M2, BB1 has the intelligence to set the matter right. Consult Figure 42 and consider the following very simple example of this capability. Suppose that M1 produces through C1 a prediction in M2 that the duration of an event will be 90 minutes. In fact, this event in W2 takes 100 minutes. Then the output of BB1 will be equals 09. 330. If this same event could be repeated at time Tn1, the prediction through C2 at M3 would also be 90 minutes, obtained from the input from M2, modified by the input from BB1. This would mean that the 90 minutes is multiplied by the reciprocal of 0.9. Thus equals 100, the prediction is now exactly correct. If we take the case where rubbishy information is delivered by model M1 through C1 to M2, so that the prediction is only 10 minutes as against 100 minutes in real life, then the output of BB1 will read 0.1. When the M3 prediction is reached, C2 receives an input of 10 minutes from M2 and an output from BB1 of 0.1. Multiplying by the reciprocal, we get on this occasion which again equals 100. This is the self-correcting facility at work. It is effective in dealing both with gross errors in the initial analysis, and with noise in the system. Again, however, the example short-circuits the actual mechanism for purposes of illustration. Because, of course, the comparison between particular descriptions and particular events is not used to modify the same particular predictions in relation to the same particular events. The procedure works, as it were, genetically through the races of BB1 creatures. For some practical points. The account just given of a general theory for management control of physical processes is a distillation of advanced research in theoretical cybernetics and its practical industrial application already spread over about 15 years. In this final section, the practicality of these ideas is emphasized. Firstly, there will be an account of precisely how a black box can be designed, since it seems that the very blackness of the box is liable to promote confusion about its actual nature. After this will follow comments on the results that can be expected from this work. Creating a black box control unit. In order to discuss the really practical detail of this process, a new kind of diagram has been drawn at Figure 44. This does not depict a control system any longer, but rather a process of applying the black box within that control system. The letters used, however, are the same as before. The diagram is divided into 6 zones, each of which will be discussed in turn. In Zone 1 the first world situation and its first model are shown. For the purposes of this example, it will be assumed that the world situation is reduced to the behavior of a single machine. The machine has an infinitely varied output, because products of all kinds of 331 dimensions may be made on it. The process of devising Model M has already been discussed. The most general mathematical formula possible would be written to account for the time taken to do a job on this machine. Using an algebraic notation, rather than any actual figures, it will doubtless prove possible to write M1 on a single line for the entire operation of W1. Typically, the equation will relate widths, thicknesses, and lengths, weights and numbers of, machine feeds and speeds, and so on. In Model M1B, the data that appertain to this situation will be classified, lists will be made of possible ranges of quantification for all the variables that occur in M1A. Typically, Figure 44. There will be lists of the scalar intervals over which each variable may range, together with the maximum and minimum in each case. It will be noted that the output of the machine operating in W1 is divided into two major components, P1 and P2. This is the customary works classification, which everybody uses. Let us call P1 white pieces and P2 red pieces. Now the task of setting up the black box begins, and we are in Zone 2. First of all, an historical sample of events taking place on this machine is selected. Normal statistical criteria are used to create the sample, which must be suitably stratified with respect to the white and the red pieces, with respect to different operators and different shifts, and with respect to the range of shapes and sizes produced. Again, normal techniques will be used to decide on the sample size. Having obtained these data, we shall make a spurious forecast of the machine job time for each job in the sample. The forecast is spurious, of course, because 332. The job has already been completed and the actual time taken is known, but we shall not consult this yet. To make the spurious forecast, the basic data about the actual job are applied to the equation in M1A, and missing numbers are supplied from the tables in M1B. For example, if a machined bar to given dimensions is to be produced in 1 foot lengths, several of the values by which to quantify variables in M1 are given in the specification. But what length of bar will be supplied as raw material? This is important, because it will determine how much handling time is required for each item actually produced. There is nothing in the order to specify from what size of raw material the product must be made. Now comes the need to consult the numerical model M1B. This will give the statistical pattern of lengths or weights involved. Evaluating the equation taken from M1 yields a spurious forecast at M21 for each job in the sample. The spurious forecast is now compared with the actual time taken in every case, and the ratio is calculated inside the black box. This yields two statistical populations of ratios, one for white pieces and one for red. These are the creatures of the black box. To what race do they belong? We notice that each of the statistical distributions covers virtually the entire range from 0 to 1. A ratio approaching 0 means that the job actually took a very great deal longer than M2 expected. An index approaching 1 means that the job was carried out with maximum efficiency, and an index of 0.5 means that the job took exactly twice as long as forecast. In practice, virtually the whole range is covered, but inevitably there is much clustering, and this is what creates the familiar statistical pattern. Incidentally, if the model building has been well done, it is virtually impossible for an index to exceed 1.0, for this would mean that the job was done in real life more effectively than the model would predict using optimal performance as its criterion. There are two black boxes shown in Zone 2, simply because the whole recording system is built on a difference between the white and the red pieces. The data are in different log books, for example. But we observe that the statistical pattern emerging from each black box appears to be roughly the same. Moreover, it is bimodal. Now, if a statistical distribution is genuinely bimodal, it means that the population from which the sample is drawn is not homogeneous. The likelihood is that two distinct populations are involved in each case, and the next task is to separate them. Remember that the box being used to generate these outputs is black. We have no idea why any of these indices should have turned out to be less than 1, but we know that they have. By the same token, when we come to 333, separate the two statistical populations involved, the question of why there are two is not to be asked. The object of the inquiry is to define the two distinct populations from which the sample of black box output has been drawn. Again, orthodox statistical techniques enable this to be done. The characteristics of each job are known, and so is its ratio. Correlation techniques will discover a classification by which to separate the overlapping distributions. In Zone 3, the two distributions in each case are separated from each other. In the case of the white pieces, a roughly homogeneous subgroup has been identified, having a ratio of 0.4 at the mode. Attached to this group is a definition, perhaps rather involved, which says what kinds of white pieces belong to it. Similarly, a second subgroup is defined, having a value of 0.8 at the mode. In the case of the red pieces, it turns out that there are also two groups, having the same values of 0.4 and 0.8 at the mode. This at once suggests that although the company and its clients clearly distinguish between white and red pieces, and see them as different, the machine doing the production cannot recognize the difference at all. On the contrary, it recognizes a difference between a 0.4 and a 0.8 order. There is now a logical problem. Are the two 0.4 subgroups and the two 0.8 subgroups drawn from the same two statistical populations? In statistical terms, they are indistinguishable. The problem is a logical one because it is necessary to see whether the elaborate empirical definitions coincide or not. Assuming that they do, the subgroups which match can be coalesced, and this is what has happened in Zone 4 of the diagram. A good deal of rather elementary statistical expertise is required to fulfill the operations disclosed in Zones 3 and 4. Moreover, various extra duties are required of the statistician at these stages. Firstly, a check sample ought to be taken to ensure that the classification system which emerges is robust. There is a risk that the primary analysis has stumbled on some arbitrary grouping, and we want to ensure that the grouping is real, reflecting some genuine difference. Since there is no rational explanation that would satisfy us, we have to seek the same assurance by inferential methods. But statistics is perfectly competent to continue with check samples until the measured risk that the differences are unreal has been lowered to virtually nothing. Secondly, the statistician has some rather more difficult work to do. The distributions as drawn in Zone 4 are regular and in fact Gaussian. This is very convenient, because Gaussian distributions are themselves robust, they are symmetrical, and very easy to keep under surveillance. 334. Because their characteristics are so well understood. But the original distributions from which they are composed, those appearing in Zone 3, do not look Gaussian at all, they are misshapen. In practice, it is found that they are almost certainly skewed, and the reason for this is fairly obvious. They are distributions of ratios, having an upper bound of 1. So the distribution is, as it were, piling up at the right-hand side against a limit which it cannot exceed. Distributions with modal values approaching 1 will inevitably have a precipice on the right-hand side, and even those with low modal values turn out to be affected by the existence of an eventual limit. This skewness can be eliminated by transforming all the ratios mathematically. Moreover, the distributions may be either leptokurtic or platykurtic, that is, either too peaked or too flattened to be Gaussian. Again, the statistician can make suitable adjustments. Some emphasis is placed on this Zone 4 operation of turning the distributions into a standard form. This is by no means necessary for purely scientific reasons, because the actual distributions could themselves be handled. But it has to be remembered that this discussion concerns a simple case involving one machine. In real life, the controller may end up with thousands of these distributions to keep under surveillance. So there is no doubt that the standard form is valuable, because it is convenient. There may be some doubt whether the transformations referred to are legitimately made. Is one entitled to doctor the data in this way? The answer is yes, because the use to be made of the transformed statistics occurs only in Zone 5. A special language is being invented for this purpose. When it comes to making real-life use of the data contained in the distributions, they will be transformed back to their original form. The problem in Zone 5 is to keep the distributions, which are at once a classification of the black box creatures and a measure of the size of each race, under surveillance as time goes by. For the world's situation is constantly changing, and the values associated with the distributions of black box output may then change. Now when Gaussian distributions are involved, only three possible changes can occur. Firstly, the modal value may drift. Secondly, the variance of the distribution may change. This is a measure of the spread across the distribution. In this case, the variance statistic measure changes in the variability of the machine's performance. Thirdly, the underlying classification system may break down. 4. 335. Example, the machine may suddenly decide that it can distinguish between two classes of work which it has hitherto treated in the same way. If this happens, one of these apparently stable distributions will bifurcate and itself become bimodal. If any of these things happen, it will be necessary to find out and to take remedial action. Accordingly, Zone 5 depicts a battery of statistical control charts which observe the behavior of the mean and variance of each distribution. To work the control chart routine but small samples of production must be taken. As a matter of interest, schemes have been run in which the sampling was done monthly, and others in which it was done weekly. Probably the best arrangement, however, was to have a running sample going on continuously, using sequential statistical control. At any rate, the behavior of the charts controlling mean and variance will signify not only incipient changes in these two statistics, but also give warning of a tendency for the population from which the sample is being drawn incipiently to break up. The story is now almost complete. When in real life it is necessary to produce a forecast, this is done by the original operation of using M1 as a variety generator for M2. M2 is extrapolated to M3, but on the way the M2 forecast is modified by the appropriate black box output as processed through the statistical arrangements just described at C2. Because of the continuous monitoring of the statistical groups, the weighting applied to the raw forecast from M2 at M3 will be entirely up to date. Consequently, when M3 generates forecasts to be applied to W4, it will be found that they match the actual situations that have developed in W4 very closely indeed. This is because M3 has taken W3 into account, and W3 is as closely related to W4 as is possible. A successful mapping has been produced, then, in Zone 6. The rest of the control system operates in the way described in the last section. There are various comments to make on all this. Firstly, it should by now be quite clear that actual events are not being used to forecast themselves. This is a meaningless proposition, but people do fall into the trap of thinking this is what the system does. In fact, actual events are being used to create a structure for the situation, a structure designated by a set of statistical control groups. This structure is inexplicable, but it provides, and must provide, an effective and realistic way of describing the world's situation, because it obeys all the cybernetic principles of control. It will adapt, and must adapt, to a changing situation, because it is self-regulative. It provides intrinsic. 336. Control of the situation. This structure is then used to classify the jobs that are coming along, and because the structure is realistic rather than conventional, and because it has been quantified by a black box having requisite variety, and because it is characterized by an elaborate definition, it is almost infallible in recognizing the job to be done by the time it will take. In other words, it is an excellent predictor. In particular, this means that a control system based on these principles is capable of dealing with jobbing production, in which a large proportion of the work has never been attempted before. It knows how to recognize the job for what it is. It might well be thought that an inanimate system of this kind, however well designed, simply could not do this particular job as well as a man who has worked all his life in the business. This challenge was so interesting that it was put to the test. A group of experienced foremen was selected, each man having an average relevant experience of about 30 years, and asked to estimate all the machine job times for new work received over a certain period. Of course, we have been talking here about one machine job. A customer's order might involve 20 machine jobs from start to finish. The foreman's forecasts were then compared with the times actually taken in production. They varied between 20% and 250% of the actual times, and the distribution of these percentages was almost flat. That is to say, the chance of saying the job would take 25% of its actual time was about the same as saying that it would take about 30% of its actual time, or 40% or 80% or 100% or 150% or 250%. This means that within a uselessly wide range of error, as good an answer could be produced as the foreman produced using a set of dice. The cybernetic control system, however, used on this same sample at the same time, produced a mean error of only 2% and was in no case more than 6% out. Finally, a refinement to the system as described should be noted. The statistical surveillance of zone may 5th indicate a time trend. That is, the mean value of the black box output for one group may rise or fall steadily. In this case, the control chart will eventually register a need to charge the mean value ascribed to the group. But in the meantime, the rate of change can itself be picked up and measured by the statistician in charge of Zone 5. He would therefore be able to provide an extrapolated value for the black box output as used in C2, instead of the actual present value. This enables the control system as a whole slightly to anticipate changes, as well as to react with maximum speed and confidence when changes have already occurred. 337. The effort involved. The example just worked through is clearly minimal in size and complexity. How massive is the task of designing a cybernetic control system for an entire works? This question is a very fair one, and no one could pretend that a job of this size could be completed without a lot of work. However, the effort involved must be contrasted with the effort put into the construction of orthodox control systems. The first point to note is one made earlier: this system is designed to provide control full stop. Once it is installed, it can generate all kinds of managerial information, for use in production control, accounting, and so on. By orthodox management means, the control system has normally to be instituted for every purpose separately. Secondly, and this point has been made before as well, the cybernetician does not embark on a process of enumeration. The virtue originally claimed for this was that the cybernetic variety-generating processes were more sound scientifically. In practice, though, and despite all the analytical work that has to be done, the speed with which the control can be instituted is a very potent advantage too. Experience shows that this kind of system can be installed in a small works in roughly 6 months. If this is a high-variety works, then any system based on the exhaustive enumeration of all possible products must take several years to introduce, if only because the bulk of the possibilities simply do not occur in a lesser time span. Next, there is the question of the commitment involved in personnel. Now, the implementation of a scheme of this kind involves an operational research study based on a cybernetic model. A team of 3 to 5 scientists may be required in a large works or, more particularly, in a whole factory. They will need some computing assistance, access to punched equipment, and so on. If an electronic computer is available, the task will be very much easier. But the once-for-all cost of instituting a control is a minor one, since it is a valuable investment against the future. It is more interesting to ask what commitment is involved in keeping the thing running. The answer to this is rather impressive. At first sight, to undertake continuous sampling of production and the statistical surveillance of 1,000 of the groups referred to, sounds formidable. In practice, a staff of about 10 should suffice. These people must be of high quality, though not necessarily highly qualified. A residential graduate statistician is probably necessary, but his subordinate she only needs 338. About 4 can be trained from high-grade clerical staff. The remaining 5 or 6 of the staff will be girls working desk computing machines. Now this staff replaces all the people throughout the company who would be working on jobs which the system makes unnecessary. There may be several hundred of these. It is not easy to say, because the people hitherto concerned will be doing other work as well. All these figures are provided from a desire to answer obvious questions, and they are based on experience. On the other hand, every company is different, and they should be construed as no more than a guide to the magnitude of the question. Production control. Although the general theory just expounded was designed to provide an integral means of providing an indivisible managerial control, it can be applied to each of the traditional aspects of the management of processes which demand predictive estimates. As a matter of historical fact, the stimulus for the creation of the prototype system of this kind was found in production control. The methods described were devised in 1949 and 1950 for the solution of a practical problem. The full and more generalized account of the underlying theory in the terms set out here was not achieved until later. The first challenge came in this way. Here was a works containing over 100 different machines, and as many as 2,000 works orders in progress at any one time. The order book, extending nearly a year ahead, contained a sizable proportion of orders which had never been attempted before. And this proportion could be substantially increased by adding on those orders which, although undertaken in the past, had not been produced sufficiently recently to enable the records of the performance at that time to relate at all reliably to performance now. The major problem as posed was to quote delivery promises that could be met. It hardly needs emphasizing that this world's situation was controlled by a first-rate management. After all, it commissioned an advanced scientific attack on this problem at a time when the words operational research were almost unheard of in industry. Even so, the complexity of the situation was such that only 27% of the orders delivered were delivered within the promised period of 4 weeks. If this sounds incredible, it should be explained that the jobbing work, the technical difficulty and the chance of mishap which characterized this trade were notorious. Even this performance was perfectly comparable with the best attainable elsewhere. 339. The installation of the cybernetic control arrangement, under tenacious management invigilation, somewhat shortened the delivery promises quoted, but had within 6 months increased the percentage of orders delivered on time to 90%. The remaining 10% were up to about 6 weeks late, compared with delays for this lost minority of over a year under the previous method of control. Because the planning was now clear-cut and realistic, a reduction of stock levels at the input side of the production system was effected, and the capital committed here fell by a third. A reduction of work in progress on the shop floor inevitably followed better forecasting, planning and progressing methods. This meant a further reduction in capital commitment, as did a 2/3 cut in finished material stocks. It would hardly be possible to achieve results on the scale just mentioned without so smoothing the flow of material through the works, and increasing the utilization of machinery, that the net productivity failed to rise. In fact, in the case quoted, the productivity had been carefully measured for a year before the cybernetic system was installed, and was found to be constant. This assertion is based on an aggregate of job-by-job comparisons between ultimate capacity and actual performance. As soon as the new control, so rich in feedback, was operative, the productivity began to rise. After 6 months it had risen by 15.2%. About a third of this rise was due to the introduction of incentive schemes, made in parallel, which were based on work study investigations of particular bottlenecks pinpointed by the overall control. The total savings were therefore very considerable. The general theory has also been applied in production control situations of other kinds, using other criteria of success. For example, there was a time when there were such acute shortages of a certain major product that it was dispatched according to an allocation system. Owing to the overriding necessity to attain full production, and to surges in the system caused by orthodox planning techniques, only about 35% of the customers received their allocation in a given period, although the total deliveries were equal to the total allocations. It was quite obvious to all that this lucky minority was receiving very much more than a fair share. But all attempts to rectify the position failed, because inquests always revealed excellent reasons why unduly favored customers had received so much more than the published allocation. The application of the theory given here showed that its more sensitive controls would be able to suppress the surges. Even so, the organizational structure of the control function in this very large works was misconceived, and was acting as an amplifier for any deviant inputs. 340. A highly diversified organization was uncovered, in which 14 different clerical sections were involved in controlling the production of the plant. A study of the information flow, the feedbacks, and the time lags was fascinating. Roughly speaking, each of the sections was trying to instruct the other 13, while the impact of the entire control effort on what actually was going on was negligible. Thus, in addition to installing the control principles already discussed, cybernetics provided the model by which operational research reconstructed the organizational structure. All 14 sections were abolished, and recreated as part of a new organic system. Despite the extra difficulty created by the need to get the new organization working in human terms, and arranging whole sets of new procedures not directly connected with the control problem as described, the percentage of customers in receipt of their full allocation had more than doubled after 6 months. After a few more months the proportion was brought up to 96% and maintained there. Actual experience reveals a further cybernetic mechanism in operation. The existence of this mechanism might well have been predicted in advance, in fact it was not, and it makes a good example of the self-regulating properties of viable systems. Once there has been a breakthrough in control, so that the more notorious problems of the world's situation have been resolved, various positive feedbacks operate to improve the position still further. For example, if better control results in a reduction of work-in-progress stocks, there will be less material cluttering the workspaces of the shop floor. This was mentioned before as an economic advantage, but it also means that the flow of material is further facilitated. To sum up under this heading, the general theory put forward has always proved competent to handle a high variety, probabilistic world situation. It does seem to have general applicability. There is, of course, simply no need to invoke a cybernetic model for operational research work on a control system if that system can be adequately accounted for by a more tractable and rigorous model, for instance, one taken from servomechanics. But when such models lack requisite variety, as do the unexpressed models underlying most production control procedures found in orthodox practice, a radically new concept is needed to establish control. Costing. As was mentioned before, it is an impossible job in practice to investigate, record and keep up to date a complete library of machine job. 341. Performance standards for a large and complicated shop. Although attempts to do this are constantly made, and are often believed by senior management to have been successful, they do not bear close examination for good and sufficient cybernetic reasons. However, the costs involved in a production system of the kind described inexorably attach to machine job times, delays and mishaps, stockpiles and process routes. That is to say, in our terms, that production control and cost control are isomorphic systems. It is surprising that this fact is not more often recognized by management. This seems partly due to the fact that different specialists responsible to different functional chiefs may be involved, and partly to the fact that there exists no underlying general control theory onto which each of the functional specialisms may itself be mapped. Drawing again on the first case quoted, 120,000 basic machine job cost standards were required. At the highest possible rate of empirical investigation and clerical recording, a library of standards of this magnitude would take years to compile, and of course by the time the jobs were completed most of the first part of the library would be out of date. The control system based on the cybernetic model used its black boxes to generate all this variety sequentially, as required, and all costing information was kept up to date automatically by the feedbacks given in the general theory. It was found that standards provided in this way, with almost no clerical commitment, could predict the actual production cost with an error of less than I%. In fact, in the very first month to which this arrangement was applied, and on a monetary turnover in 6 figures, there was a discrepancy between the predicted standards and the calculated cost of £46. To sum up the key point under this heading, cost control is the function of cost accountants, and these people are specialists. This means that their activities tend to be regarded as entirely separate from those of everyone else. Yet if the control model which underlies the costing system is different from that used for other purposes, the manager is in a real sense being misinformed. If, on the other hand, the unexpressed costing model is the same as that used by everyone else, an extraordinary waste of money is implied by the establishment of a completely separate costing scheme. Again, the notion that every specialist control function should be an isomorphic mapping of every other, and a homomorphic mapping of a basic control theory which expresses no particular specialist. 342. Function but is modeled on the manager's own role, is seen as a valid and economical concept. Management control. Turning now from the 2 specialist control functions that have been considered as examples, we reach the function of management itself which makes use of them both. The essential importance to the manager himself of a cybernetic control system is that it automatically filters the vast amount of proliferating information about the world's situation that is accessible, and can present him with that very small proportion which is of real importance. For a system that is self-regulating must be capable of the automatic correction of small and large errors alike, and in the course of correcting them it must of course detect them, and can therefore report them according to whatever criteria are laid down. These criteria should certainly be based on probability theory, so that a manager is not troubled with discrepancies, however large in absolute terms, that are explicable by chance variations. This is of course an example of the long-standing technique of management by exception. But it does add something to that technique, for the cybernetic system is able to define, operationally, what counts as an exception. It is surely possible that an excess of £5 on one job may be more important than an excess of £500 on another for the reason that the larger belongs to a population which is statistically variable in high degree, whereas the smaller error belongs to a population that is very closely controlled statistically. It follows that a time-consuming inquest about the loss incurred on the larger amount will reveal explanations that are perfectly acceptable and call for no action, but there will be no inquest on the apparently small loss. In fact, this small loss is a warning signal that something is going seriously out of control. Next time the losses in this area may be vast. Since, according to the general theory, all information is passing through black boxes competent to classify its relevance to the self-regulating property of the system, and to measure its probabilism, an importance filter can be installed with little trouble and no expense. All that is required is that the information channels marked in Zone 5 of Figure 44 as modifying the transformation from M2 to M3 should be tapped. Using statistical improbability as a criterion of managerial importance, a few items out of very many thousand can be siphoned off for the manager to investigate. This has been done in the practical applications quoted here, with the result that a monthly cost report some 7 inches thick was replaced by one sheet of paper quoting those matters which the self-regulating viable system became aware of as being exceptional. This device leaves the manager almost entirely free of routine monitoring activities, which are so time-consuming. Moreover, the predictive capability of the model is powerful as a warning system to management. In detecting inefficiency and the drift towards unprofitable operation, it may also detect abuses of production facilities. Remember that the model M1 which underlies the control is based on performance optima. In general, then, the appearance of black box outputs greater than 10 indicates that too great a stress is being placed on the relevant plant. This can easily happen in a ramified production system. One machine, for example, may be an almost unrecognized bottleneck. It is operated under pressure from both its supply and demand functions, it receives unauthorized help, safety devices may be removed, minimal time allowances may be cut, and so on. At any rate, when the control ratios consistently exceed unity, one of two things is very likely to happen. Either the plant breaks down, or the product quality collapses. The case studies quoted in this chapter have given rise to several examples of both outcomes. The explanations of this general theory have all been taken from the production situation, its planning, programming and progressing to delivery, its stocks, productivity and costs. But exactly the same theory applies in other fields of management where processes are being controlled. For instance, it has been applied to market situations, where it can make adaptive forecasts in the same sense as already defined in the production situation. In this case, for example, the rate of ordering and the bunching of orders offer a measure of demand which can be forecast with ever-increasing accuracy. But a system based on these measures alone will not provide an adequate criterion of a healthy demand. Again, management is faced with a system of many dimensions and many performance criteria. Thus the models implicit in this kind of control must take into account not only the rate, size, and stochastic flow of orders, but their profitability having regard to the state of the factory. We are in an area of opportunity costing, in which OR models of complex systems and cybernetic models of exceedingly complex systems can profitably be geared together. Similar remarks could be made about the outside world of suppliers, as well as of customers. Indeed, the general theory is not impotent when 344. It comes to such rarefied questions as those involving major capital development. The fact is that the problems of management are created by the proliferation of variety. The thinking advanced here offers means of governing this variety scientifically, in an economic and predictable way. 345. 14. Self-organizing systems. Regem locusta non habet et greditor universa perturma suis. The locust has no king, but he marches out at one with his troops. Book of Proverbs 30:27 in Vulgate. 1. Structure and maturity, the ecosystem. Having elucidated in some detail a cybernetic approach to the management problem of controlling operations, we wish to advance to the consideration of even larger managerial issues. In order to do so, it will be necessary to add further insight into the nature of systems. Hence, just as the last chapter was preceded by an account of the cybernetic theory needed to talk about operational control in management, the next chapter on these wider problems of the manager is preceded by this explanation of self-organizing systems. Up to this point, the emphasis has been on systems capable of controlling themselves implicitly. They have to do with self-regulation. A complex system generating high variety must be controlled by requisite variety. Requisite variety is not readily to hand in the orthodox mandatory notion of control. It is best obtained by installing as controller a variety generator capable of absorbing proliferating variety like a sponge. This was demonstrated in Chapter 12 and exemplified in the management context in Chapter 13. All this, however, presupposes a structure of the situation within which to operate. The manager was dealing with a given world situation which it was his responsibility to manage. In the higher functions of management, whether in industry, 346, business, defense, or government, it is precisely the structure of the world situation that has to be managed. For management, the problem of structuring the world situation emerges from policy formulation. We know what we want to do. How do we organize the system to do it? Once the system is organized or structured, we know how to endow it with the facility for implicit self-control. The basic answer of cybernetics to the question of how the system should be organized is that it ought to organize itself. For reasons entirely analogous to those deployed in connection with control, we are not likely to be very successful in imposing rigid organizational structure on a complex system. Not only is the task too difficult in handling the system as it now is, but we cannot easily foresee the organizational needs of the system as it will become quite soon. In current management practice, this is allowed for by legislating for a certain flexibility. This is the organization, we think, but we reserve the right to modify it, particularly if good old Bill should be run over by a bus, for we shall not see his particular combination of talents again. But in nature, the structure of control, its effective organization, is not monitored by a pantheon of directors which decides to change the structure. The structure just changes. This is why the cybernetician speaks of self-organizing systems, and also why we need to investigate their nature before we can contemplate the applications of the natural model to the managerial situation. A prevalent concept in science is the process of evening out. That is to say, if a system is divided into a pair of freely interacting subsystems, and one of these has more of a certain commodity than the other, then an equilibrial state of the whole will eventually be reached in which the dispersion of the commodity over both subsystems is equivalent. Water, we say, finds its own level. But this is because the force of gravity operates equally on any two hydraulic subsystems. More typically, and more self-organizingly, we say that energy evens out. The archetypal example of this process concerns energy in the form of heat, and is expressed in the second law of thermodynamics. Very simply, if a hotter body and a cooler body are interacting, heat will be transferred from the hotter to the cooler until they share the available heat equally, then the transference stops. Now the system consisting of these two bodies was active. Energy, in the form of heat, was available for transference from the first subsystem to the second, and could do useful work on the way. The measure of how much useful work it could do is called entropy. Entropy is a measure of the disbalance of energy in a system. In a thermodynamic 347 system, it is the ratio of the amount of heat available for work to the absolute temperature of the system. By the time all the heat has been evened out, this ratio has risen to unity. The system is then dead, in the sense that activity within it necessarily stops. The rise of entropy happens automatically. It is a law of nature that, other things being equal, entropy tends to its maximum. The concept of entropy is difficult to understand, especially because it turns up in several branches of science in a slightly different form. In cybernetics, in particular, we meet its negative version called negentropy. Surprisingly perhaps, negentropy is a measure of information. That is, a system gaining in entropy is also losing information. By the time entropy has risen to unity, the energy has all been evened out and there is nothing to say about the system as such, which is dead. It has no information to yield. These concepts, and this basic law of nature, bear very relevantly on matters of self-organization. Consider again the system divided into two freely interacting subsystems. Suppose that one of these is more organized than the other. Does it follow that it must share its degree of organization with the less organized system? Is the commodity of structuredness analogous to heat, and will it even out? The answer is no. In fact, the reverse is true. A system that is organizationally disbalanced will tend to become more so. The reason is that organization is more akin to available information than available energy. Its elaboration is therefore measured by a growth in negentropy rather than in entropy. Suppose that the two subsystems both begin with the same amount of energy. Subsystem A uses up a lot of this energy in the process of organizing itself internally. Subsystem B uses up less of its energy in the process of organizing itself to a lesser extent. So A is more organized, and more depleted of energy, than B. Accordingly, since interaction occurs, energy must, by the rules of entropy, flow from B to A. It is now, as it were, too late for B to catch up in degree of organization with A. It has a decreasing supply of energy available to use for organizing itself, while A has an increasing supply. So the more organized A feeds on the less organized B. Eventually A will destroy B altogether. Note that the boundary of A, which is its interface with B, has to be visualized as advancing into B's territory. That is, the degree of organization moves against the direction of the flow of energy. The phrase feeds on was used with deliberation, for when an elaborate organism, such as an animal, lives in an environment of less elaborately organized living things, it 348 literally eats them. The immature animal is highly structured organizationally, according to its genetic nature, but it is very short of energy. It takes energy from its environment, by feeding itself, and converts this energy into more and more organization of its own fabric. Consider an immature animal, placed in an environment of foodstuff, and suppose that the entire system is then isolated. This is exactly what happens in a zoo. An animal is isolated in a cage or a tank, and supplied with food from outside. But make the food supply finite. The animal will now assimilate all the energy available, converting this to organization in the sense of its own growth, then it will die, for there can be no more energy transference. The processes now under discussion are ecological, they relate to the interaction of an organism and its environment. Hence the sort of system referred to is called an ecosystem. In talking about the aspects of general systems theory which are important to viability, we have already encountered feedback. Hitherto, we have concentrated on Theosoph feedback as an error-correcting mechanism. This is essentially negative feedback. Negative feedback is important to the ecosystem, too. It cuts back excessive animal populations, for example, through ecological homeostasis as already described. But in the ecosystem, rather specially, we also encounter positive feedback, the tendency of some change to be automatically reinforced. The expansion of the more highly organized at the expense of the less highly organized is a typical example of positive feedback. Both types of feedback are demonstrated at work in the simplest organism we can investigate, the living cell. Nicholas Rashevsky, another of the men who have devoted themselves to the scientific investigation and rigorous formulation of biological mechanisms, expounds the theory in his Mathematical Principles of Biology. A cell exists in homeostatic equilibrium with its environment by exchanging substances both ways through its membrane. If a certain metabolite is produced inside the cell so that there is a higher concentration of the substance inside than outside, then this substance will tend to diffuse through the membrane to leak away into the environment at a measurable rate. But if the metabolite be used up inside the cell, so that the concentration of the substance is higher outside than inside, then diffusion will occur inwards. This is an entropy-like process, but it does not reach finality because it is not isolated. The cell, for example, may continue to produce the metabolite indefinitely. But the tendency is there, the perpetual seeking of balance is there. Rashevsky expresses this homeostatic mechanism in a system of equations. 349. The rate of diffusion through the membrane depends on the permeability of the membrane, and it is this which governs the nature, in particular the size of the cell. If the rate of production of the metabolite were spontaneously to increase beyond the possible rate of outflow, then the concentration inside the cell would increase to infinity. Now the production process requires energy, in the form of oxygen. Since this is being used up inside the cell, and assuming there is an infinite supply of oxygen outside, then the evening out tendency requires oxygen to flow in. But Rashevsky's system of equations shows that the rate of oxygen consumption tends to a limiting value. This fact must inhibit production inside the cell. In particular, it limits the rate of production to something less than the rate of diffusion outwards, otherwise the cell would explode. The cell in fact has a critical radius, above which no stable state for the diffusion interaction exists. Perhaps the mechanism by which all this self-organizing capability is achieved is not properly understood. Yet the behavioral facts are clear. The need to adjust the production rate to the outflow rate is met by a governor of the oxygen intake. This checks the rise in concentration of the metabolite in the very act of its going out of control. That description maps isomorphically onto the description of the Watt steam engine governor. In the cell there is no pair of weighted arms driving a valve by centrifugal force, but there is quite evidently a cognate negative feedback phenomenon. Conversely, we may detect in the same cell a positive feedback phenomenon. Although this has little to do with ecological homeostasis, it has a great deal to do with self-organization. Suppose that the production of the substance already discussed is internally monitored by a catalyst, the function of which is to inhibit that production. The catalyst is particulate. Since the produced substance is flowing outward, it must propel the particles of catalyst outwards. Therefore the production of the substance is inhibited round the periphery of the cell. Next, as familiarly happens in nature, casual variations procure a cluster of these catalytic particles at one point on the cell periphery. At this point, then, production of the substance will be differentially inhibited, it will arise in higher concentration everywhere else. That means a diffusion flow towards the point where the catalytic particles are clustered at a flow which will carry more particles with it. Here then is the positive feedback. The accidental cluster of particles is not dispersed by entropy, but reinforced by the influx of more particles. And these in turn will accelerate the trend. In this way the cell acquires more structure, more organization. For the catalyst is not uniformly distributed throughout. 350. The cell, but concentrated in one section. The cell has now a self-organized and self-regulating polarity. This cybernetic account of the mechanisms of self-organization would not necessarily commend themselves to Rashevsky, whose examples have been quoted. But other workers have also noted the biological activities on which this commentary is based. In particular, the laws stating that the flow of energy is from the less to the more organized subsystem, and that the latter tends to grow in a direction opposite to the energy flow, have been promulgated on experimental evidence by the Spanish ecologist Ramón Margalef. He refers to the gain in structuredness that accompanies the entropy change in a biological system as a gain in the maturity of that system. The word is obviously well suited to describe structural elaboration, and it will be adopted here for artificial as well as natural systems if only because the word structuredness is an unpleasing invention. 2. The nature of self-organization. The criteria by which to recognize a complex system that will organize itself are, it must be frankly stated, in dispute among cybernetic eons. Some contend that many and complicated conditions must be fulfilled, others that almost any complex and richly interacting system will undertake a measure of self-organization if left to itself. The latter viewpoint will be argued here, but for a rather special reason. This is that organization is an attribute of the observer of a system rather than of the system itself. It represents an extension of the arguments advanced earlier about the recognition of a system as being a system at all. It is assumed that the subject of this inquiry is a high variety, complex, interacting system. Such a system has innumerable modes of behavior, and according to the sense this behavior makes in the eyes of an observer he is likely to describe it as either inchoate or organized. But even if he cannot account for the behavior, and calls it chaotic, the observer may well concede that there must be a reason for this behavior. What he is saying, then, is that the apparent chaos is a measure of his own ignorance. In view of the connectedness and coherence of natural phenomena, it is wise to assert on principle that a system is organized. A telling example of the arbitrariness of these descriptive words may be taken from thermodynamics itself. In a system made up of gas molecules, there may exist a radical disbalance at a given moment, a concentration of molecules in one part of the system. By the process of 351 entropy, the disbalance evens out, until there exists a completely homogeneous gas within the confines of the system. It is an experimental fact that this happens, and the reason why it happens is thoroughly understood. No one disputes that entropy has run to a maximum. The interesting thing is that, conventionally, the thermodynamicist calls the disbalanced system ordered, and he calls the ultimately balanced system disordered. The process described is called the order-disorder transition. According to him, then, the system gains in entropy and loses in organization. But what could be more ordered, or better organized, than a completely uniform molecular distribution? In this, the probability that any one space is filled by any one molecule is exactly the same for all spaces and all molecules. This is perfection in organization, absolute orderliness. It is only when the probabilities are different, and the molecules are concentrated in particular zones of the whole region, that disorder has set in. Thus, on the same facts and the same mathematics, it might be preferred to call the transition disorder order instead of the other way round. It does not matter at all what we say about this system. What matters is what we understand by what we say. We may even convert the one answer to the other, if battle is joined by the protagonists of the two points of view, by redefining the terms so that the sign of the answer is changed. What matters is that the two ways of talking are not in disagreement, they are diametrically opposed as contradictories. To the layman, this may sound like the ultimate sort of disagreement. To the logician, however, it is a guarantee that the two sides are actually saying the same structural thing. And they are. The purpose of these explorations is to make clear why the following proposition is tenable. There is a natural law to it as entropy which causes isolated systems to change their internal structure if they are left alone. The tendency is irresistible, and is found everywhere in nature. The process of change thus determined will be named maturing, and every state of the system during maturation will be designated more organized than any preceding state, and less organized than any subsequent state. The argument is thereby settled per definiendum. Organization is a monotonic increasing function of maturation. But, it will be protested, by the standards of ordinary conversation, the connotation of organization must include remarks about complexity. 352. One cannot say that a system is maturing to a more organized state if in fact the process of entropy is causing it to disintegrate and to lose its complexity. Suppose that a perfectly molded ice cream pudding is removed from a refrigerator and left in a warm room. According to this definition, the system will mature to the point where the dish is full of a runny liquid which must then be declared more organized than it was before. If this outcome offends ordinary usage, which of course it does, the reason is not because a reference to complexity has been omitted. The ice cream pudding has indeed progressed to a more probable condition than it had before, and is therefore more and not less organized in respect to its environment. No, what has been omitted is a reference to the purposes of the pudding. It is in fact the teleological context of the system which determines whether a system is to be called perfectly organized or totally disorganized. The scale of organization connecting these extreme states is calibrated by the fitness of the system to achieve a purpose. The whole point of the specification of an ice cream pudding is that it should be cold, and retain its molded shape. The acknowledgement of its purpose thus determines the physical state that will count as perfectly organized on the scale. On this understanding, the pudding that disintegrates in a warm place is after all losing its organization, so usage is satisfied. But the entropy of the system is increasing, and we said that this meant the organization must be increasing too. What is the solution to this paradox? The answer is that the pudding should never have been taken out of the refrigerator. In taking it out, the teleological context was changed. The pudding was set the task of adapting to a warm room, which it proceeded to do by maturing. If the pudding is meant to stay cold, to retain its shape, then the relevant environment to which it must adapt is the refrigerator. All this means to say is that if maximal entropy defines maturation and therefore maximal organization, then the contextual system, consisting of the original system interacting with an immediate environment, must be specified in relation to the purpose of the original system. If and only if it is so specified, then particular values are specified for the entropy equation so that entropic processes carry the system to a maximally organized state and to nowhere else. This in turn means that system and environment are considered as a relatively isolated system within the larger environment. Analyzing the original paradox, it becomes clear that the system gaining entropy in relation to environment, is the pudding melting. 353. Away in the warm room and becoming more organized in respect to it. When we say that this concept of organization is unhelpful, we mean that the purpose of the pudding is to be cold and shaped, It is therefore isolated from the room, with a refrigerator around it. The entropic drift within this system is determined by the relation. Since E is even colder than S, the pudding becomes more organized in an acceptable sense. What then is the role of the larger environment, the room outside the refrigerator? From the standpoint of the system, which is also the standpoint of the pudding-fancying observer, the room is a source of environmental disturbance which has to be catered for as a challenge. It is a destroyer of puddings. Now of course a refrigerator is specifically a machine for achieving homeostasis in the loop despite environmental disturbance from outside. The system is ultra-stable. All manner of unprogrammed disturbances can be undertaken in the room outside by ice cream pudding abolitionists. They may light fires on the floor, they may freeze the room in the hope of lulling the refrigerator into a false sense of security, and then rapidly heat it up again. It is all without avail. We who know how refrigerators work perceive that the machine has intrinsic control, equilibrium is restored in the act of being lost. The meaning of self-organization is now emerging and will be brought home fully after a distinction has been drawn. Consider the usual complex, high-variety, richly interacting, probabilistic system that has to be controlled. The first and inevitable question is, why? If this question has no answer, there would be no meaning in asserting that it has to be controlled, for it would be impossible to state what counts as being either in or out of control. In saying why the system has to be controlled, we implicitly provide a criterion of success, and that means that the purpose of the system is specified. The form of the specification will surely be the statement of a set of goals. The promised distinction arises because there are two quite fundamentally different ways of approaching this task. First, one may design, that is to say organize, the system to be of such a kind that its set of goals will be achieved. This process consists in determining the inputs to the system and their characteristics, and then undertaking some engineering on the system so that control can be exercised and the goals attained. Think of a computer laboratory, for example, with a large computer chassis, a whole heap of components and wires, related systematically in an experimental mock-up. We may set out to organize the system, so that the system will do what the sales literature says it ought to do. When it comes to managing a business, or 354, an economy, we may use this approach to organization as a model, and try to design the system to meet a set of goals. This turns out to be very difficult, for reasons mentioned passim in this book. Secondly, however, we may begin from the knowledge that the system already is. It does not have to be designed or organized to be a system, it is there already. To exercise control, however, and to meet the appropriate set of goals, something must be done. The answer is not to design the control, but to constrain the system. Let us so uncouple a subsystem that the natural movement of increasing entropy within it will tend towards one of the goals. If we can do this throughout, we have created a system that is self-organizing. The design or management task is to set the structure of the system to determine subsystems in which the process of entropy is so defined that it will find a way to cope with disturbances from outside. There is conceptual difficulty to cope with in all this. We simply are not educated to understand that order is more natural than chaos. People expect nature to be chaotic, and think of order as something imposed upon nature by clever human beings. As with the order-disorder transformation in physics, however, which we have declared it is preferable to call the disorder-order transformation, so with the realm of living things. Already in this book there has been much talk of ecological balance, yet the fact that every ecosystem that surrounds us has its own orderliness as dictated by the entropy of maturation is not generally noted. This story may help to bring home the point. It is a particular example of ecosystemic control, to the existence of which attention has been drawn several times already. The cabbage aphis is a plant louse. It weighs about 1 milligram, and sits on cabbage leaves, feeding. Suppose that just one aphis is taken at the beginning of the summer season. Breeding occurs. Aphids breed quickly and with great fecundity. If nothing were to interfere with the process, that is to say if all the lice lived and bred in turn, given enough cabbage, it is obvious that by the end of the season there would be a great many aphids about. People are well aware that this exponential breeding process is impressive, but just how impressive? Just what weight of aphids would result in the example quoted? We do not know the answer, but are prepared to be impressed by a total which clearly might run into several tons. But according to a report by the New York Academy of Sciences, the answer is actually 822 million tons, which is roughly 5 times the weight of the entire human population. This fantastic propagation of aphids does not happen, the variety 355 generation, that is the procreative power of the aphis, is absorbed within the ecosystem by homeostasis. There is no controller of aphids, no licensing procedure, no rules whether legal or moral by which the world's engulfment by aphids is prevented. Nor does the process of massive retrenchment of an animal population misfire to the extent of annihilating the entire species. This is not chaos, but the most remarkable order. And it is into this orderliness that the horticulturist advances with his pesticide, not to make order out of chaos, as he may think, but to introduce a local variation into the homeostatic equilibria of one of the set of subsystems involved. This is done by changing the local framework of the subsystem so that the entropic drift is towards the destruction of aphids. As with the aphis, so with other beasts, with the locust, for instance, whose self-organizing ability was remarked upon at the head of this chapter in the words of the School of Solomon. The management of high-variety systems is always concerned with a definition of entropy which serves particular goals, and with defining success as the maturation of a system in its maximal entropy. 3. Learning to be what one is. The notion that a self-organizing system becomes what it is by virtue of a tendency akin to entropy is vital, and its implications must be understood. In this section, a closer look will be taken at what is involved. The question has to be answered, what makes nature so clever? Once the property of self-organization has been defined as a structural adjustment to a set of disturbances within the context of a set of overriding goals, it ceases to be anything clever. The cleverness of a self-organizing system resides in the minds of observers who try to imagine themselves specifying the rules. They boggle at the difficulty of the task. How would one set about programming a bee, for example, to construct a honeycomb as an hexagonal lattice? Or how, and indeed what would one program to ensure that a cloud of hot gas in space should maintain an equilibrial temperature in excess of 6,000 degrees centigrade? Provided that we adhere to our knowledge of natural law and refuse to place ourselves in so false a position as to envisage programming nature, we can understand how such tricks are brought off. It is then no more than a step to see how self-organizing systems can be created in the managerial fields too. Thus, now that the concept of entropy has been introduced in various ways, it will be useful to obtain a rather more precise notion of what it is. 356. In classical thermodynamics, the notion of entropy is explained quite simply like this. There is a system made up of parts, some of which are hotter than others. In every small amount of time, a tiny quantity of heat changes place within that system. The significance of the quantity of heat that is transposed is clearly relative to the overall temperature of the system at that time. So the change that is being measured, which is the entropy, is measured by the rate at which the ratio alters. It is this consideration which yields the classical mathematical formulation for entropy, which shows the little bit of heat as a ratio with the temperature at the time, the sum of all these tiny changes being computed from the original absolute temperature, 0. The expression holds subject to various overriding conditions which are not enumerated here. Now when heat is being exchanged on the basis of entropic drift, each of the states on the way from a disbalanced system to an evened-out system may be realized in innumerable ways. That is, so long as the heat evens out by stages, no one needs to know where any particular molecule is at any particular stage. If the innumerable ways, of which there are g, are all equally likely to occur, then the entropy moves as the logarithm of g. This is the formulation of entropy as it is found in statistical mechanics, and it is written even more simply than before as Obviously any system at all has a large number of possible states, which is to say g of them, and for the moment we are regarding them all as equally probable. So the entropy of the system is the logarithm of the probability that the system is as it is. When the system is fully mature it is in its most probable state. So entropy is the natural force which carries a system from an improbable to a probable condition. To get the full benefit of this discovery, we need to appreciate it in a form which recognizes that all states of the system are in most cases not equally probable. Consider state I. The probability p, that the system is in state I, is less than 1, since it could be in some other state. So the expression for S given above must be rewritten to accommodate the sum of all possible states, measuring the probability of each. Hence, 357. As a check, suppose that there are just 4 possible states of the system and that each is in fact equally likely. Then the new expression would read, which would have been given by the original expression. These classic expressions are given as an aid to understanding alone, we shall not start computing with them here. The point is that a system tends to move from a less to a more probable state, and that the rate of its change is proportional to the logarithm of the disbalance of probability existing at any one time. Now it was explained that entropic movement carries the structure of the ecosystem towards a pattern which guarantees an equilibrium between the system and its environment. When the observer has defined a set of goals as appropriate to his purposes, and has spotlighted an entropic drift which conforms to these needs, he will dub the system self-organizing. He then refers to the changes taking place as evidence of control, which from his standpoint they certainly are. Surely, if a system is moving towards what he regards as desirable ends, it is under control. Moreover, the control which is exerted in the process of self-organization is proportional to the system's self-awareness of its own improbability as measured relatively to the most probable end state of maturity. That term self-awareness can surely be used too, for the system is in process of organizing itself, and to the observer the movement must look evolutionary and purposive. What the observer does is to project his own notion of purpose onto the system. Thus the system appears to the observer to be under control in proportion to the amount of self-awareness, that is, information about itself that it exhibits. Or to be precise, the degree of control exerted is proportional to the logarithm of the amount of effective information available to the system. These conclusions may be tested in the cases of the bees that have to be programmed to build a hexagonal honeycomb, and the cloud of hot gas that has to be programmed to maintain a high temperature. Each of these systems is in fact self-organizing, its control being founded in an entropic drift. They do not have to be programmed, in fact, only recognized for what they really are. Consider the bee. He secretes wax, and he builds his own cell by spinning around within an exudation of wax. Thus the bee may be thought of as surrounded by a cocoon in the form of a wax cylinder. The question then is, given a host of similarly cocooned bees, how? 358. Should they be programmed to construct a hexagonal honeycomb? To insist on asking the question in this form leaves the observer gasping at his own ignorance and the bee's cleverness. For the bees evidently have to be taught mathematics, they must communicate with each other in mathematical terms, and so on. The bee, then, is exceedingly clever, we wish we could construct computers of equal ingenuity, and so on. But the problem is quite illusory. The cylinders, while being formed, are jostling together under a gravitational pull. Each one will therefore progress downward as far as it can go. Given a floor to the hive, then, there must develop a closely packed bottom layer of cylinders, lying side by side. If there were any gaps, gyrating bees would fall into them. Consider the first bee to descend onto this bottom layer, it might land right on top of another bee. But this is an abstraction, in fact a host of bees is simultaneously jostling at every level, so the bee concerned can hardly balance his cylinder in unstable equilibrium on the one below, he will be knocked off his perch. Obviously the second layer of bees will inevitably lie in the troughs between the bottom layer bees. And so on. Next consider a bee somewhere in the middle of all this activity. He lies in a trough formed by two lower-level Bs, he has a B touching him on either side, and so two more Bs at an upper level lie in the troughs thereby created. Hence his cylinder is touched tangentially by 6 other cylinders equally spaced around him. The wax is still malleable and capillary forces cause the arcs of the circles to close together. The honeycomb, which looks so ingenious, is simply an ecosystem being what it is. The self-organizing system in this case is called organized because it appeals to the observer's criteria of design, it has aesthetic appeal, regularity, it has superb economy, and therefore looks purposive to the waste-conscious, cost-conscious citizen. It manages to organize itself by an entropy-like process, however, and not by a conscious or even instinctive planning function. For the organization is affected by the evening out of a system subjected to 3 generalized forces, gravity, capillary attraction, and a random movement. Notice how the requisite variety in the hexagon constructing control unit, which is non-existent, is supplied by having as many Bs as there are B, not a difficult condition to fulfill. Notice how the control regulations necessary for hexagon constructing are supplied by specifying a uniform transformation for each B, fall, jostle, cohere. In thinking about control, it seems, people have been too mechanistic. 359. And too introspective. Ideas have been mechanistic, because in engineering we do not achieve results unless the parts of a system operate in an entirely preordained way. The infrastructure of a workable machine must be fully specified. Ideas of control have been introspective, because the most impressive natural system in a man's eyes is himself, and he is controlled by a brain. Hence if a system is under control, being organized, we tend to look for the box that contains the works, the program, the computer. But the big lesson of cybernetics is that most commonly in nature there is no such thing. Natural systems organize themselves over a period of time to be what they immanently are. To the observer, who determines the criteria by which the end result is called organized, this process looks like learning or, in general, adaptation. In fact, it is a process of entropy. But there is still more to say. Some natural systems appear to be not only organized, but responsive. Here again is one of those words which seem to imply that an intelligence is at work inside the system. Consider, for example, the cloud of hot gas mentioned at the start of this section. If the temperature of this cloud is greater than 6,000 degrees centigrade, it is likely to blow up for a very definite reason. An ordinary gas is composed of molecules which simply wander about. They do not exert powerful attraction or repulsion among themselves. But in a gas as hot as this, particles carrying electrical charges are released. The temperature is a function of the speed of these ions. If an increase in temperature is postulated, there will be an associated increase in ionization, and it looks as though the whole system must be unstable and disintegrate. Indeed, these strange features of a very hot gas make it a special phenomenon. This has been called the fourth state of matter and given its own name of plasma, something different from a solid or a liquid or a gas. How then can a cloud of plasma remain stable in these circumstances, for it does. No outside agency impinges upon it in a way which could be regarded as a plasma controller. So even the cybernetic expectation that there might be an environment system homeostatic stabilization is not the answer. The answer must lie in the system itself. If we call a cloud of plasma self-disciplined, able to keep itself under control despite the powerful forces locked within, just what is implied if a human being can do this trick? We say he is ethical. Freud said he had an endopsychic sensor. If a company can do this, we know it has an authoritative management. There are so many misleading models. For once again this is a self-organizing phenomenon, as is now shown. Oppositely charged ions are so strongly attracted to each other that 360. They tend to cohere and form atoms. The hotter the plasma, the more and the faster the ions that are rushing about. This increases the probability that atoms will be created, and decreases the supply of ions. Thus the rate of atomic recombination balances the rate of ionization, and the stability of the plasma is given by the equivalence of these rates. Hence, insofar as a plasma, despite all its terrible power and internal stress, maintains a peaceable equilibrium, it does so because it is what it is. It self-organizes its stability because its nature is to be stable. If that is remarkable, who says it is remarkable? We do, because we wish we could organize ourselves, our economies, our societies to be nothing other than equilibrial, and we fail. But there is nothing particularly remarkable in a system seeking a more probable state than the improbable state it has at any given moment. And from a statistical point of view, the state of any system is usually highly improbable. Of course, we do not recognize this either. In ordinary parlance, things that are tend to be seen as highly probable because they are as they are. We may recall an argument from Chapter 4. If 4 people sit down to play bridge, and each player happens to be dealt a full suit of cards, what happens? Assuming the players trust each other and do not conclude that some chicanery is afoot, they will become very excited. They may write to the newspapers to discuss the astronomically long odds against this happening. In doing so, however, they may not stop to think that this particular distribution of the cards is no more improbable than the particular distribution obtained from every single deal they ever witnessed. Any particular distribution is highly improbable, yet some particular distribution may be obtained quite readily by merely dealing the cards. The excitement is generated by the recognition of the pattern produced when a full suit falls to each player. Now the business of self-organization becomes finally clear when it is realized that a system has to be recognized as being organized when in its most probable state. A prime example of this occurs in the process of growth. A seed has to be considered as a variety amplifier, for it carries the specification of something larger than itself. But it also carries a temporally based plan for growing to maturity, a self-organizing capability. Not only does this plan specify a set of architectural relationships, it specifies a criterion of maturity. That is, any organic seminal program that inaugurates and controls growth knows when to stop. This capability applies not only to the macrostructure, so that you and I are roughly the right size to be recognizably human, it also applies to the infrastructure of the organism. Every limb, every organ, every parcel of tissue, however delineated, from cranium to toenail, grows to a limit. 361. During growth, further growth is by definition due to follow. Development cannot be arrested until the plan is complete. To this extent, a partly grown organism is in an improbable state, and is driving towards its most probable state at adult completion. Growth can be regarded, that is to say, as an anthropic process. The growth process stops when the genetic information is used up, actuality having been finally and in some exchanged for potentiality. Any form of the entropy equation will serve to formalize this process. Growth, then, is a self-organizing activity of a system in which that system learns to be what it is. The seed struggles purposively to free the adult imprisoned within it. For the seed has requisite variety as a genotype, which it continuously amplifies by generating more variety from its environmental input to form a phenotype. Yet the genotypical variety is preceded by requisite variety in its turn. The amount of information and its orderliness are specified by the parental genetic template. Thus the processes of procreation and growth betoken the advance of a certain orderly structure, which we have called organization, through nature and through time, across the span of the life cycle for any individual. Energy exchanges explain this possibility in terms of sustaining an organism, but only entropic exchanges can account for the maintenance of organization without rapid degradation across the generations. Organization is in fact maintained from parent to progeny by supplies of negentropy in the environment, which the variety generator in the organism can utilize. This is how evolution becomes possible, insofar as the degree of organization moves against the flow of energy, and increases with the entropy. So evolution, just like growth itself, is a self-organizing characteristic. For adaptation and evolution, the teleology of development. It becomes more and more apparent as the argument proceeds that the features of living organisms which we most admire and seek to understand are properties of self-organizing systems. Learning and adaptation, growth, and evolution, occur through entropic processes which do not demand control centers but utilize pervasive natural laws. Some insight at the verbal level has been derived in this chapter into them all. All are founded in the capabilities of the evening out machine, the homeostat, of which a slightly more formal account was given earlier. Then the claim has been made that the purposive nature of these viable characteristics is projected onto the system by the observer, who interprets entropy in teleological terms. The essence of the idea is that, since 362 systems run by nature towards an evening out of energy, and since organization is preserved in this process by means already discussed, then those systems are robust against disturbance. The observer, interpreting this, declares that a homeostatic system has adaptive capabilities, because although the environment alters all the time, the organism perpetuates its own structural identity, its organization. Equally, when the observer notices the preservation of identity across the generations, accompanied by a long-term increase in organization, he declares that a homeostatic system has evolutionary capabilities. For the species survives, and improves its survival worthiness in the process. These capabilities are purposive, in the observer's opinion, just because he can see that they conduce to survival. In view of the influences which apparently assault the adapting organism and the evolving species, the observer thinks of success in both cases as highly improbable, hence his teleological explanations. As has been shown, however, success is not improbable, but certain, because the improbabilities are no more improbable than any alternative improbabilities, and are in any case moving continuously to more probable states all the time. Let it be noted please that these explanations of teleological mechanisms do not explain purpose away. They do not assure us that self-organizing systems are not purposive, only that there is a natural mechanism to which the name of purpose is given. How anyone should interpret this is a subjective matter and must depend on the connotation he accords to the word purpose. So, for example, it does not seem possible to draw atheistic conclusions from this work of science nor to endorse theistic conclusions. But it may be necessary to say that what remains to be explained, whether theistically or atheistically, is not the cleverness or the tenacity of an organism in seeking survival, but the existence, universality, and simplicity of the law of entropy. Yet scientifically there is more to say, and the clue to this may well be found in a subjective reaction. If teleological aspects of systems are to be accounted for in this way, how did we ever come to regard them as so clever and competent? Why, if they refer thereby to the processes of a blind entropy, were they not more readily recognizable as posing no special problems? In short, is anyone really satisfied that the kind of explanation given fully accounts for the observed facts? The motivation of these questions, it is suggested, resides in an intuition that a system engaged in a purely blind entropic development would blunder about, and therefore take a long time to reach stability, and never achieve anything really new, exciting or 363. Creative. The theory of natural selection, for example, as put forward by Darwin, belongs precisely to the class of teleological mechanisms here defined, and because the world has existed for an unthinkably long time, people are disposed to believe that animal life could have reached its present state of organization by the blind entropic process. Yet in the shorter term, where the growth of an individual to maturity is concerned, or a learning process is studied, or the adaptation of a particular moth to the changing color of its surroundings is contemplated, the blind process of entropy is more clearly unconvincing. The last of the major problems to be discussed here arises from these thoughts. Even the evolutionary explanation is suspect, as it happens, because the time that was actually available to evolve man from the amoeba or the first protein molecule, though unthinkably long in everyday terms, is just not long enough. This will be explained in a minute. To be general, the process of adaptation by which any very large system adjusts itself to an environment, cannot be restricted to a so-called random process of trial and error. That process provides an ecosystemic feedback in itself, true. But there is another mechanism to uncover. Consider then, side by side, two of these vital processes which appear to be very different. These are, the problem of adaptation for the brain of a single human being, and the problem of evolutionary adaptation for a whole species. These turn out to be closely analogous processes after all. That is to say, a high-variety generator is set to work, it produces all sorts of possible behavior patterns. The task of the learning human or the adapting species is to discover a strategy for selecting particular patterns of output that are survival-worthy. The generator available to the individual human is his own brain, for the species it is the DNA molecule that carries the genetic code. The magnitude of the two problems can be crudely measured. However inexact the following figures may be, they do at least convey an idea of the difficulties so readily glossed over in ordinary talk about these matters. The brain contains roughly 10 billion nerve cells, neurons each of which, though apparently an analog system internally, can be regarded as a binary system insofar as it produces a binary output. So the variety of the brain, which is its possible number of states under this description, is. This variety may be compared with the total genotypical information in the mammalian egg cell, which is that information carried by the DNA molecule. According to Parrots, the number of 364 nucleotide bases in the total length of DNA in a mammalian cell is about 3 billion. Now these bases are the genetic information carriers, and each may take on one of four chemical forms. As has so often been said, the genetic code is written in a four-letter alphabet. The variety, then, of DNA might be written as. This is equivalent to 6 times 109 bits. These estimates have been verified by Raven, in his work on oogenesis, by other modes of quantification. He agrees that this figure is roughly correct. Now the variety of 6 times 109 bits is close to. It seems then that the problem of learning for a single human brain, and the problem of evolutionary adaptation for a whole species, are roughly equivalent not only in quality, as argued before, but in magnitude. Each system demands that a competent selection of survival-worthy states be made from a total range of states of the order here. One might think, the resemblance ends, but the comparison is not over yet. The basic rhythm of the human brain, its alpha rhythm, averages some 10 cycles per second. Thus it might be taken that a change of state occurs in the brain every tenth of a second. Given then a change in brain state every tenth of a second throughout life, the time required to explore all the possible brain states is that number of tenth seconds. In the case of evolutionary adaptation, the calculation is different. If a mammal reproduces, it cannot create progeny at the rate of 10 a second. Wasted ova and spermatozoa do not of course count. There is no way of testing survival worthiness in mammalian progeny except by observing whether the offspring does survive. And the only way of incorporating a success, even then, in the genetic constitution of the species is by waiting for this individual to breed. Thus the basis cycle time for running through the possible states of DNA is not a tenth of a second, but about 25 years. This makes genetic learning 7,884,000,000 times slower than individual human learning because there is that number of tenth seconds in 25 years. But the individual human is on his own. By definition, the species at any given time contains millions of individuals, all of whom contribute to this experiment. There are 3 billion human beings alive today. By the time they have all reproduced 2.6 times, the genetic learning rate has caught up with the rate required for individual learning. It is not clear whether these very rough calculations about learning 365 rates, which indicate a problem of similar magnitude for both individual and evolutionary adaptation, point to a conclusion of any importance. Certainly the cybernetician, in his dealings with viable systems, begins to suspect for many reasons that life and the capabilities of living things may have to do with measurable thresholds of variety. But it is too soon to make predictions based on casual computations of the kind made here. There are too many complications. For instance, had our calculations been done when only a few men existed at all, the figures would not have worked out, but the state of evolution at that time might have demanded that other mammals than men be included as affecting the evolution of man. So it is no part of this thesis to claim that numerical constants, magic numbers, characterize all modes of survival behavior in viable systems, for the evidence is neither satisfactory nor sufficient. The numerical result computed here may be a risible coincidence. Even so, the point that has to be made survives, and it is this. If learning for the individual is no more than a process of trial and error in arranging the states of the brain, and if adaptation in a species is no more than a process of random genetic mutation, we know something about the time factors required to achieve both. There is nothing like enough time. As will be seen, there is little need for accuracy or refinement in the calculation because that assertion is not marginal. The rate at which either system can explore its possible states equates to 10th seconds for a complete exploration. Expressed in years, this yields a figure ending in 3 billion noughts. Thus, if each page of this book were crammed with noughts, the book would have to contain 1 million pages to quote the figure in full. Compared with this fantastic lapse of time, the individual human has merely 100 years at most to make his exploration. As to the human race as a whole, a mere 1 billion years have elapsed since life of any kind emerged on this planet, which was itself in a gaseous state only 4,500,000,000 years ago. Random mutations are a necessary prerequisite for any kind of learning, whether this is adaptation in the individual or in the species. The psychologist and the geneticist knew this already. Cybernetic research has demonstrated the point formally. But we cannot stop there, as some psychologists and geneticists would wish to do. Although there may be no need to explore all possible states of a brain or a DNA molecule in order to adapt, it is obvious that competent adaptation must entail a degree of organization in the available material, and by the definitions used here this would require a process of self-organization. That would impart a directional mechanism to the adaptation, deriving from the 366 structural constraints by which the organization was defined. Only thus can the necessary success in learning be achieved in the time available. It is precisely this mechanism which we describe as teleological, and rightly so, because it conduces to survival. It is precisely this mechanism which we have sought to account for as an anthropic shift. What is defective about the account up to this point has been the blindness of the machinery, for the stumbling about takes too long. Earlier in the book, the mechanism underlying learning was identified on a conditional probability model. In Chapter 12, the homeostat was explained, and discussion of the time it takes to settle down to stability was reserved until now. The new contention, then, is that the mechanism of adaptation is in principle similar, and that it can be accounted for on the same model. There is a process of random mutation in genetic change, true, but this process is carried by another goal-seeking process which steadily improves the chances of success. The more survival-worthy characteristic is more likely to be reinforced than a less survival-worthy characteristic is likely to be selected only to fail. The dice are still thrown, but they are weighted dice. If we can reward the dice for turning up as a double 6, and reward them a little less for turning up the 6-5 combination, and so on, they will learn how to behave. They will increasingly tend to produce increasingly good scores. Because of the underlying randomness of the throw as such, however, there is always a finite chance of doing badly. All the arguments show that it is essential to preserve this possibility, as a loophole of escape from the trap double 6 stability which suddenly turns out to be undesirable. This happens when there is an environmental change. That is, if the rules of the game alter, so that double 2 becomes the best result, the dice will adapt to this outcome. It is not necessary to recognize with analytic insight what has happened. The reward system begins to indicate pain instead of erstwhile pleasure on the high numbers, and the dice reduce the weights attached to their falling accordingly. At the same time, pleasure instead of erstwhile pain begins to be indicated for the double 2, and the weights accordingly increase. Had the double 2 been eliminated from the game during the earlier phase, as being worthless, the power of adaptation would have been lost. Hence, in biology, we find that when a highly specialized organism becomes over-specialized, a radical change in environment leads rapidly to extinction if it should happen to call for a double 2 organization in response. 367. Unless the cybernetic arguments advanced by the geneticist C.H. Waddington have been misunderstood, he identifies just this sort of mechanism as underlying evolution. The genetic process, with its random mutations, is nonetheless conditioned by the prior history of the species. Where we have spoken of loaded dice, whose weights adjust themselves in a self-organizing way, Waddington speaks of an epigenetic landscape, a most graphic term. Under this image, a ball is thrown onto a landscape of hills and valleys, the contours of which are as they are because they have been formed by the prior experience of the species. The randomly running ball can finish up anywhere. If its energy runs out at exactly the right moment, the ball could come to rest on a ridge. But obviously it is far more likely to run down one of the valleys. If the progeny is successful, it will transmit its inherited genetic data to its progeny. And these data will specify not only the physical characteristics of the parents, but the underlying epigenetic landscape of the species suitably modified by one more generation's worth of successful survival. Much the same device could be nominated as preconditioning the brain, to explain the time factor in adaptation for the human individual. The overall measure of makes no assumptions about constraints which may be exerted on the free proliferation of variety. There surely are some of these in the actual topography of the cerebrum. The brain has an inherited macrostructure, its pons, its diencephalon, its cerebellum, its cerebral cortex, and we know that some functions are at least partly localized. Therefore every state of the neuronal population does not have to be examined, because many states would be absurd. Activity in one part of the system presupposes activity somewhere else. Similarly, the finer details of brain macrostructure develop in infancy and childhood. Can it be doubted that the growing physical configuration places further restraint on the capacity to proliferate variety? Finally, if the conditional probability model of learning has a neurophysiological basis of any kind, this too must add restraints. The evidence that this happens lies with memory. We speak of associative recall, meaning that one set of ideas is more likely to follow the set than other arbitrary sets, so the neuronal states representing the less likely sets of ideas are having their variety-generating potential diminished. In general, it seems that we must add to the theory of the homeostat, and its blind entropic process, a self-organizing capability which tends to reinforce survival-worthy patterns within the variety generator. This 368 is done by the pain-pleasure loop, the reward function, teaching, bribing, the epigenetic landscape. What the mechanism is most aptly called depends on the kind of organism being considered. But it is unequivocally clear, despite the confused terminology, what this feedback loop does. It interferes with the alleged randomness with which the variety generator poses solutions, as well as vetoing further attempts to pose the same unsatisfactory solution as before. It biases the throw of the dice. Unlike some workers, I believe that no precise statistical formulation of the effect on conditional probabilities is necessary. Nature does not need an exact or even closely predictable process here, nor does the cybernetician. It is enough that the mutations of an adapting system should not be entirely hazardous, but should be biased, for positive feedback can be relied upon to steer the progressive bias towards viable behavior once the bias exists. This is what the self-organizing capability means. It is extremely interesting that no one seems ever to have observed a viable system in which mutation is strictly random. In fact, it is notorious that science cannot quite satisfactorily define what genuine randomness is. This may well be because the concept is a mathematical artifact, which does not match any observable process in the systemic world. That world is self-organizing, and it must have biased randomness as a raw material. So the teleology of development can be described by the type of machinery discussed in these chapters. It is mapped onto the general concept of a self-organizing system. Moreover, it becomes more and more clear that the laws which govern such systems are relatively few. If we envisage any self-organizing system as modeled by a high-variety homeostat, having requisite variety, obeying the information-theoretic rules regarding connectivity and channel capacity, and now as having its internal variety generators continuously modified by conditional probabilities which are reading off success and failure from the environment, we shall observe a viable system. The entropic process which drives self-organization is still homeostasis, but we have learned here not to think of it as blind. Viable governors are still entropy-driven, but the variety generation yielding proliferated states from which successful patterns must be selected is conditioned from outside. Some of this influence doubtless antedates the system's own behavior by means of synotic variables, as discussed before. A synotic variable diminishes proliferating variety by preempting certain sets of the possible range of sets of states. Secondly, variety is diminished by feedback of an annihilating kind based on environmentally tested mutations found wanting, as in Darwinism. 369. Thirdly, variety is cut back by a learning mechanism which biases the alleged randomness of mutations, thereby creating an epigenetic landscape, as in Waddington's theory. This is what the ecosystem is all about, responsive mutation. It gives the homeostat a task which at last can be done in the time available. The species can evolve, the individual can learn. The viable system, of whatever kind, can adapt. This is a control device which takes the fortuitousness out of randomness. Instead of meaning totally unpredictable in form and content, random means largely predictable in form, though not in content. This was the very definition advanced, in quite another context, for a stochastic process. And learning, adaptation and evolution are indeed stochastic processes, monitored and conditioned in special ways by feedback through the algedonic loop. This chapter began by asserting that ecosystems are the archetypes of self-organization. But a more complete understanding, as taught by nature, of what self-organization involves reveals why these systems appear to be purposive. The self-organizing system with the threefold responsive mutation device discussed here may be called a sentient ecosystem. 370. 15. Controlling enterprises. Si loin que la science pousse sa découverte du faux essentiel, si capable d'avienter un jour de remodeler et de parfaire l'élément humain, lsi retrouvera toujours, au bout du compte, face au même problème pose. Comment donner à tout et à chacun de ces elements leur valeur finale en les groupant dans l'unité d'un tout organize. However far science pushes its discovery of the essential fire, however capable it may one day become of reshaping and perfecting the human element, it will still find itself in the end confronting the same problem, how to give their final value to all and to each of these elements in grouping them within the unity of an organized whole. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin in Les Phénomènes Humains. 1. Laissez-faire and direction. In the last chapter but one, a cybernetic model was devised through which operational research is enabled to provide the manager with an integral scheme for the control of operations under his command. But the enterprise as such is something more than the totality of operations, it is a whole organism. The term enterprise, by the way, is used here to denote the firm, and indeed any kind of massive undertaking such as a quasi-monopolistic industry, a public service corporation, or a national transport, education, or health service. Any such enterprise should certainly be regarded as an ecosystem. It is by its very nature a complex organic entity, interacting with an N. 371. Environment. Moreover, because of its immensely high variety, it has to be a self-organizing system to a large degree. To handle it at all, as manager or minister, we have to understand it as indivisible. The purpose of this chapter is to determine, with the guidance of the general considerations advanced in the last chapter, which principles of cybernetics can be invoked to institute and maintain the control of the enterprise. The task is almost terrifying, and one which has very largely been given up by practicing managers. They rely mostly on the self-organizing properties of subsystems, which they seek to link together by a macrostructure of relative simplicity which they can understand. And indeed it has to be admitted that the human head cannot contain all the variety of which the enterprise is such a potent generator. But courage may be drawn from the fact that to find a means of contemplating the enterprise as an organic whole is much less a problem, after all, than finding a way of treating life itself as meaningful, and this is a problem faced by every human being. It is for this reason that the words of Père Teilhard have been chosen to state the major thesis above. Here was a French Jesuit who was also a paleontologist. His was a book which attempted to give a conspectus of the entire history of the world, in an evolutionary sweep passing from inorganic to organic, from inanition to sentience, from awareness to self-consciousness, from mental to spiritual. This is the ultimate among organic wholes, the ecosystem of man. Undaunted by the magnitude of the task, Père Teilhard put forward an integral treatment of the entire range of human knowledge and belief. Always, as in the passage quoted, he adhered with the utmost tenacity to the notion of the organic integration of things, of the organized whole. His book is a contemporary restatement, in terms of modern science, of the axiom of internal relations of which we have already spoken. It is a triumph. It both here tends and guides the man whose target is to understand nothing more than a vast enterprise in its integral state. The enterprise, then, is an organic whole. It is a homeostat built of homeostats. It is an ultra-stable machine. It is, very largely, a self-organizing system. We know a lot about its control in detail, ranging from the highly developed business methods, which are now widely taught, to the cybernetic treatment of its operations. But we have yet to discuss its macrostructure. How in fact does one do cybernetic engineering on the architecture of an enterprise, and how in practice does one seek to influence a system composed of such directed energies? For it is not enough to say of a self-organizing system that it is ultra-stable. That characteristic entails robustness and a capability to survive, it is true. But it tells us nothing of any criterion of success which is 372. External to these aims. The interesting thing about an enterprise, on the other hand, is that once these homeostatic conditions have been fulfilled, the owners of the system seek to discuss its future in a meta-language. The operational managers speak the language of the system. They are content that it should survive in a stable condition, that it should make a profit which is a guarantee of its future, that it should learn from its own experience, evolve and adapt. But at a higher echelon there are the policy makers, those for whom this state of affairs is necessary but not sufficient, those who would redirect the motives of the enterprise as distinct from its aims. These are the gods of the system. To the operational managers of the firm, they are the directors who represent the shareholders. To the civil service, they are the political masters who represent the electorate. Thus it is perfectly possible for a self-regulating engineering company, for example, to evolve satisfactorily as a supplier of Market 7, to diversify its products, to redesign them and to change the entire technology of production and distribution. But it is as inconceivable that such an engineering company should suddenly become a publishing house or a shipyard as it is to suppose that a dog should suddenly evolve into a rabbit. With a sufficiently strong notion of the organic wholeness of nature and its history, it is not impossible to envisage such a change as occurring eventually, because one can contemplate the infinitely large number of tiny yet directed mutations which might carry the former state to the latter. But the heads of enterprises are distinguished by their ability to take decisions of this kind overnight. Their problem of control is to know what to do to the ultra-stable self-organizing enterprise which will give effect to the new policies which reflect a change of motivation. This need is nowhere more apparent than in the government sphere, since a change of party in power presupposes a change of fundamental political motivation. Moreover, and although we have accustomed ourselves in this book to thinking of the dynamic forces generated inside an enterprise as susceptible to intrinsic control, the self-organizing posture taken up may be unsatisfactory. It is clear that in the language of the system itself it cannot be unsatisfactory, because it is directed towards viability and survival. But in a meta-language, in terms of which the gods of the system seek to implement their own changes of heart, it is possible that this posture will be regarded as self-defeating. It is the pathology of self-organizing systems to take a self-defeating turn. Some evolutionary adaptations, such as the increasing size and weight of prehistoric animals, which were viable learning systems in 373. One language, turned out to be metalinguistically defeating. That is to say, some of these animals paid so much attention to relatively short-term ecological adaptations that they failed to notice as it were the unendurable strain the adaptations placed on their own internal economy. Many of them became far too large in size to support themselves mechanically. The only animal fitting this description which has survived to this day is the whale, which took the weight off its legs and the strain off its heart by entering the water and acquiring new mechanical support from there. But companies and economies can overload their internal structure in the search for ecological viability, the firm may oversell and overcommit, the economy may encounter a balance of payments crisis with the countries with whom it too anxiously trades. Especially, the size of the enterprise as measured by the variety it generates may result in a kind of organizational elephantiasis. This pathological condition, already visible in some large firms, some quasi-monopolistic industries and some massive governmental schemes, is due to a self-defeating quality in adaptation. A self-defeating system, in short, is one which succeeds in its self-appraising language and fails in the meta-language of its top direction. Since this explanation is becoming turgid, the point may be illustrated anecdotally. Two very sick patients lie in adjacent hospital beds separated by a screen. The one who is less ill rouses himself to inquire of his neighbor, "How are you this morning?" The man in the next bed, anxious to reciprocate, rouses himself to a supreme effort. "Fine," he shouts back, and the effort kills him. Or again, consider the interesting logic of the following epigram written by the 16th century English poet and mystic John Donne. "Thy father all from thee, by his last will, gave to the poor, thou hast good title still." It is the function of executive management to make the effort to respond when interrogated by the market, and to cut subsidiary companies out of its will if this seems sensible. It is the function of the board to observe, metalinguistically, when these executive adaptations will prove self-defeating in larger terms. We shall now see how this pathological insight reflects on the most basic of all disagreements about the organization of enterprises. Comment has been made more than once already about the way in which the human mind seems impelled to declare false or at least artificial dichotomies about the world. In the matter of controlling enterprises, there is in the minds of many a dichotomy between the laissez-faire and 374 mandatory approaches. As is well known, the laissez-faire economy was originally conceived as one in which all producers were allowed to make what they liked. The term has been extended and is now generally used to refer to any theory of control which relies upon a natural system of checks and balances between the subsystems of the whole. What could be more closely analogous to the self-organizing system as defined by cybernetics than that? The mandatory approach to control, on the other hand, declares that the laissez-faire mechanism is too slow, too arbitrary, and likely to involve local and short-term disbalances. These may be acceptable in some inanimate system or even in a population of cabbage aphids, but they are not acceptable in a human society where they may involve pockets of high unemployment, severe poverty, and social injustice of other kinds. So the mandatory controller declares that human reason should be able to triumph over these environmental difficulties, and do better than the system which relies on intrinsic control. Thus is justified an economy based on forward planning, on regulations of various kinds such as licensing, and on the political mandate of the governor to govern. And what could be more closely analogous to a hierarchical neural network as defined by cybernetics than that? In other words, there is some cybernetic justification for using either of these approaches, but there are 2 points to note. Firstly, whereas either of these systems may work in practice for a given epoch of time, each may easily turn into a self-defeating system. The laissez-faire economy may become so preoccupied with its own stability as to run down and die of high entropy, or it may become an ecological centrifuge which is so outward-looking in the search for nourishment as to wreck its own interior, delicately balanced, economy. The mandatory system, on the contrary, may become so powerful that it overrules the self-organizing homeostats of the subsystems altogether, so that they become denatured. If this happens, the control will fail, because it cannot supply requisite variety without this aid. The second point is this. Although both these approaches masquerade as theoretical solutions to the problems they seek to handle, they are not intellectually neutral approaches to the facts. The head of a firm will choose one or other of these alternatives as a matter of temperament, just because he is like that, while convincing himself that this is the logical way to behave. The political party will choose one or the other, as determined by its own social history, while attempting to show the electorate that this is the logical way to behave. In fact, and in both cases, the proponents of either course have selected one of a 375 variety of available models, and have declared that real life works like this. Roughly speaking, the doctrinaire laissez-faire man is backing a model of the ecological system, and the doctrinaire controller is adopting a model from the neurological system. Now we know from the general philosophy of science as applied to operational research that every system maps onto every other system, that any model will do. We spoke of a triangulation process, whereby a variety of models would be mapped onto the problem situation and conclusions drawn from an insight which would be an amalgam of them all. If this is not done, after all, the particular scientific model adopted will provide the scientist with a structured phase space, surrounded by thought blocks, every bit as arbitrary and every bit as dangerous as the one that the manager has become conditioned to accept by virtue of his experience. In the present case, we want neither of these models, because they are manifestly partial. If we are to adopt a useful model of an organic system, we must use a model taken from an organic system. Only a complex creature, such as a man himself, provides an adequate model, for he has problems of both internal and external adjustment to contend with. Given such a model, which will be developed in more detail in succeeding sections of this chapter, it is interesting to observe at once that a great deal of the talk which is customarily applied to the enterprise can be seen to be incompetent. Why do people talk about the relative merits of centralization and decentralization? Because this seems to be a clear-cut issue on which a decision is required. But it is so only within the context of an inadequate and partial model. To take instead the model of a man, and then to ask such a question, quickly shows the dichotomy to be absurd. If the reader were centralized, in the sense in which some would advocate that enterprises should be centralized, so that all decisions of any weight whatsoever must be consciously monitored at the top, we should find the autonomous nervous system abolished. Thus, for example, the reader would have to remember to keep his heart beating however interested he became in these paragraphs. If he became too interested, he would drop dead over the book, and although this would constitute an impressive effect from the author's point of view, it would do little good to anyone. On the other hand, if the reader were quite decentralized, in the way advocated by some theorists about the enterprise, his autonomous nervous system would really be autonomous, in this case, and again however interested he became in these words, a mild feeling of thirst overtaking him would cause him to rush from the room in search of water. No, the dichotomy 376 is ridiculous. One could claim, perhaps, that the economy of a man is some judicious blend of the centralized and decentralized control arrangements, but how judicious is judicious? To define what one means by this blend is as difficult a problem as the one with which we began, so the dichotomy of control procedures helps not at all to resolve it. Many other arguments that are classically put forward in economic, social, and political theory can be demolished by cognate arguments. Questions of monopoly, including in these days questions of nationalization, quite certainly belong to this class. Political tempers become roused about such issues, precisely because neither side can possibly be right or possibly wrong. The question is formulated within an incompetent model. If society has to decide how to control primary industry, which is, of its very nature, monopolistic in character, then it should do so by seeking a cybernetic model which provides the kind of control that will give the effects which are desired, and these effects are not too difficult to define. What is difficult, and what makes the whole question so fraught with electoral danger, is the attempt to specify a mode of control in a language which makes sociological sense to the electorate and operational sense to the managers in charge of the industry simultaneously. This seems to be formally impossible because, although we are talking about the same thing, we are talking about two different ecosystems mapped onto two different models. In short, we try to deduce the control system from a preconceived model in which there is a belief, instead of doing the operational research work required to specify a model in which the language of the control system is meaningful to both the electorate and the operational people at the same time. There is much the same dilemma about so large a national issue as the foreign market orientation of a country. Great disquiet has existed in Britain as to whether the country should join the European Economic Community, or whether it should seek to create an equivalently coherent marketing system inside the British Commonwealth. Interestingly, the protagonists of both points of view each selected a model, declaring this in advance to be right, the language of which was competent to express only the one conclusion or the other. Thus, for instance, one group declared that common marketing is possible only among nations of equivalent technological advancement. The attempt to resolve this problem in terms of that model, not surprisingly, points to an inevitable conclusion: Europe. There is in fact no other choice. And of course, once this model has been adopted, one cannot even express the argument that perhaps countries of an equivalent technological advancement could. 377. Very well collaborate, using the entropy of the system as measured by technological imbalance precisely as the driving force of marketing. Conversely, the other group adopted a model based on an historical conception of Britain's role in the world. Once this model is adopted, Commonwealth marketing is the only answer. It becomes impossible now even to express the counter-argument that a new economic bloc is emerging in a Western Europe which by definition includes Britain, for the model states as part of its own structure that Britain is not included in Western Europe. So how can anybody be so absurd as to think it should join the European community at all? We could say in the terms of straightforward logic that the parties were incurring the fallacy of petitio principii, in which the conclusions are assumed in the premises, but that kind of analysis impresses no one. The reason is that the conceptual models we adopt are far more potent than the propositional assumptions we put forward in the course of debate. The latter can be challenged and perhaps falsified, the former structure the universe for the speaker and make it impossible for him to know what the opposition is saying. This mechanism seems to be characteristic of all political argument in particular, and also of the kind of argument which arises in a firm of a heavily institutional kind. The old family business, for example, knows what it is, why it is there and how it works. Any suggestions about the modifications of these tenets, which ought to be entertained in a changing world, will be met with heated rebuffs on the basis that the advisor has not properly understood what this firm is all about. To summarize, then, the contention is that many of the great arguments, the unresolved dilemmas, about the ways in which enterprises should be controlled are chimerical. The possibilities are herded together into two massive camps which are in contradiction, and each of these camps propounds a model of the problem in which its own thesis alone can be expressed. Hence no cognizance can be taken of the opposed viewpoint, hence no compromise solution can in principle be evolved. In practice we encounter compromise solutions, for the simple reason that neither side proves capable of effecting an isomorphic mapping of its own defective model onto the real world. Policies for adaptation, then, as expressed in terms of the language appropriate in any one model, turn out to be self-defeating in terms of the meta-language of any higher-order model which could subsume the two. It has been shown that both the laissez-faire and the mandatory schemes of control rely upon partial models, mapping respectively onto different bits of the structure of organic control as found in nature. It remains to specify a model of 378. Higher order, based on an integral notion of what constitutes a self-organizing system. 2. The cybernetic solution. It is against this background and armed with the insights of cybernetics in the previous chapter, that we come to consider the control of the enterprise. To be crisp, there is no doubt whatever that the enterprise has to be very largely a self-organizing system, nor is there any doubt that the laissez-faire approach to it reveals gross inadequacies, which nevertheless are not to be remedied by the installation of mandatory controls. A paradox is revealed. This is immensely important, because it does appear to be precisely the paradox with which the enterprise is faced in a free, democratic, and mature country such as Britain in the second half of the 20th century. Most of our affairs are in precisely this state, and it will not do. The resolution of the paradox is not at all difficult to find, once a grasp of managerial cybernetics has been obtained. We can adhere to the largely black box homeostat system approach, but in order to make it work we have to enrich the structure of the system that constitutes the enterprise under study. Homeostats consisting of a large number of interrelated subsystems will not work unless they are very richly interconnected. This was entirely clear from Ashby's original work. It becomes an unassailable conclusion in practical affairs, once they are studied cybernetically. Secondly, it is perfectly possible to superimpose a hierarchical organizational structure upon the self-organizing system, provided the reason for doing this is borne continuously in mind. We must neither regard it as a fiction, powerless in the face of the colossal inertia of the homeostat itself, nor must we regard it as the real control which is hidden from all except the cognoscenti. For here is a false dichotomy once more. Many thinkers have adopted the first view, including representatives of widely divergent psychologies, and their philosophies affect our thinking, for they are part of the cultural inheritance of man. In Zen Buddhism, for example, as in the meditations of some Western Christian mystics, we find the notion that the world outside ourselves is not for structuring. The world happens to us, and its own structure is meaningless or irrelevant. Even when the structure outside is recognized, and acknowledged as critically relevant to ourselves, the role of the individual lies in a passive submission to that structure. The idea is found in 379. Leninism, for all its revolutionary appeal, the idea is found in Karma Yoga, within the Hindu ethic. The former accords to the dictator special rights, which accounts for successful purges within the hierarchic structure and for the fact that the dictator's activity is doomed to become a self-defeating system. The latter accounts for a caste system which makes social evolution virtually impossible. Strangely, the karma teaching turns up in the peace and quiet of Victorian England. God bless the squire and his relations, and keep us in our proper stations. One finds traces of all this in modern existentialism too. So many outlooks, so many divergent views, and yet there is a common notion of control for the individual vis-a-vis society. The part is less than nothing in relation to the whole, and either cannot or should not seek to influence it. The other half of the dichotomy comes sometimes from thinkers, more usually from men of action. It asserts the right of the individual, and his capability, to structure the world outside. This is the philosophy of fight, of non-acceptance. It leads to individual heroism and to piracy, to empire building and to the welfare state. From it comes fascism and aristocracy. It accounts for the concealed authoritarianism of the inner will in an apparently democratic constitution, whether in politics or in business. Its temperament is different from the former class, but with the temperament comes theory to justify, to rationalize. If we adhere to the organic model, as advocated in the last section, we can see the cybernetic validity of a control system based on objective assessment of effective results. It requires that we escape both from temperamental notions of what is best, and from theories that are conceived in vacuo. The thought block that obstructs the view is immense, for we have been brought up and educated in a world which accepts some implicit belief as to the nature of control on this scale. We have also learned, if our wits have been sharp, that the system to which we are thereby conditioned does not actually work. Therefore the skilled manager tends to experiment with the opposite view. This is why management consultants, or new company chairmen, quite typically attempt to destroy a centralized management structure in favor of a branch autonomous only and vice versa. What is the objective, scientific approach? Firstly, the richly interconnected homeostat that constitutes the self-organizing system must take priority as the only means of obtaining coherence in a situation of such high variety that no other technique of control can be sustained for long. Secondly, the hierarchic system which is superimposed upon it, or rather by which it is implicitly informed. 380. Can be seen as that arrangement which speeds up the operation of homeostasis, and which can evoke quick responses when danger is threatened. Above all, that structure is needed which can choose between a mode of survival which is viable yet unprogressive in terms of some intellectually selected criterion, and a mode of survival which is viable yet progressive in these terms. There is a simple but quite fundamental distinction here. Any viable system is evolutionary, a learning and optimizing creature. But its teleology is an artifact. It is something understood post hoc. It is, as was seen in Chapter 14, driven by a purpose which is defined by the goals it did in fact hit. It is only the forecasting, forward planning, intending human mind which chooses goals on the basis of deliberately formulated ideals. These anti-hoc goals constitute the metalinguistic policies of enterprises. Now it is obvious that if we seek to have an enterprise which can attain a goal formulated in advance, but whose structure and mechanism is that appropriate to an organism whose goals are formulated only with hindsight, then our managerial task is one of organizational design. The job is to modify the structure, without destroying the self-organizing properties of the system, so that the goals it just happens to achieve turn out to be the goals which the human managers wish to attain all the time. In the arena of policy making, the brilliant manager knows intuitively that this is what he has to do. And because the whole of the mechanism by which he operates is verbal, interpersonal, and political, he is able to achieve his ends. Politics is the art of building organic structure into a universe of discourse, of debate, of climate of opinion. An analysis of any major policy-making maneuver reveals this elaborate structuring of ideas, how certain opinions are used to neutralize each other so that a third opinion becomes acceptable by default, how individual personalities behave homeostatically and produce the kind of expectant deadlock in which some one personality becomes uniquely acceptable as being the only common member of the subsets of preferred states. Then the way in which hierarchical structure in argument and the command of opinion is floated within the self-organizing is also clear. We talk about it in terms of loyalties, of personal ascendancies and of character. But when the same task is faced in the control of the enterprise, there arises a much wider realm of things, relationships, and even people which are quite outside the policy-making group. 381. It is this part of the system which people, for all their intuition, do not seem to understand how to engineer. They lose the subtlety they show in political matters, and begin to plump for one half of the false dichotomy. Lower down in the enterprise, moreover, as the lower echelons are reached, it is not even so simple a matter as a dichotomy with which we have to deal. Rather do we discover a universe broken up into a great many mutually exclusive categories. Thus in government, each ministry is set up to deal with an aspect of affairs, as if it could cope with that aspect in vacuo, whereas in truth no one aspect can be supervised without the intimate collaboration of all the others. So in industry, there are directors of production, sales, finance, engineering, and research for whom the same is true. We try to put these pieces together again by an overriding amalgam of their interests, calling the result a cabinet in the field of government and a directorate in the field of business. But the most elementary analysis of self-organizing systems shows that the interactions obtainable at this level, if they are not mirrored all the way down, are impotent to produce the cohesion of the entire enterprise which is essential. To use the model of the living organism, it is as if we created a frontal lobe of a brain and a group of autonomous control systems throughout the body, and omitted altogether to furnish the system with the older parts of the brain which do in fact mediate all sensation and all motor activity, coordinating the autonomous functions of local control centers on the one hand, and infusing the whole with conation and volition on the other. Cybernetic insights show, in particular, that the totality of the organization ought to be made up of building blocks that will be called quasi-independent domains. This is the compromise notion lying between actually independent domains and no domains at all. These domains have a certain local autonomy and may claim to be altogether autonomous. But they are not autonomous in the meta-language of the whole system, which monitors their activity according to the laws of cybernetics. Managers will recognize that this is what enterprises are really like, only the languages are not properly distinguished and may prove incompetent to express the facts properly. The extent to which the domains are independent derives from the need for local fluctuation, without which local homeostasis, still more local learning, is impossible. Without this local facility, the organism certainly explodes from a lack of requisite variety. All nature is replete with examples. Without local facilities for biochemical interchange inside the brain, the overall cerebral balance of oxygen and carbon dioxide would be 382. Strictly impossible. Any attempt to achieve this control in a centralized way would turn the interaction of localities into a self-defeating system. This is observed in pathological states when the mechanism goes wrong. Similarly, in the sphere of electrical activity, it seems likely that a lack of local independence in solving problems of electrical balance is the defect responsible for epilepsy. On the other hand, it is vital that all these local controls be mediated centrally, otherwise they will suboptimize and destroy the total system by internecine strife. Thus the design of the control that is needed for enterprises lacks a central nervous system. What we see of control in industry is a collection of separate and specialist functions: order processing, sales allocation, demand forecasting, forward planning, plant programming, machine loading, stock controlling, order progressing, production controlling, dispatch sequencing, invoice processing, cost accounting, budgetary controlling, and perhaps some other monetary activities. Ludicrously, each of these activities may be caught laying claim to being the key mechanism of managerial control. In fact, as the senior management knows and the careful observer can detect, the success of the enterprise depends upon the ability of the senior managers to coalesce these many activities into some central theme. But the theme remains notional. There is no physical, tangible, substantial thread such as the central nervous system itself provides in the body. Hence all the modes of control that are visible, are no more than outward signs of control-like activities which have no ultimate connection. They are epiphenomena of a central control which does not actually exist. The same is precisely true of government enterprises, except that financial control is more utterly dominant than it is in industry, where technological and entrepreneurial enthusiasms reduce its force. Yet from a cybernetic point of view, the appearance of a central thread of control contributed by the Treasury is even more misleading than the appearance in industry of no central thread at all. For all one can actually get hold of in the exercise of financial controls at the government level are indeed epiphenomena themselves. The point is that they speak powerfully of a central thing, driven by an overriding fiscal policy. Yet there is in truth no such thing, and the fiscal policy belongs to the class of goals that are recognized with hindsight. For national budgets are not goals that are met. Either they are exceeded, because the self-organizing system that is the economy causes them to be exceeded in the struggle for viability, or else they are adhered to by force. It is always possible to refuse to pay out more money than one had allowed for. But in the latter case, n. 383. Economic oscillation is at once set up by the refusal to allow this particular parameter of the system to take up its natural value. Thus politicians habitually claim that constraints which have artificially been clamped onto a homeostat, with sadly unphysiological results, were in fact goals which the system has met. It is the same trouble, The organizational structure of the economy is not sufficiently rich or well designed to procure outputs which satisfy predetermined goals of its own natural operation. And once that prerequisite of a self-organizing system is falsified, overall success can be attained only if conscious and directed intervention in the system can itself be sustained throughout. But of course this is impossible by the law of requisite variety. Some attempt will now be made to expound what the structure of a control system for the enterprise should be like, an essentially self-organizing system, with hierarchical overtones. It is a control system which operates itself, but which can be monitored from on high, and given new directions towards predetermined goals which it does not itself recognize and of which it cannot indeed be made aware. 3. The structure of institutional information. A practical system for achieving these ends in an enterprise must face up squarely to the following problem. A situation to be controlled is of immensely high variety, and if all this variety is allowed to impinge directly onto a control center, two quite disastrous results will follow. The first is that, in order to sort out such vast input, the controlling center must itself be enormously large. No management group, indeed, can be conceived which would be sufficiently large for the purpose. This is why the trick of averaging has been so extensively developed in the provision of institutional information. Unfortunately, really senior management receives data which are actually averages of averages of averages, and this means that only biased estimates of global means are available, while the most vital movements in the outside world are all too readily obscured. When it comes to the possibility of using a computer, people imagine that this problem can be dismissed. All the raw data can be ingested. But that is not the case. Calculations have been made to show that a computer competent to accept directly an undifferentiated input of such high variety would have to be so big that its area would cover approximately 100 square miles. But of course technological progress continues, and we pass from the miniaturization of 384 electronic components through microminiaturization to molecular engineering, so it is just possible that this difficulty might one day be overcome. Even so, the second problem, which is more basic, would remain. If we imagine an ongoing control of the kind envisaged, its central operation is quite clearly one of homeostasis. Now, if a homeostat in an equilibrial state be bombarded without respite by wave after wave of input data, it will go into an oscillation from which it can never recover. That is to say, and here we encounter the practical version of the theoretical argument advanced in a previous chapter, if the periodicity of the input is very much faster than the cycle time of the homeostat itself, then clearly it has no opportunity to settle. This means in practice that the policy of the enterprise as manifested in an actual plan of campaign would become chaotic. Every order sent from control to the enterprise would be rescinded and countermanded before the physical mechanisms of the business could possibly carry it out. The problem is exactly of the form to which the discussion of the last chapter led us. The high variety of the external world has to undergo a many-one transformation before it is allowed to impinge on the central control. And we have discovered something of the way in which this ought to happen. In the first place, it is necessary to transduce information about the enterprise into the control system. This transduction is an isomorphic mapping. We require a 1-1 correspondence between what is actually going on and what the control system knows is going on. Such a transduction can be envisaged as any kind of recording system, whether manual or automatic. But it will certainly be convenient and in keeping with the state of technological progress if the latter case is more seriously contemplated. Mechanical, electrical, photoelectric, and electronic means can be used to detect the information sought. A range of so-called data capture devices is already available for the purpose, though not widely used. Doubtless the range ought to be extended and codified. However, this phase presents no real problem. The next phase consists in a many-one variety reduction of these data. The machinery for this should be thought of as an echelon of small, rather simple black boxes, each receiving a subset of the inputs, and emitting a single output. The operation here is closely analogous to that described in Chapter 13 for the control of operations. It will be recalled that we have a measure of industrial output if we take the weight of the product. But variations in this weight may well be meaningless, insofar as a collection of the variables influences it. Certainly we 385 must avoid hitting the delicate equilibrium of the central homeostat with an input which declares that the weight of output is halved, if the reason why it is halved is known to be that the cross-sectional area of the product has been reduced to the point where it is twice as long for unit weight. Equivalently, there is no point in causing terrible trouble within the homeostatic control center by saying that demand today has suddenly halved, if the reason turns out to be that yesterday was a public holiday, with the result that demand tomorrow is doubled. That is to say, the black box dealing with these inputs will need to operate such devices as exponential smoothing techniques in order to make legitimate variety reductions for onward transmission of the data. Similar types of argument can be put forward for every area of activity within the enterprise, although there is a problem which must be noted at once. Some mixtures of input are fixed by physical constants and determined relationships, and this makes it possible to specify them with complete confidence in advance. In these cases the box, far from being black, may be almost transparent. But in the case of genuinely black boxes, we shall have to posit a learning system within the black box, which is also evolutionary, adaptive, and teleological in the sense recently described. But the genuinely black boxes of Chapter 13 were competent to handle this difficulty where operations were concerned. There is in fact no difficulty in designing a precisely similar system to handle other kinds of input such as market states, and the financial and personnel situations. Furthermore, the statistical transformations, extensively studied in Chapter 13, by which the output of these many black boxes ought to be transformed to eliminate the noise of statistically insignificant variation, will also be fully applicable. It is at this point that the arguments contrasting the apparently mutually exclusive alternatives of a laissez-faire and a planned strategy become relevant. It was suggested that, on the model of the living organism, the strategies are not mutually exclusive, but that a mixed strategy can be played. In fact, in the account of controlling operations, such a mixed strategy was seen at work. In Figure 45, the conclusions of Chapter 13 are redrawn, in order to reveal the extent to which what we have hitherto called a black box is actually transparent. This is purely a recapitulation, but the new terminology of transparency and opaqueness, as applied to black boxes and the new type of diagram, will be needed for what follows. In Figure 45, then, the familiar amoeboid shape at the top represents a world situation. The box marked T is a fully thought-out transformer of 386. The inputs regarded as relevant, 6 are drawn here. The output of this transformer is, as before, a pure number which blends the inputs. It is the mean of a statistical distribution of recent events. The many-one variety transformer that is actually part of the control system is represented by the large grid square. The large dots in the compartments of the first row are transducate inputs in their raw state. These are combined together, according to a preset formula, which reproduces the Figure 45 transformation T. Hence the transforms marked A, B and C are preordained blending operations and routing instructions. They lead to the heavily marked compartment depicting the result which is obtained now, if the processes which set up the generalized transformation T are gone through for the present state of the situation. To this point, then, the box is transparent. No self-organizing characteristic has yet entered the system. In the next row, however, the weight of previous experience is applied to the answer. The arrow entering the situation from the right represents the output of an entire system, centered on box T, such as that depicted in Figure 44. 387. This is to say that the output from transformation T as measured now, is read off and compared with the generalized experience stored in box T. Thus the result of coalescing the crude inputs is treated as the output of a theoretical model, and it is now referred to codified experience to produce a first approximate forecast. At this point in the design we have the best kind of estimate which can be made using analysis both of the structure of the situation, and of the totality of experience in stock when the system was set up. But, as happened before in Chapter 13, this estimate can now be taken off to a dynamic control center in which current experience is constantly being sampled and recorded. This experience is being continuously codified by its statistical pattern, and provides the sampling framework against which the immediate forecasting problem will be solved. It is labeled Gestalt memory in Figure 45. When a further adjustment has been made from this source, the trajectory of the coalesced input is moved into the next row, called second approximate forecast. This operation is entirely opaque, because no one can say why current experience weights the conclusion in the way it does. Yet the second approximation itself is viewed through a transparent window. It can now be inspected, at the least. So far the situation has been treated as static, and indeed the location of this point on the trajectory will not change unless the feedback from the comparator changes. This can only happen infrequently, because the statistical criteria applied to the building up of the store of generalized experience in the Gestalt memory recognize significant changes alone. But once the behavior of the system is viewed dynamically, once time is as it were switched on, the real-life raw inputs to the box will begin to vary. Therefore the first approximation will vary, and so will the second. If this happens, the output of the box will continuously vary. This is depicted by the wavy line of small dots emerging from the diagram from the second approximation row, and it is precisely this chance variation which must not be allowed to impinge unnecessarily on the central control later on. Hence further transformations are required before the output can be allowed to escape. 3 of these are readily identifiable and are shown in Figure 45. The first one is a normalizing transform. The quality of the number representing the second approximation is only to be understood in terms of the mathematical set of which it is a member. For this is no longer a straightforward measurement of the world, but a ratio computed from a comparison of the perceived state of affairs. And 388. Recollections of past experience. The set of such numbers will constitute a statistical distribution that is markedly skewed because the representation of experience is a ratio having a finite upper bound of unity. Thus, since it will be valuable for control purposes later on to treat outputs from this box as belonging to a Gaussian distribution, it is necessary to modify the second approximation. This can be done by applying a statistical transformation, which was precisely the device used in the operational control of Chapter 13. The second operation, called here an importance filter, is also familiar. This exists to eliminate variety, where variety constitutes noise as measured by a statistical test. And again this is an operation depicted in Figure 44. The third of the transformations has not been encountered before. This is simply a scale modifier. For this is one black box of many that will be needed in the total system, and it will be advantageous to have the outputs of them all varying over the same range. So the final operation is not one that affects the structure of the system, it simply alters one of its conventions. It is to be hoped that this exposition, up to this point, can readily be seen to recapitulate the operational control theory of Chapter 13. The all-important feature is preserved, namely, that which comes out of boxes of this kind should not without good reason propose problems to the homeostatic controller. But instead of the elaborate structure of the original theory, in which various absolutely opaque black boxes operated alongside various transparent boxes, the whole thing has been enclosed in a quasi-black box. This has only 2 genuinely opaque operations, those resulting in the first and second approximate forecasts. Operations prior to these are transparent, and the final 3 transformations might be labeled cloudy. The reason for this is that we know precisely what the transformations are doing in principle, but are certainly not going to inspect these compartments of the system to discover why. Only now do we reach the nub of the present argument. In a cybernetic system for the control of the enterprise, we require a large number of features which were not present in the operational control system. The reason is that the enterprise as a whole talks a meta-language in which the language of operations can be disputed. Hence, although we were right to make the upper half of this box transparent for the former purpose, its structural rigidity is inimical to the organic wholeness of the enterprise as such. As was seen in the previous section, we require some self-organizing freedom in place of the structural rigidity, for the precise algorithm which determines transformation T must be open to modification by an adapting, evolutionary. 389. Organism. On the other hand, as we said when discussing biological evolution, it would not be feasible to allow the transduced inputs to this box to combine themselves in arbitrary ways, mutating their connections forever, for a viable result simply would not emerge in a reasonable time. Freedom there must be, but a freedom constrained by experience. Therefore the pattern of squiggly lines representing transforms A, B and C is to be treated as the epigenetic landscape of this transformer. Moreover, the cloudy part of the system as so far described is also open to change. In particular, the importance filter can operate only with the rule about the levels of statistical significance which will be allowed to count. In the orthodox practice of applied statistics, various levels of significance are traditionally chosen and adopted as conventions by the profession. But this viable controller must have the capability to experiment with the levels of significance it is using. At any rate, to complete the theory of the black box transformer, it will be necessary to make the whole of this box genuinely opaque. We shall be able to guess only the sorts of things that are going on inside it, because we are going to endow it with a certain structural propensity, but no completely fixed rules will be retained. In order to show how this can be achieved, it will be necessary to add a third dimension to the diagram. In figure 46, which is a cubic lattice, figure 45 figures as one slice. In figure 46, then, the previous figure is repeated in a perspective consisting of a cube. Obviously this cubic lattice would be made up of a number of such slices, and it is most important to understand that these slices do not represent the handling of an equivalent number of sets of inputs. So far we are talking of only one set of inputs. The slices then are alternative configurations for handling these inputs. If each of the input lines be traced down the slice, it will be seen that their paths coalesce and emerge as a single output, which is the trick which achieves the variety reduction. As before, this configuration is called the trajectory of the input set to an output. The facility offered by the cubic lattice, then, is that the trajectory through the cube is a three-dimensional one. Such a three-dimensional trajectory is illustrated in figure 47. The point about this added dimension is precisely this. Each slice through the cube provides a sequence of known transformations which, with one exception, are not strictly opaque. It was said that the top half of the slice is actually transparent, while the lower three rows are cloudy. This is because the transformations represented in transmitting the trajectory from one row to the next below it are fully specified. But supposing, to take an example, that on this particular slice the importance filter is set to operate at the orthodox 390. 5% fiduciary level. This means that on the average only one impulse in 20 will be regarded as deviating beyond the limits of chance variation. Thus, from this cause, 19 out of 20 of the occasions when this set of inputs is fired will result in the absorption of the trajectory by the cube. There will be no output at all. But this ortho. Figure 46. Figure 47. Doc's 5 percentile may not, in the particular circumstances, have the right survival value. Only the gradual maturing of the ecosystem of which this black box is part can ultimately select a proper level. Thus the alternative next slice may have the level fixed at 4% instead of 5%, while the slice of the other side has the level fixed at 6%. Alternatives of this kind are available across the set of slices. Thus the three-dimensional trajectory that will be followed by a particular combination of inputs will gradually be determined by usage. In fact, an epigenetic landscape will gradually be established, computed in 391 terms of this machinery as a conditional probability model, which will steadily reinforce an output reading for the set of inputs which is meaningful, and has survival value to the system. But, as explained earlier, there will always be an opportunity for a mutation to occur, although the probability that it will do so decreases with maturity. The box as now understood is certainly opaque, and deserves its description of a black box. But it does constitute the kind of learning, adapting, evolving, teleological mechanism, the need for which was established in the last chapter. Moreover, the opaqueness referred to is not a warranty of chaos within the box. We have achieved here just the sort of free yet structured machinery that the arguments from biology have prescribed. Indeed, this whole account is based on the set theoretic model of some parts of the brain referred to as far back as Chapter 7. For the structure of institutional organization. A vantage point has now been attained from which it is possible to discuss a general theory about the control of enterprises. In this section, it will be necessary to draw deeply on the material of Part 3, of which the story is the climax. Inevitably, an account of how enterprises are to be controlled is an extraordinarily complex business. This is the reason why Figure 48, which reduces the matter to its absolute essentials, is none the less complicated and difficult to study. However, if all that has gone before has been well comprehended, the task is not insupportable. As usual, the study begins with a world situation. For the enterprise, this world situation may be understood in the form of two fairly well contradistinguished aspects. The first is the internal world situation, which is the one that the enterprise is. The second is the external world of the enterprise environment, that part of nature which has a direct bearing on the internal state. As has been recognized before, these two systems are not absolutely separable, they do not have absolutely clear-cut boundaries. One of the reasons for the problem of separability is that each is influenced by a set of synodic variables to be found in the world at large. All this is illustrated at the top of the diagram, where it will be seen that a set of preferred states is marked off from the totality of states represented by the phase space. In these two small pictures, as in those others which follow, the present state is shown within a preferred set of states. To go back to the drawing, the input from the set of synodic variables is shown helping to determine this happy state of affairs. 392. Each of these world situations may be observed to be amplifying variety. This plethora of information is seen cascading from the side of each picture. As we know, the first problem of control is to become. Figure 48. Aware of this variety, and in each case data is shown cascading onto the lid of a black box. But before attending to its subsequent use, it will be noted that the internal and the external world situations are depicted as interacting through a self-vetoing homeostat. This is no more than 393. A formalization of the actual state of affairs, for whatever the management does or fails to do about controlling the situation, it will in some sense control itself through the interactions which its two halves necessarily have. Management, however, will wish to influence this interim interaction for motives of its own, and the model now continues by saying what is to happen. Consider the two black boxes onto whose lids information about the internal and external world situations is constantly falling. By some means or other, whether by human speech or by letter, whether by manual or mechanical recording, whether by mechanization or full automation, the system must become aware of these data. Thus we posit a collection of data captured devices, capable of transducing this input into the black box. Thereafter, the mechanism described in the previous section operates, a much lower variety output emerges. This output is the vital information on which the enterprise must be managed. As has been seen, it is processed in a sophisticated way within the black boxes, and is led to the second homeostat, H2, which is the basic control center of the enterprise. H2 is a homomorphic, homeostatic model of the moment-to-moment state of affairs. Quickly to connect this picture with the previous three figures, we can see that there is an input to the box from the world situation which is separate from the general cascade of information about the variables concerned. This is a direct statement of the representative point which defines the immediate state of affairs, and it will be recalled that this is fed into the black box as a first stage modifier of transformation T. It will also be noted that the two boxes of homeostat H2 are constantly recording their states in the box labeled Gestalt memory, and that this historical experience is fed back to the black boxes, where it is used to modify the first approximation and to create the second. Hence the homeostat H2 is supported by the two historical homeostats labeled H3. It is mainly for this reason that the model H2 can be regarded as a representation of a mature ecosystem. It is not simply a reflection of the momentary state of affairs H1. On the contrary, it is a highly structured and very stable homeostat. This reflects the history of the system, and in particular the epigenetic landscape created in the two black boxes, and announces the fact that the world's situation does not directly impinge upon it. So the homeostat H2 is the still center at the heart of the control system for the enterprise. It does not change its state without good reason. When it does change its state, finding a new stable condition, it is in response to inputs from the two black boxes which declare a definite 394 significant and structurally assimilated change in the outside world. It must then proceed to act. This it does, by transmitting such changes in the representative point as are necessary to the homeostat H4. This system is the control system which prepares for immediate action in the real world. In the original model from the brain, H2 and H4 corresponded respectively to the sensory and the motor cortex. That is to say, H2 is primarily concerned with receiving information and evaluating it in terms of the mature ecosystem of which it is the core. H4 is a parallel activity which prepares to transmit instructions on the basis of its knowledge. Because these instructions will have to lead to specific actions in the real world of equivalent variety to that world, a variety generator is now needed to regain requisite variety for the intentions of the control system. Thus the output from H4, in passing into H5, undertakes a variety proliferation of the kind discussed earlier. H5, then, far from being a homomorphic model of the world's situation required for purposes of overall equilibrial control, becomes a planning system couched in the terms of day-to-day decision. In operational research language, H5 is an optimizing device. This is the place to remark that all these diagrams pretend that the world's situation and its representations exist in a two-dimensional space, whereas of course they are multidimensional. This is the reason why, in H5, the huge variety of the input and the output is shown as diminishing to a point. There is in fact no reduction of variety intended by this pictogram. The point itself is multidimensional, that is to say it defines a whole profile of variables, but it is shown as a point because it is unique. The output of homeostat H5 is then a detailed program of activity which is passed back to the world's situation itself. In following through the course of these controls, we have in fact defined the new operational homeostat H6. Again this appears in the drawing as 2 H6, one for each of the halves of the homeostat. H6 is the homeostat which interlocks H1 and H2. A constant comparison and adjustment is going on between the world's situation and its homomorphic model in H2, the flow of information undergoing first a variety reduction and then a variety amplification. It should by now be clear how all this operates as a controller of immediate events. The picture does of course differ markedly from that normally advanced in either industry or government. The whole system is immensely stable, because the 6 interlocking homeostats sequentially uncouple the deep considerations of balance in the enterprise from the day-to-day hurly-burly of decision and action, through 4 modifying 395 stages. Moreover, they uncouple the variety levels involved in a way which conforms to the laws of cybernetics hitherto adduced. Finally, they uncouple the past and the present in an acceptable way, through the concept of epigenetic landscape and an entire learning theory. The criteria of success which are introduced are complex and ill-defined just as they are in any real-life situation, for the major object of the system as so far described is simply to maintain equilibrium. This might possibly be described as making a profit in a short-term and narrow sense. The wider sense in which this enterprise can be led to succeed is examined next. If we return to the central core of the control, the homeostat H2, we may see that it sponsors a further activity at the bottom half of the diagram. Just as H2 can be used to generate immediate forecasts of events, so it can be used to examine long-range prognostications. The homeostat H7 is a continued management exercise, not operated in real time, in which the internal and external situations are balanced for many years to come. The representative points are determined, at least in part, by extrapolated outputs from H2. The adjustment of these points is determined by the operation of the homeostat H7 itself. It is the output of this homeostat which largely determines the policy of the enterprise, as can be seen in the drawing. Now this policy is at once fed back to the homeostat H2, for it is the long-range intention of the management which conditions the way in which the present state of affairs is to be conducted. The ability of the system to cope with this fact is recognized in the two-part homeostat H8, which produces an interaction between what is now going on and the policy for the future. Now this whole system ought to work, just as a biological system ought to work, on the strength of a structure aimed primarily at systematic adaptation. However, the lesson that can be drawn from the biological model is that such processes tend to be sluggish and self-satisfied. They appear to require a more immediate challenge, a kind of crisis impact. After all, if a crisis should occur in a system of this kind, it will be monitored by so many centers and mediated by so many sophisticated techniques, that there is a clear risk of the system's ultimate response being very ingenious and appropriate but far too late. The mechanism by which nature deals with this risk, without at the same time making the system neurotic or over-responsive, is the reward mechanism of the algedonic loop. To recapitulate in context the argument of Chapter 14, a child undergoing a learning process is producing an adaptation, but he may never 396 become adapted, through sluggishness or a lack of conation. Accordingly, he is stimulated into speedy activity by a system of rewards and punishments. Similarly, at a non-intellectualized level, the older parts of the brain receive collateral inputs direct from the sense organs. That is to say, although these inputs are processed through the cortex by an elaborate pattern-making machine, danger is monitored by the reticular formation of the brainstem. In this way, we may find ourselves running away from some serious threat long before we have worked out intellectually that a threat is indeed being offered. This algedonic mechanism, which resolves the dilemma between the twin yet contradictory needs to be stable yet responsive simultaneously, is just one example of a more general natural phenomenon. For example, a comparison between the flight of man-made gliders and of birds has been made by R. H. J. Brown of Cambridge. A glider without a tail fin will lose its stability, and crash. Anatomically, then, a bird is aerodynamically unstable. It uses its highly developed neuromuscular control of the shape and position of wing and tail to maintain flight. In fact, all animal mechanisms are in this sense unstable, which is why they can be brought under control by small forces, if the sensory information and speed of response is sufficiently good. If animal mechanisms were highly stable, their response to gross perturbation would be too sluggish and would call for huge control energies. In the same way, then, the model under development has to resolve this fundamental dilemma. The system so far is robust and not easily upset. Yet if there is real trouble, its very robustness will make it a poor adaptation machine. So the whole system is enclosed by an algedonic loop, which can effectively short-circuit the total machinery. This will guarantee speedy reaction to pleasure and pain, without damaging the routine, self-organizing, self-regulating control procedures. This loop is the channel defining the final homeostat, H9, by which the policy being promulgated through the system is allowed to impinge directly on the world's situation through other channels, and the reaction of the world's situation is directed straight back to the policy. Here is the reward and punishment system for the enterprise, a mechanism by which the management may decide to alter its policy, regardless of the elaborate control activities which are governing day-to-day affairs. Moreover, this final arrangement is the one that makes sense of the 397 More subtle managerial intentions that lie behind the enterprise. No system of day-to-day control can do more than work smoothly towards a criterion of success which is defined in its own language as profitable. But it is clear that the senior management may have, and very possibly should have, aims and objects which can only be expressed in a meta-language. This meta-language may be spoken around the algedonic loop. It is perfectly possible to conceive of a company chairman or a government minister formulating, modifying, and measuring his policy and its effectiveness in consultation with parts of the world that do not directly impinge as environmental circumstances on his enterprise. Those employees whose lives are dedicated to the operation of the company, as they know it will never understand these overriding intentions and success criteria, because they do not speak the meta-language. This is an important point. It is one of those aspects of the enterprise which lead to misunderstanding between governor and governed, to industrial strikes and to electoral disasters. The model of the control of the enterprise is completed. The explanation given has been minimal, otherwise it would fill the entire book. But it is not difficult to see how this control is used to handle particular problems of kinds not explicitly mentioned here. For instance, it is possible to contemplate any operational research problem of the enterprise as a facet of this cybernetic model. Although we may use standard or techniques in solving such a problem, using the approaches set out in Part 2, this wider concept of organic control enriches the insight and safeguards the application. Before leaving this chapter, however, a special declaration needs to be made. This is the only case, of the very large number of studies and models and approaches put forward in this book, in which what is no more and no less than a theory has been advanced. There is, at the time of writing, no enterprise which would confess that its method of overall control had been built on this advice. Even so, the theory is more than an untried operational research model. In the first place, it is a descriptive account of how enterprises actually work. In this capacity, perhaps, it throws light on that problem, and at the least it forestalls the kinds of description as given in balance sheets and organization charts oversimplify to the point where they are a positive danger. But secondly, it can be claimed that a fair number of partial applications of this model have actually been made in real-life situations. Finally, it is suggested that the use of this model would radically change the appearance of an enterprise controlling system. For although it was just said that controls are actually exercised rather like this, no one 398 acknowledges the fact, nor is the machinery explicitly designed, and therefore it must be inefficient. For this model is about control, it deals with the core of the problem. Most descriptions and most manifestations of an enterprise controlling system are about the epiphenomena of control. What is really the core and central nervous system is locked within the communicating minds of a managerial elite. One of the reasons why the replacement of the existing state of affairs by something more formal and better understood is so vital, is because of the movement towards automation. Insofar as we increasingly remove the human element, we must increasingly replace all its functions. The acknowledged functions to do with giving decisions, signing papers, endorsing plans and so on, are well understood and have often been imitated by computers. But without a theory of the kind discussed here, there is no basis for the automation of what is central to the control of the enterprise. Beware the risk that automation will march on without this being noticed. The point will be presented again, in a more directly relevant context, in Part 4. So ends the discussion of the relevance of cybernetics to the great control problems of management. The arrangements made have to do with the ecosystem, they should attend to its sentience, they should attend to hierarchic structure as informing the homeostatic balance by which systems are in fact self-organized. Finally, let it be said again that we have been concerned with what only looks like a grandiose general theory of management control. The first half of the book, in a way, gives the lie to any belief that such a theory can be clamped onto a real-life situation. For operational research is empirical science. What this part has really been about is a novel and demonstrably rewarding approach, a newly oriented insight, an enriched vocabulary, a way of thinking that rises above the platitudes of orthodox management training. Cybernetics is about control, which is the profession of management. 399. Part 4. Outcomes. Connective summary. The whole of Part I was spent in considering the nature of management decision, policy, and control in the light of science. We saw how operational research meant doing science in the management sphere. In Part 2 all this was amplified by a discussion of the way in which OR actually operates, its methods and techniques were introduced, we saw it in action on behalf of management. Science, it was seen, could arrange to model and to quantify the large systems with which managers must deal, and from these quantified models conclusions about managerial policies could be drawn. But these large systems turn out to be no more than parts of exceedingly large systems, and the classical techniques of OR do not deal with these very successfully. A special class of models was therefore introduced in Part 3, drawn from the science of cybernetics. This science has been developed with exceedingly large systems, and particularly viable ones, especially in mind. By using this class of models as a basis for doing operational research, the topic of management cybernetics is born. We saw how this works too. The time has now come to consider the outcome of all this in the world of affairs. Although the first 3 parts have been full of examples, case material, and the discussion of explicit management problems, these have not yet been drawn together to form cohesive lines of attack. A vantage point has now been reached, however, from which to attempt a conspectus of applications to include not only what has already been done, but what ought to be done next. 400. We begin with industry. In Chapter 16 is considered the use of OR in the firm, and the management science approach to modeling its entire activity. This leads into an extended discussion of the special issues which arise for industry, and indeed for every kind of enterprise, because of the changing scientific attitude towards information and communication. Especially in this Chapter 17, the consequences of the new computer technology are worked out and discussed. These arguments lead in turn to the outcome for government, which is conceived as essentially an informational process. Chapter 18, then, discusses the use of management science in dealing with national and international problems. It is impossible to ignore the bearing of the approach of this book on the profession of management science itself, and this topic is considered in Chapter 19. How both OR men and scientifically oriented managers ought to be trained, and how the use of both ought to be organized, is discussed at length. The book ends with concluding thoughts on what counts as practical management and practical science in this era of difficulty and change. 401. 16. The outcome for industry. Good counsel is clearly a science in some sense. Nowhere do men give good counsel through ignorance, at any rate, but through knowledge. Is there any science which does not deliberate about some one particular thing in the city, but about the entire city itself, and in what way it may best orient itself and towards other cities? Plato in the Republic. 1 OR and the firm. Rather than to solve problems, it is clever to dissolve them, there is then no residual task of implementation. This is certainly one message of this book, for what has been written in the first 3 parts includes throughout an appeal to think again about the nature of the management role. As far as good practice is concerned, management improves steadily. It makes increasing use, as it should, of work study, of O&M, of ergonomics, of production engineering, of management accounting, of product planning and of marketing techniques, as tools in the fight for better results. All this implies a scientific approach to the 402. Day-to-day task of decision and control, because all these management aids are based on the collection of facts, on measurement, and on a statistically competent appraisal of the resulting data. But beneath the level of practice lies the level of problems. Managers work under great pressure very often, and have little time to think freshly about the nature of the problems which their good practice handles. That is to say, managerial practice assumes the real nature of the problems to be known. Yet it is far from true. Quicker and more organized ways may be found, for example, for producing cost comparisons between different products or process routes, but the basis on which those costs are calculated may possibly never be questioned. There are many impressively elaborate systems of costing which hide the same old assumptions about the distribution of overheads, assumptions which vitiate the meaning of the whole exercise. It is at this level that the fruits of a quarter-century of operational research experience can rapidly be garnered. Many of these problems are classics of OR, and they can often be reduced to a characteristic shape. Because so much work has been done on questions of stock holding, queuing, the allocation of resources, and so forth, the problems which underlie management practice in such areas can be examined through mathematical models which do not require further justification at the systemic level of model building. In such cases, good answers, which provide more enlightened basis for management practice, can be obtained virtually by calculating a formula. And because of the interdisciplinary nature of OR, we are entitled to subsume under this heading those econometric techniques of which the same is true. The economic model of the firm that enables us to examine the relationship between marginal cost and marginal revenue is a vitally useful management aid, and no manager with any pretension to professional skill would fail to calculate the break-even point of his business. It is for these reasons that two professors of operational research have classified management problems into 8 basic forms, which singly or in combination account for most of the problems that confront executives. Their conveniently small book is a vade-mecum for managers who wish to make rapid and inexpensive use of the OR approach to the clear definition and quick solution of a large range of familiar problems. But it is just because these answers are known that they were called the fruits of OR, rather than OR itself. There is no need to undertake research into operations, if it can be taken as given that no real research is needed but only hard work in applying a known result. Thus the 403 position taken here is that such fruits of past OR ought to be assimilated into management practice as a matter of course. Those responsible for stock holding systems ought to include people specially trained in the techniques which OR has developed for controlling stocks. Those responsible for running allocation systems ought to include people trained in mathematical programming. And so on. But none of these people needs to be an OR scientist, for his function is to do the research that will establish answers to problems to which no answer at present exists. This is not a capt-eous distinction. If either management or the OR profession pretends to itself that applying established results constitutes doing operational research, then it will be living in a fool's paradise in which no breakthrough is ever possible. Naturally, the known work must be exploited, and because we know what it is, there is little difficulty in organizing the exploitation. But for operational research itself is reserved the novel problem with no apparent solution, the determination by scientific method of an outcome which would otherwise have to be guessed. This brings the argument to a deeper level still. Below the problems which underlie the practice, are found the policies which determine how those problems appear and ought to be approached. This is the major arena for operational research, the sphere of policy. There exists no formula to help the scientist to assist the manager in formulating his criteria of success, and this is the problem with which OR always begins. Nor is there a formula for redesigning policy to meet those criteria, once it is admitted that the whole issue is open to reappraisal. To be graphic, the manager who thinks he is sponsoring OR because he has a mathematician studying the behavior of a queue, ought to pause to ask why the queue is there in the first place. Genuine OR might so recast the policy, with managerial connivance, that the queue was abolished. In this way some applications of inventory theory to decide which items should be held in stock turn out to be pointless if original, or should happen to show that either all items or no items should be so held. In this way, too, applications of linear programming to decide the minimum cost allocation of a set of resources to a set of outcomes turn out to be pointless if original, or should demonstrate that either the resources or the outcomes can and should be radically altered. Nor is it right that management should be advised by the use of game theory that a certain policy is the best of those available to meet a competitive situation, on an unexpressed assumption that the manager really wants to minimize. 404. The maximum risk, if this wish is either temperamentally anathema to him or can be shown to be silly in a particular case. And so on, indefinitely. Thus within a given and accepted framework it may well be true that problems of management can be matched to one of 8 templates, for quick handling by someone trained in the appropriate mathematical technique. But the whole purpose of OR as described here is to join with the manager in questioning that very framework. It is for this reason that the chapter opened with the remark that problems are better dissolved than solved. In the early part of the book a picture was created of a known and all too familiar company situation, in which the nature of things is structured by the people who are involved in them, people for whom real life is a specialized phase space surrounded by thought blocks. The manager who appreciates the sense of this description, and the limitation of his whole organization as a machine devoted to handling an arbitrary account of the way things are, will use OR in a correct way. He will deliberately send his OR team into orbit around the phase space, using the power of objective science, coupled with the sheer ignorance of his particular business enjoyed by the scientists, as the energy which achieves escape velocity. He will enjoin the team to explore the outer space to find out what is going on beyond the confines of his own managerial universe, to think afresh about the nature of his problems in the context of the whole. For it is in doing this, in thinking systemically, that OR scientists have their expertise. In short, what is the entire enterprise all about? In what way may it best orient itself towards itself and towards other enterprises? This is the proper question for OR, or, at the least, it is the proper context in which a more particular and perhaps pressing policy question should be set to OR. It is the very question that Plato thought good management should set out to answer, as quoted above in the second passage from the Republic. And, as quoted in the first passage, Plato thought that counsel in this matter ought to derive from knowledge rather than ignorance, that it should approach what we now call a science. He was, even then, perceiving the need for the OR facility that we now have. And if it seems almost trite to say that advice should derive from knowledge rather than ignorance, it behoves us to reflect on the difference between assumed and genuine knowledge. To listen at the boardroom keyhole will naturally not reveal that ignorant decisions are thought to be other than knowledgeable by the directors inside. But the experience of applying objective tests for the degree of genuine knowledge in use within can be shattering. We reach good decisions, which are soundly argued. 405. Conclusions from totally false premises, and we believe the false premises to be true because we could not bear it if they were not. In the rest of this chapter we shall discuss how OR for the firm works out in practice, if it is approached on this scale and with this breadth. Certainly the most alarming issue which this approach immediately raises is the question of time and money. The untutored manager can be forgiven for feeling that any such research is bound to last for years and years, and to cost him a small fortune. But it can be hoped that, after reading this book, another manager will be more sanguine. For he will realize that the OR team does not start work with a blank check. It knows that it is dealing with an organism operating in an environment, it knows that every science can propose ways of looking at such a situation, it has long practice in devising appropriate models. Once the model is created, it has access to all the techniques developed by science for handling models of that special kind. And the whole process of doing OR, it ought to be remembered, is self-organizing on a sequential basis. The particular relevance of this last point arises in the matter of obtaining information. Managers themselves are often quite overwhelmed by the difficulties which they assume or will encounter in the attempt to quantify any scientific model of their firms. There are 2 reasons. First, they expect that the model must reflect in every detail every facet of the operation, and they well know that the data for this assumed purpose are by no means available. Second, they perceive that some of the critical information is not only missing in terms of an available record, but is not a conventionally measurable entity at all. Value judgments belong to this category. The answer to this twofold difficulty is really quite simple. If a systemic model is constructed, it may well elicit the major features of the situation quite quickly based on quite crude data. For example, Each of us as a private individual can know whether he is solvent if he has a statement of his total assets to compare with a statement of his total liabilities. His solvency in no way depends on the answer to the question whether his wife has paid the butcher's bill. The next step is to decide from the systemic model which subsystem of the total system needs further resolution in detail, and precisely what quantities need to be measured to provide it. Which subsystem is determined by the model, and not by the manager, who usually cannot judge, mainly because he is looking at the conventional breakdown into subsystems, whereas the scientist is not. What quantities to measure are decided by the needs of the model, and not by the needs of the manager, whose daily task is quite different from that of the study. 406. The criterion to be used by the scientist in reaching these decisions is the criterion of requisite variety. So whether exhaustive records of what everybody thinks is happening are readily available or not may well be completely irrelevant. It has been argued repeatedly here that OR is empirical science. Its prime responsibility is to discover what and how to measure, and to undertake the measuring. So there is the answer to the second difficulty too. The scientist will seek to construct the sort of model that he can quantify, not one that he cannot. This does not necessarily mean that he must omit some of what the manager considers as critical variables. It means that he will try to express the system in another way. The whole history of science is studied with examples of discoveries made in the absence of critical information, or of the facilities to obtain it. The history of science is also studied with examples of people who were martyred for declaring that aspects of life could be measured, which their persecutors knew could not be measured, or thought it would be blasphemous, dangerous, or immoral to try to measure. We nonetheless progress. Let the scientist try. Let the manager not try to tell the scientist what he can and cannot do. The scientist will report back soon enough. Or explores. It feels its way along. It ought not to set itself impossible methodological targets, and then complain that there is no way of hitting them. Its models are models of structure, and not of the history of particular events. It has to feel out the structure, to express it scientifically and to quantify it in its own way. It is the manager who tries to be his own OR man who, by specifying the required technique and the actual problem and so forth in advance, makes solutions impossible. It is the OR man who prejudices all these questions by picking on one of 8 templates of technique before he has constructed a systemic model, who comes whining to management that there are not enough data. They make a perfect pair, and will get nowhere. Let us get on with some real OR. 2. Modeling the total system. There is, we have often insisted, no right or correct model of anything at all. There are only more or less appropriate models for particular purposes. If, however, we are to approach Plato's desideratum of discussing not some one particular aspect of an organized whole, but the whole of it at once, we need a model able to encompass not only the firm but all its interactions. The methodology to be followed has been expounded, and its critical point ought to be reiterated. It is this. Since 407. We cannot account for the entire detail of a system as big as a firm, the model must be a many-one homomorphic reduction. Requisite variety can be obtained in such a model, by including in it data generators. But any conclusions drawn for managerial purposes from this model must be supported by a level of variety commensurate with their own variety. This in general can be done, either by resolving in more detail those parts of the system which relate to the decision, or by generating variety stochastically in a simulation. There are probably many models in science to choose from that would offer a mapping of the whole firm and its interactions. Anyone who has read through the first 3 parts of this book, however, will understand. Figure 49. The author's own predilection to work from a biological basis. For the problem as defined, namely that the firm is an organism interacting with an environment, is instantly recognizable as an ecological problem. Thus there is one OR scientist at least who embarks on the operational research task of modeling a global industrial situation by turning to cybernetics for a model of the sentient ecosystem. Figures 26 to 30 inclusive are increasingly complicated pictures of the key interactions governing ecosystems, drawn to illustrate a text dealing with the problem in a cybernetically general fashion. When we come to considering industry, we need to elaborate a more specific version. Figure 49 quite clearly belongs to the same generic set of illustrations as 26 to 30. It shows a self-vetoing homeostat, in which the company and its market are constantly interacting. The state of the system as depicted in figure 49 shows that the market is satisfied by the present balance of the homeostat, but that the company's representative point is not in its preferred set. Therefore the company's policy must change in an effort to move its own point into its own preferred. 408. Set of states, without driving the representative point of the market outside its own preferred set of states, thus upsetting market satisfaction. The company box in the diagram receives information from the market environment box, and reacts by passing information back to influence the market. This is the basic feedback loop of the total ecosystem. It is at once obvious that the company must be in possession of enough information about its market if the system is to attain to a homeostatic balance. Since the variety generated by the market is very large, the lines of communication back to the company must have large channel capacity. Equally, the information traveling in the other direction must be large enough to influence the market, and the same measures of channel capacity apply. It is because of the high variety in this loop that we must spend so much money in the process of marketing. Marketing people are well aware that they are trying to cope with a high variety input by means of a high variety output. Indeed, they seem more aware of this necessity than any other branch of management. Some members of top management, even some marketing men themselves, are somewhat appalled by the amount of money that is spent in the process. One notices at marketing conferences, particularly those concerned primarily with advertising, how preoccupied are the executives concerned to justify themselves and their profession. They are nice men, they are aware that the money they disperse would look after a significant portion of the starving and needy families of the world. They are not quite sure if there is an ethical basis for their lives and their means of livelihood. But it is not really an ethic of which they stand in need. They are short of some raw cybernetic theory by which a scientific demonstration that a marketing campaign demands this kind of expenditure can be made. This does not excuse them from responsibility for its proper use. But the law of requisite variety does demonstrate in this context how very great is the information that must be generated and paid for in a competitive society. Without benefit of the cybernetic model, management tends to behave towards the situation of figure 49 in its orthodox way. The world outside the company is seen as somewhat chaotic, indisciplined, and anarchic. It is a hostile muddle, something into which order and discipline must be imported. Thus in the orthodox picture, money, the working capital allocated to marketing, is pumped outwards towards the public who purchase the goods. But the working capital is a rather arbitrary sum. This has to be divided between the various functions of marketing, advertising, distribution, packaging, market research, product research, and so on. Each 409 of these functions may well have its own management and organization, and is indeed a distinct activity in its own right. Nor does the process of cutting up the marketing function stop there. In advertising, for example, further breakdowns of the appropriation have to be made as between the press, television, hoarding displays, and so forth. This is the problem of the media mix. At this stage, operational research scientists may be brought in to use such techniques as linear programming as a means of determining the best way of obtaining coverage for a particular audience. Even this is not the final division. Decisions have to be taken not only between newspapers and journals, but between full, half and quarter pages, 30-second and 1-minute television spots, and so on until the money is spent. And what applies to the advertising branch applies to all the others. This picture is of the kind that has been painted before in this book, because it is common to the whole of business and industrial management, a division of functions, a division of staff, a division of money. And the process of division is one that continues down from the single point of the total marketing appropriation, through a very large number of stages, down to the great variety of separate bills that are eventually paid. The whole of this money and effort is directed to the public who are potential purchasers of the company's products. The model which underlies this orthodox outlook, although it may be unexpressed, concerns a teeming population of irrational, unpredictable individuals due to be controlled by the marketing pressures directed at them, and demonstrating the degree of their being controlled by the making of their purchases. The pattern of purchasing is then studied, analyzed, and used for predicting the effect of the next round of expenditure in every division and subdivision. More and more sophisticated methods are employed to make these analyses and predictions, but somehow marketing men do not work themselves out of a job. Most of them believe that the major decisions are matters of judgment and flair. With the ecosystemic model of marketing, however, a completely different picture is obtained, one which may well demand an entire reorientation of outlook. The question is, can Figure 49 be turned into a usable account of the firm's interaction with its market in Figure 50? A more elaborate version of Figure 49 is put forward. Note that its structure is identical with the earlier simplified picture. Although an attempt has been made to give more resolution of the detail, this system is clearly a self-vetoing homeostat. Examining the diagram for significant detail, the very high variety 410, Figure 50, 411, which the market is capable of generating emerges in the bottom left-hand corner as a mass of subsystems representing kinds of purchasing behavior. These subsystems all interact, and indeed the collection of boxes marked PB is itself a homeostatic assemblage. Secondly, the torrent of high-variety information which eventually reaches the company through its sales returns is rather seriously distorted. Everyone knows that it is extremely hard to collect sales data which are directly attributable to a particular campaign, or a particular state of mind of the public, because of time lags, interference of every kind, stockholding complications, and so on. But fortunately this model does not call for any causal analysis of the sort normally undertaken. In practice, the study will be interested in the characteristics of the mechanism marked distortion, but the ultrastability of the system does not depend on an ability to unravel that mechanism. In the top right-hand corner of the diagram is the organization of the company's affairs over which the management has direct control. It too is pumping high variety onwards, promotion, towards the market. And as was pointed out earlier on, this is very essential. Indeed, the variety can be measured scientifically and its obedience to the laws of information theory can be studied. In the top left-hand corner of the diagram appears an attempt to unravel the mechanism by which the market is influenced. This abbreviated diagram contends that only one product is involved, whereas the product range is itself a source of variety that has to be multiplied into the measurement of total variety as depicted. Finally, the external influences shown on the extreme left and right are not explained at all, although they could well be to some extent. It is possible to make secondary homeostatic models of the competition which is affecting one's market, and also of the disturbances which may affect the company itself. Interestingly, and despite the geometry of the diagram, it often happens that apparently unassociated disturbances on the extreme left and right have a common cause in the outside world. This tertium quid is precisely the synotic variable discussed in Chapter 12 and illustrated in Figure 29. Figure 50, then, is a diagram of a generalized model from cybernetics of the company considered as a sentient ecosystem. Attention is drawn to the fact that the market itself and the company itself are both depicted as black boxes, all the detail is to do with their interactions. And this is in the best tradition of operational cybernetics, since we know that it is the interactions which embody homeostatic equilibrium. But of course, in any given study, it may be very necessary to resolve the structure of these two black boxes, either more or less, according to 412. Further models as required. Before passing to a discussion of this matter in the next section, however, we should consider the managerial value of the global model itself. Suppose that a model of the kind illustrated in Figure 50 had been made of the firm. This is not nearly as difficult an undertaking as it might appear, and might be expected to take no more than a month of work by a small or team. It is also a fairly easy job to set up the logic of the system inside an electronic computer. The model must then be quantified, using real data about the real situation. Let there be no mistake about this, real data do usually exist. A great deal of money is spent in determining the parameters of a system of this kind, but because analytic methods do not enable statisticians to make thoroughly reliable predictions, we tend to assume that we need more data. This belief is chimerical. The reason why the data do not yield fully accurate predictions is not that there are insufficient of them, but rather that life is uncertain and the system extremely complicated. The reason why actual marketing decisions seem to depend so fundamentally on flair and judgment is because marketing activities are broken up into a rigorous organizational structure, and the bits are then treated as if they had nothing to do with each other. On the contrary, experimentation with the model will quickly confirm the cybernetic expectation that the mode of interaction between the boxes is the most important element in determining the behavior and stability of the whole. Thus the object is to quantify the model with data that do exist, rather than with information which everyone would like to have but which turns out to be missing, such as a reliable measure of advertising effectiveness. The effectiveness of advertising is a behavioral phenomenon of the ecosystem, that is to say, it is a measure of the metabolism of the system's dynamics. This is why people often fail to measure it when they try to identify a result. It is rather like asking the question, whereabouts in the engine of a car can one find the speed? So the point about the computer simulation on which OR would now embark is that it arranges well-known data in probability patterns, which then become the raw material for simulating a stochastic network. This experimental approach to the dynamics of the ecosystem yields an account of the stability, rate of adjustment and learning, and so forth, of which the situation is capable. Experimentation in which one alters the arbitrary variables, notably the various arbitrary appropriations, over a considerable range will reveal just how sensitive the stability of the system is to parameters within managerial control. Everyone has fixed ideas about the way in which a system of which he 413 has vast experience actually works, but these ideas are really beliefs and not tested truths. They are not even, scientifically speaking, hypotheses. Thus, as we have come to expect, scientific work can bring under the spotlight all manner of prejudices, superstitions and convictions. Ultimately, the following question should be answered: what is the optimal state of the company's total marketing policy? But long before then it should be possible to discover the answers to some formal basic questions of the kind: to what particular facets of the system, both qualitative and quantitative, is profitability most vulnerable? To what remedial actions are particular dangerous states of the system most susceptible? What features of the system are more or less invariant whatever we do? The answers to all these questions are missing from any analytic research results, however sophisticated. They are locked up in the intimate, dynamic interactions of the homeostatic ecosystem. A tabulation of the actual output of a computer simulating a purchase feedback loop within the overall model depicted, is given at figure 51. This is a simulation of a two-brand marketing situation, in which a group of 1,000 customers is assumed to be influenced by a wide range of marketing pressures. It illustrates how a particular facet of a global model can be investigated. The particular computer program, devised by Dr. B.T. Warner, enabled the behavior of a subgroup of 100 consumers over a period of 2 years to be simulated in less than 2 minutes. Still higher speeds could be attained on a larger machine than the one actually used. The investigation concerns two brands competing for an economic share of a total market that is quite inelastic. Decisions by either manufacturer on the amount and type of advertising, sales effort, premiums, offers, price changes, and so on, can be injected at periodic intervals and the effect on sales observed. As long as the simulation is continued, the customers preserve their memories of their attitudes to, and use of, the two products, although these memories are arranged to decay, and do so unless reinforced. This kind of investigation, and this kind of model, may well be the start of a scientific attack on a firm's existing situation. Although it is global, it can tell us, really rather quickly, what are the major features of that situation, and how different sorts of behavior could be elicited from the ecosystem. This means that plenty of major policy problems can be solved without ever penetrating the darkness of the black boxes which generate ecosystemic behavior. For example, many problems to do with the siting of factories, depots, warehouses, retail outlets, and so forth, can be dealt with, starting from this point, in terms of interactions alone. Considered in orthodox terminology, these are problems. 414. Figure 51. Results of simulated marketing situation. 415. Of plant balance, marketing, and distribution. The particular purpose of the global model from ecosystems is to put together again the Humpty Dumpty of marketing, which has been shattered in pieces by over-elaborate organizational structure and over-refined specialization in the various aspects of the problem. In less orthodox terminology, however, we are really talking about the survival worthiness of the firm, its viability. Thus another set of problems which can be approached from this standpoint would generally be called by the title, Problems of Capital Investment. 3. Resolving the subsystem. It has been repeatedly emphasized that any piece of operational research can be undertaken within the context of a global model. And indeed if it is not, then there is a risk of misunderstanding the interactions which surround the sub-optimization contemplated. To see how the resolution of subsystems works out, using the full or concept of the homomorphic mappings of interlocked models as discussed in Part 2, two examples are now given. In these, the black boxes that were respectively the company and the market in two different ecosystemic models have to be further resolved. The first example quoted is taken from an actual study, and the diagrams which follow are actual diagrams taken from the case papers. The problems being considered concern the acquisition and use of raw material, and the consequent capital investment in the plant which would be involved in any changes in purchasing policy and production practice that could be made. The work began with the creation of an ecosystemic model very like that already discussed in the last section. But it had these complications. Since raw materials were very much an issue, the environment of the firm had to distinguish between input and output. The supply environment considered the outside world insofar as it offered raw material, and the demand environment stood for what has hitherto been called the market. Because the possible change of works practice might involve labor complications, a working environment was distinguished, and because of capital requirements, a financial environment also. So the first resolution of the company environment ecosystemic homeostat looked like figure 52, which shows a quadripartite resolution of the environmental situation. It is a family of homeostats, constituting one large homeostat. Now preliminary investigation based on the conceptual model at this stage revealed that the financial environment could 416 be expressed as an integral part of the company's internal activity, for the reason that there was no question of raising money from outside. Any financial operations, such as the capital investment which was contemplated, would have to be paid for in a very short run out of the revenue accruing over that period. Secondly, the working environment should be similarly treated. The factors affecting labor could almost entirely be accounted for within the firm itself. This would not happen, for example, in the case of a dockyard, or in any other situation where there is a highly mobile in and outflow of seasonal labor. Thus the figure 52. Next model, it could now be decided, in order to make the earlier one simultaneously more specific and more elaborate, ought to depict the relationships of men and money integrally with those of materials and machines, as one interacting system. But both the supply and the demand environments, which turned out to be highly critical to the whole policy of the firm, would have to be set up as distinct from the firm itself. At this point, a considerable degree of resolution was attempted and a second model was evolved. This model derived from general systems theory, and a diagram showing the relationships that emerged is given at figure 53. Here, the supply environment is the smaller horseshoe on the left, embracing three main material sources and their alternatives. The demand environment, the larger horseshoe on the right, is made up of 10 separate markets. It will be clear that the sources and sinks within this general systems theory model are still treated as black boxes. The object is to make some more resolution of the company activity which links the two environments together. Now, given that the relation 417 ships in this picture, denoted by the lines and arrows, could all be statistically quantified in terms of magnitudes and probabilities and time cycles, quite a lot could already be said about the stability of the system, and about the vulnerability of the organism. Note that anything inferred at this point is in fact inferred from the ecological relationships, and not from information about the content of all the little boxes. Although many more of them are shown, so that more structure is resolved, the individual boxes are still black. Figure 53. Having learned, from the analysis of this model, a great deal about the behavior of the total system, it became possible to specify what a yet more rigorous scientific model should be like. An interlocked model of greater precision, expressed in still more formal terms, was needed. The model used was chosen from the science of servomechanics, and is exemplified in Figure 54. The required description has now been reduced to completely rigorous terms, using the language of electrical engineering. This design depicts an analog computer which would behave exactly like the organic system in the previous figure. From this could be computed how one locality of the system would stabilize itself when perturbed by inputs from another locality. In fact, any large-scale mixed system that is a going concern has features, call them intrinsic governors, which tend to make the total system self-regulating. If managerial systems were not basically 418 regulating, it would never be possible to manage them. They would generate too much variety for us to cope with. So, as usual, we start from the premise that we are confronted with a system which works, and is working. The task of management is to do things to the system which will achieve particular results, such as making a higher profit. In this servomechanical model there is a special facility for identifying precisely what is self-regulating about the system. This in turn reveals, by default, what is not self-regulating about the system, that is to say, what decisions have to be taken, on what evidence, and to what effect. The box-marked decisions running along the bottom of the circuit diagram will not work unless it is given all the input shown, and the system as a whole cannot realize its maximum profitability, unless all the decisions indicated are taken and are all communicated to the places shown. Hence the research has now identified precisely what information is needed to run the business, and how it has to be deployed. To provide this information alone is an achievement, having its own payoff. Few firms indeed know the answer to this question. This leads to the final and actually computable model, which is a mathematical statement of the decision-making box's structure, suitably quantified by the appropriate inputs. This is a model taken from mathematical decision theory. By running this decision model on a computer, for alternative situations, it becomes possible to indicate what sets of decisions will deal with what sets of circumstances in a maximally profitable fashion. Thus the methodology is completed. To recapitulate, an interlocked set of models has been created, each mapping onto its successor, each seeking to perform a different function in the chain. Using the nomenclature put forward in Chapter 6, there were 2 conceptual models from ecology, 3 scientific models, 1 from general systems theory, 1 from servomechanics and the last from decision theory, and there was a mathematical and computational activity resulting as would be expected. It is surely sufficiently evident that this account of the firm as an ecosystem, with its resolution in given detail of the plant, can be used as the basis for answering almost any question of policy relating to the physical part of the firm. Perhaps, in a conceivable case, there is insufficient resolution to obtain that answer even now. If so, further resolution of the relevant locality can readily be written into the chain of models to obtain the required answers. In fact, this study was used to determine optimal investment decisions. Every local request for capital within such a system, as every accountant knows, is accompanied by a watertight story explaining why the investment will yield precisely that return on. 419. Figure 54. 420. Capital demanded by the company's board. It is a strange coincidence. But, as was said at the outset, to reach a rational decision among these competing claims, it is vital to re-evaluate the behavior of the entire ecological system, assuming that the change has been made. Quite obviously the answers obtained will be different from those worked out in the immediate locality of the new piece of plant. Reverberations throughout the whole ecosystem will occur, and these will determine the influence of this decision on the total profitability of the company. It has been argued before, but here we see the point in context, that the best investment decision is the key that will unlock the entire system. Cases have occurred where new strategies have been prepared to increase overall profitability by several 100% per annum of the local investment required. This is not an orthodox way of computing return on capital, quite obviously, since the use of other assets is involved. But if a small local investment can so facilitate the overall behavior of the system, then it is worth selecting. The new level of profit is absolutely attributable to this change. The second of the promised examples, this time dealing with the resolution of the marketing black box, is also a real-life case study. The company concerned makes a product consumed by the general public through a very large number of retail outlets. These outlets are served from depots, which are in turn served either from warehouses or direct from factories. In addition, both the factories and the warehouses may deliver directly to the outlets. The initial question posed was, where should the major factory be resited, since it has to be rebuilt? Here is a typical management problem which appears to be susceptible to standard econometric techniques, if not indeed to a standard costing exercise. But the operational research approach is quite different. An ecosystemic model of this situation still looks like figure 50. But the market box is really very black, rather little is known about the details of its operation, still less about its trends. And these are of great importance if a major capital investment is in question. Now any black box is defined by its inputs and outputs, and these are shown in figure 50. The resolution of the market black box depends, in this case, on the input line marked distribution, and the set of outputs indicating purchasing behavior. A model was indeed constructed to account for the latter aspect, but it is with the former aspect that this discussion is concerned. It could, and normally would, be said that the blackness of the distribution aspect of the market can be resolved by setting out the existing network of connections between factories, warehouses, depots, and retail. 421. Outlets. But once this apparently definite and unassailable apparatus is contemplated within the context of the global model, an interesting thought quickly occurs. Since the major factory is to be rebuilt, and could be resited, it might pay to redesign the entire marketing network. Of course, this would be costly. On the other hand, a network of this type usually is the result of many years of historical accretion. Viewed in the context of the total, present-day homeostat, it could conceivably pay handsomely to change it. Thus, with the agreement of management, the original problem was restated as follows. What is the optimum investment policy, given certain constraints about the money available and the rate of return required? This problem is really immensely difficult, because the marketing box is now genuinely black. No transparency can be obtained by studying what is there on the ground, since it could all be changed. Not only are the factories, warehouses, and depots all wandering about inside the black box, it is no longer certain how many of each of them there are. How many there should be, and where geographically located, can be settled only by fitting the ecosystemic inputs and outputs to the black box, and resolving the detail within in an optimal fashion. The first step was to construct a logical model of the possible modes of connection of an unknown number of factories to an unknown number of warehouses and depots, showing all possible interactions between these three types of plant and the known number of retail outlets. It is necessary to establish this kind of model as specifying the underlying structure of the system, to ensure that any future computations are properly directed to available alternatives. Again, this model must ensure that the computations will not commit such solecisms as attempting to send goods from the outlets to the factories, instead of vice versa. Now this network logic has to be superimposed on the topography of the geographic system, according to the economics of the operational system. Since goods can be transmitted by a limited number of routes, defined by roads and railways, it is not very difficult to make an appropriate many-one mapping of the country's geography. Normal map reference devices were used to give a computable account of the terrain, adding logical constraints to avoid such solecisms as attempting to drive a lorry through an estuary. Making the econometric model of distribution was more straightforward and familiar. It involved a mathematical generalization of the cost of making a journey from any point A to any point B, taking into account handling factors and such restraints as the number of hours a man is committed to drive a lorry at a stretch. The model has also to deal with the costs of investing in various types 422 of transportation, and this was handled on the basis of discounted cash values. Thus an interlocking set of models was established, consisting of one drawn from logic, one from topography and one from econometrics. These did not form a sequential chain, they had to map onto each other simultaneously. It is as if a three-dimensional model had been created, and the whole of it was translated into computer language and set up inside a machine. Some effort must be made to visualize what this elaborate scientific model really means, and the following picture may help. Imagine the country in question as a map. The contour lines on this map are not those connecting points of equal height above sea level, but those connecting sites for plant of equal annual cost. Thus at the top of a hill, the cost of a plant would be the highest in the locality of the hill, while at the bottom of a trough would be found the cheapest point. A procedure must be found for hunting over this economic terrain for the best arrangement of plants, that is to say a search algorithm is needed. The discovery of this algorithm, or systematic procedure, was a difficult research task, but again it is possible to illustrate what it involved through the image of an economic terrain as just explained. Suppose that one man is asked to walk over this terrain looking for the site of a factory. Unfortunately, there is a thick fog, he cannot see anything at all. This constraint comes about because our searcher is not alone. Other people have been appointed to look for other factory sites, still others are looking for sites for warehouses and depots. All these people are setting out simultaneously, because the required solution must satisfy them all at once. But as they move about, each changes the terrain continuously for all the others, since the movement of a factory continuously changes the cost of having the depot it serves at a given point. Thus all the searchers, of whom the number is not yet known, have to move about a shifting terrain in a fog seeking low points, and they have to arrive at the best combined solution. There is only one rule that any searcher can be given. He is standing at a point, and cannot see. Then he must seek around with 1 foot for a foothold lower than the one already held, and move to it. If he continues to do this until any step he attempts to take is uphill, he has arrived at the lowest place. Provided that there is no sealed-off hollow on the map, that is, provided there is always a descending route to the lowest place of all, the searcher will find the best site. It is difficult to visualize how this provision can be met in real space, but it can be achieved in the phase space of the model by technical devices from logic. 423. The searcher cannot think of himself alone, however. There must be wireless communication between all the searchers. Otherwise one of them, in a fanatical attempt to reach his own lowest point, may ruin the attempts of the others to find theirs. This man may raise the ground level for everyone else, so that the total cost is exorbitant. This need for communication, so apparent in this parable, exemplifies the systemic nature of the problem. This rather crude attempt to explain what is going on, in the use of a tremendously complex model inside a computer, is helpful for several reasons. Firstly, it does indicate how big is the task which the management has to face. It is surely a task of such immensity that there would be no hope at all of examining by orthodox methods every possible answer in looking for the best. There is an infinity of possible answers. The best that can be done without operational research is to list what experience suggests are the most likely solutions, and to evaluate these by accounting exercises. Even if this can be successfully done on a static basis, the dynamic interactions of the system cannot possibly be taken into account. Moreover, the management will simply never know if there is a better answer that they just do not happen to have proposed for evaluation. The search algorithm, however, does in a sense examine an infinitely large number of solutions, because it must end by selecting the best even if no one has thought of it. When that best answer is reached, the fog clears, the new network becomes visible, and the box is no longer black. It has to be emphasized that all this takes into account the cost of any changes implied by the solution. That is to say, if some existing pieces of plant have moved when the fog clears, then it is already established as right that they should move. This is not a separate issue, because capital has been taken into account in constructing the global model. In the case quoted, a fairly new plant of considerable capital value was shown to move in the optimal solution. The management, not unnaturally, found it very difficult to believe that it could possibly be an economical proposition to pull down the splendid new plant that had recently been opened. Yet it was eventually agreed that this was so. Finally, to emphasize the immensity of the task, it is interesting to record the amount of computer work actually involved. Because a search algorithm is an heuristic process, no one could say in advance what course the experiments with the model would take, nor in consequence how many there would be. In the event, some 70 experiments were required to complete the search. Each of these involved the evaluation of the entire set of interlocking models a huge number of times. 424. Of the experiments each needed no less than 250,000 such evaluations of the total system. Even so, thanks to the speed of modern computers, the answer was found in a day. It had taken about 6 months to do the whole job. At the beginning, the position was that a new major factory would produce a very handsome saving in production cost. Unfortunately, however, the managers tried to fit this factory's output into the existing marketing scheme and, wherever they thought of citing it, the whole of this saving and more besides was lost in increased distribution costs. The completely new plan produced by the study preserved the production saving, and procured a new saving of equivalent amount through more effective supply to the market. So much, then, for the resolution of subsystems within the initially black boxes of global ecosystemic models. The great virtue of both these case studies lies, it is suggested, in the fact that they answered managerial problems of policy within the context of the total system, taking into account the fact that black boxes really are black. Had the scientists not considered these problems in the global setting, it is quite clear that although the questions posed by management would have been answered, the optimal company policy would not have been discovered. Secondly, had the scientists not recognized the boxes as black, neither of the solutions could possibly have been found since both of them involved radical changes in the structures that already existed. It is time to say more about structure. For the question of structure, the scientific attack on the managerial problems of an industrial firm should, it is contended, be seen as beginning in a global model, the details of which can be resolved in greater detail as required. The by now classical techniques of operational research, drawn from its mathematics, its statistics, its econometrics and its computer technology, may be most successfully and safely operated within that context. And it seems that there are few problems which cannot be tackled by these means. This is not to say that all management problems must be tackled in this way, nor that the manager may now lay down his burden and hand over to the scientist. The point is that managers should begin to look at the situations for which they are responsible through descriptions which acknowledge the natural law. They need scientists to help them to do this. They need competent models, and the aid of a comprehension illuminated by 425. The best thinking tools that man has yet discovered for the purpose of dealing with nature, they should quantify those situations if at all possible. It is not the substitution of science for management that is advocated, it is the appeal for a professional rather than an amateur approach to the managerial task. Now, if this appeal is justified, then the very first thing to do is to think in a scientific way about the constitution of the management itself, since this is the control structure of the enterprise. This task is more fundamental than any other, more fundamental even than the construction of a global model of the firm. For once or begins to model the totality spread before it, it makes the fundamental acceptance of the structure which controls it. This is because that structure can be discussed only in a meta-language. The language in which one describes the firm itself is simply not competent as a vehicle for discussing objectively why the firm is as it is. And since the normal occupation of management is to be expert in using the practical language of the firm's operations, there is a particular risk that the management will never learn to speak the meta-language in which its own structure can be discussed. The phase space of management is defined by what everyone knows management to be. The thought blocks which threaten managers when it comes to discussing management are often well nigh impenetrable. In Section 4 of Chapter 9 some preliminary remarks were made about the problems of industrial organization. Those remarks derived from the discussion of operational research, and were made before we embarked on the chapters dealing with cybernetics. People often think that the relevance of cybernetics to organization has to do solely with automation. But this is not so, and what has to be said about automation is in any case reserved for the next chapter. This is the place for the elucidation of various organizational matters in the light of cybernetic thinking, regardless of the degree to which advanced machines are in use. It is a common error to suppose that the relevance of cybernetic science to the organization of a firm depends upon its mastery of computer systems and the like. But in truth, cybernetics, which is defined as the science of control in the animal and the machine, is precisely about organization, for this is the medium through which control is exercised. Therefore cybernetics may also be defined, as it has been by certain Russian writers, as the science of effective organization. We have to face the facts of our present situation. Here we are, in an atomic age, running companies which themselves employ a highly sophisticated technology in all departments, and basing our mode of control on folklore. It is perhaps good folklore, much thought has been. 426. Devoted to what management schools call the principles of organization. But these principles are the outcome of experience, they are rules of thumb. Just as we prefer to replace rules of thumb in production by more scientific analyses, so must the time come when the chairman and the managing director will demand a more scientific attack on the question of how the business is organized. The drawing of the traditional family tree has already been criticized, because it fails to depict real relationships but only formal ones. Never mind, say its adherents, it does not pretend to do other than state the chain of command it attributes responsibility. But that it does so despite the real relationships, and in ignorance of them, is precisely the criticism. For responsibilities in a complex viable organism cannot in general be handed out like rations. Certainly the managing director, in discussion with his senior managers, can say, "I hold you, Bill, responsible for this." It is likely to be clear from the context exactly what that means. It has to do with getting some particular agreed action done, some specific project implemented, some definite decision enforced. Everyone, including Bill, knows what he has to do, and he does it. The responsibility is eventually discharged. But the responsibilities allocated by an organization chart are not at all of this kind, unless they are to do with very special skills. The company medical officer, like the financial accountant, has a responsibility for a particular activity whenever and wherever it arises, that too is clear to all and can be discharged in each instance. But the divisional responsibilities of general management to which we are accustomed are not susceptible to being discharged in these senses. The sales manager is responsible for selling, and the works manager is responsible for production. One can see the sense in which these two men can be differently oriented, the one facing outwards to markets, the other facing inwards to the plant. So the notion of areas of general responsibility is born. But meanwhile the notion of some definite task that can be discharged is dying. In the limit, a kind of organizational decadence may set in within the firm, in which the sales manager sits in an office owning the commercial policy, while the works manager sits in another office owning the production policy. What are these policies? They are, in this limiting case, incompatible ways of envisaging the same thing, namely the company's survival. But, it will be objected, each of these men is taking the important decisions that arise within his general area of responsibility. What sort of decisions are these? A sales decision concerning the selection of one retailer in a town rather than another as the unique outlet is clearly a 427 sales responsibility, but it is not important at the general management level. A production decision as to the process route to be followed by a special one-off job is equally clearly a works responsibility, and it is also unimportant. Then enlarge the importance of the sample decisions. The sales manager decides on a sales campaign, the works manager decides on the purchase of a costly piece of plant. But just a moment. Each of these possibilities has inevitably been the subject of months of study by junior specialists and under managers. They recommend a course of action which the senior man is asked to approve. On what basis can he refuse approval? He does not know anything like as much about this project as the staff on whom he has laid the genuine responsibility for discovering the right answer. They know it, he knows it, he knows they know he knows it. If he refuses approval, he is reprimanding his staff for incompetence. Anyway, why should he regard himself as more competent than they? There is only one basis on which any senior manager can take a genuine decision, the basis that he knows something his staff does not know. Well, he ought to have told them what he knows, and he will in fact have told them what he knows about the topic they are studying. So what he uniquely knows, or subsequently discovers, is not to do with the topic of their study. It is something to do with another facet of the company's survival, a facet, it is now clear, that is not within his own responsibility but somebody else's. The strength of the senior manager is in fact nothing to do with the divisional policy he is alleged to own, it is to do with his integration into the general management team. Now this is good cybernetics. In all natural control systems and in all mechanical artifacts, we find components and assemblies, subsystems, that discharge particular responsibilities. Let us adhere to the idea that a responsibility is something which is definite and can be discharged, at which point the responsibility is over and done with until a new responsibility is allocated to the subsystem. Computing the flight of a ball in order that a man may catch it, or computing the flight of a missile in order that another may intercept it, are both examples of control activities. Each involves a series of interlocking activities which must be accomplished. Each of these activities is awarded as a distinct responsibility that can be discharged to some subassembly of the control system. Each has specialized optical circuits, for instance. The brain has the eye lens, the retina, the optic nerves and the occipital lobe of the cortex as a specialized, analyzing subsystem. The tracking device has radar antennae, oscilloscopes, tape storage, and differential analyzers. The subsystems all parallel each other, both major systems rely on 428. Homeostasis as between the subsystems, monitored by extensive feedback. All this makes sense in terms of responsibility and its discharge. And arrangements of this kind are paralleled in the firm by functional specialism and the humbler levels of line management. But how is the decision to catch the ball, or to intercept the missile, to be taken? In the ball-catching case, the brain, which includes apparatus for this purpose, no longer operates with localized cerebral subsystems, its top-level decisions are functions of its total behavior. The reticular formation of the brainstem is a generalized monitor of input information, the prefrontal lobe of the cortex, which inductive research suggests is connected with processing moral decisions, has no specific subsystemic control responsibilities. But we do not know how to work the orthodox computer as an integrated, undifferentiated control device in this sense. It ought to follow then, if this argument is correct, that there is no procedure by which the tracking system can of itself decide to intercept the missile. That checks. In the case of the firm, by parallel arguments, we look to the top management as a whole to take policy decisions which have to do with the company's survival. In a lively, well-led firm this is exactly what happens. It amounts to well-led cabinet government. But in the decadent case the sales manager and the works manager may openly opt out of the generalized computation proceedings. They may spend their talking time on the board or the management committee, trying to demonstrate their independence within a situation of which all aspects are clearly interdependent. The discussion is about a new product, then the sales manager finds that this is his province, and only he is competent to take decisions about something which has to be sold. But no one, least of all the sales manager, is going to be allowed to tell the works manager how to make this product. It turns out that every feature required by sales makes the product impossible or uneconomic to manufacture, while every feature required by the works to facilitate production turns out to make the product unsaleable. How is the managing director to cope with this? His organization chart does not help him, and he has to rely on human attributes, his own powers of persuasion or force of character, the weaknesses and vanities of the two men. If he is any good, he will overcome the difficulty. But this probably means that he has to do the actual decision-taking alone. Now, although this is the limiting case, it indicates a pathological syndrome that is terribly common in senior management groups. Indeed, if the decadence has gone thus far, it may be an advantage, for surely both these men will soon be removed altogether. The real trouble arises because they usually 429. Have the good sense, in practice, to restrain themselves sufficiently to obscure what is happening, and thereby to avoid the ultimate showdown. But the firm is deprived. In particular, the company loses the redundancy factor previously remarked, which is its only reliable protection against major errors of policy. In some actual cases noted, even this appallingly dangerous situation is offset by the good sense of people lower down, who begin to enlarge their communications beyond their official limits and to arrogate to themselves the integrating functions of their seniors. This is good cybernetics again. The redundancy factor elsewhere permits lower hierarchic levels to change their actual function just as seems to happen in a brain affected by gross lesions. It happens, too, in battles. Nowadays, communications are supposed to be too good for this trick to be necessary. But certainly in Nelson's day, a subsystem of a few ships could be isolated by bad visibility from the flagship, and would then have to undertake its own integrating functions based on a prior knowledge of the grand strategy. Yet again it must be observed that the organization chart says nothing of all this. It specifically denies any such possibility by omitting to show any kind of horizontal interaction at the lower levels. Thus once pathological symptoms appear in the higher management control system, the organization chart becomes a blueprint for the disintegration of the firm. There are problems in all this that must be tackled, and it is going to pay the firm to embark on a scientific study of its organizational structure. No ready-made theory of organization is available, but various models have been tried out in particular situations. The solutions to organizational problems are without doubt the most difficult sorts of operational research to implement. So it is not a question of finding radically new answers to ancient problems, which must then be put into effect by commands ordering the whole senior management to start being different people. This cannot be done, and if it could be done it would induce a traumatic shock to the organism so great that the firm would probably die. But this does not mean to say that nothing can be done. The object should be gradually to improve what happens by modifying structural relationships according to valid cybernetics. This ought to be an improvement on common sense. After all, the organizational confusions which can be uncovered in almost any large firm are precisely the fruit of common sense. The inoperable structure which pundits have installed actually works, but only because the natural laws affecting the behavior of viable systems have operated since then. If 430. Figure 55. Case study, Activities involved in failing to sell a single item worth less than £100. 431. We work with the knowledge of those laws, and use them deliberately, we must surely reach a better answer. Consider figure 55, for example. This diagram shows the progress of one order, placed by a single customer, for a single item worth less than £100, produced by a large firm. This is an actual case history. The customer placed the order and tried to have it filled. The start of the process is at the center of the vertical line. Time works outward in both directions, up and down, to enable us to distinguish between the company's and the customer's activities. A closed-loop system is clearly in operation, which becomes depicted as a spiral since the time scale spreads out the looping information. As can be seen, it took more than 9 months to complete the transaction with no sale recorded at the finish. The process ended for the customer after 4.5 months when he finally sent back the product in disgust, and refused to pay the bill. The process ended for the company 5 months after that, when the service department offered the customer a maintenance agreement for the product he did not have. Obviously, the organizational structure of this company is total nonsense. Somehow it got like this, somehow it cannot be put right. If we apply using cybernetic models, to the situation, then the design of the structure can certainly be improved. Moreover, it is possible for to validate the changes made by a scientific experiment. This kind of experiment does not have to be based on simulation. It is possible in cases of this kind to test the ecosystem at work by actually buying products, and charting the customer's progress on diagrams of the sort shown in figure 55. It is obvious that quantitative comparisons, using various criteria, such as the number of operations and the time elapsed, can be made between earlier and later charts. The machinery for a scientifically directed evolution of the management structure is all available. But the results in this case cannot be demonstrated. The example has deliberately been chosen in an attempt to bring home the reality of those thought blocks. For the distinguished businessman who is managing director of the famous company concerned, having studied with astonishment the facts recorded in figure 55, declared that nothing could be done. X, who is responsible, he said, is a very good man. Any other organizational structure than his would probably make things worse. Is it a good joke, or bad management, or incompetence, or indifference, that stops managers from managing themselves? Perhaps they are simply not trained to speak the meta-language. It is in the language of the firm that problems are posed, and are solved or not solved. It is in a meta-language alone that it is clever to dissolve them. 432. 17. Information and automation. A rose by any other name would still smell like phenylethylmethylcarbinol. The Sciences, Volume 3, Number 20. 1. Reorienting towards management. In the last chapter, a discussion of organization from the cybernetic viewpoint was begun. The idea that it is possible to use cybernetics to help resolve management structures was offered as being independent of automation. But the availability of advanced machinery certainly makes it urgent to think afresh about the modes of organizing that have been inherited. In short, whether the firm is run entirely by men, or entirely by machines, or by some mixture of both, is irrelevant to the question whether the structure of the control function is properly designed. Given a properly designed structure, on the other hand, its appearance in the flesh or in the metal is a matter of convenience. That which we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet for the reason given at the chapter heading. It is not good operational research to attempt to formulate general principles a priori. Yet cybernetic considerations, reinforced by much observation, begin to suggest that other ways than those that are familiar could be found for distributing duties at the very top and, as a consequence, for specifying modes of interaction lower down. At both these levels, the topic is now horizontal integration, a task at present attempted by two major techniques, the one formal, the other informal. Formally, the answer is to hold meetings, from the board downwards, which are generally called committees. Informally, social interaction is sought. The board itself, because of its very seniority and its consciousness of the power to go wrong, tends to behave very much. 433. As a social group. This is its cybernetic salvation. The amount of interaction is immense, and it does not much matter what is the content of communication, be it official or unofficial, if it produces the sense of unity and the climate of opinion which Beto kens a high redundancy decision-taking control system. But, lower down, the orthodox committee system, which at first sight procures both the intercommunication and the high redundancy demanded by the cybernetician, by no means meets the need. Each committee member represents some special function or department to which he owes a loyalty. In practice, he is usually present not to procure an agreed policy which integrates the views of all members as alleged, but to procure his subsystem's policy as the agreed policy if possible or, failing that, to stop any other subsystem's policy from being foisted onto his own. Second, he does not arrive fully briefed with an objective knowledge of all the facts. He knows what his chief expects him to achieve. For the rest, he has thumbed through the papers in the car en route. Third, the conduct of the meeting is not a homeostatic interaction of like minds seeking a company optimum, but a political foray in which it may be that no genuine communication takes place at all, only the striking of attitudes already well known. Fourth, the account of the meeting afterwards that is given by each member to his own subsystem, is a dramatized and distorted account of what happened which supplies positive instead of negative feedback. That is to say, instead of the delegates bringing home error-correcting information, he returns with an emotive judgment about the foolhardiness of everyone else's views which reinforces error. Fifth, the official account of the meeting, given in its minutes, which are the means of informing everyone who is not directly concerned, contains almost no information. They are short, terse statements about long, involved negotiations, totally lacking in requisite variety, even when objectively drawn. But the need to be sure that no one is given away, coupled with the machinations of the meeting's convener who instructs the secretary, reduces their value further. If anyone objects to this account as being exaggerated and ridiculous, it is possible again to fall back on the argument used before. Namely, even if committees are not really like this, they run these risks. Even if the more egregious absurdities can in practice be avoided, it is still wrong that the whole arrangement could in theory conduce to them. At any rate, thoughtful firms, which have no professional cybernetic advice, do in most cases acknowledge the defects of such formal horizontal communication, not by admitting to faults but by supplementing the arrangements. Social interaction is encouraged. For rather misty reasons, which may be formulated in surprisingly altruistic terms, many firms find themselves subsidizing this social interaction at considerable cost in actual cash. If challenged, those responsible tend to embark on set speeches about esprit de corps and happy ships. If they but knew it, they have clear, precise, and scientific cybernetic justification. The net result of all this seems to be the following. We have a two-dimensional control system for the firm. One dimension is formal and has the advantage of being highly structured. Thus when people are operating in this dimension they know how to behave. The rules of the game are clear, everyone knows whom to call sir, whom to address as Mr., whom to speak to by surname and whom by Christian name. Everyone knows, moreover, who is responsible for what, and by what means he may set about achieving the outcome his side has selected. But control in this dimension is unstable for the reasons discussed. So a second, intersecting, control dimension exists, the informal dimension. This is the plane of social interaction, which maximizes genuine communication regardless of the rules, or of the relevance of the information passed. This second system refuses to obey the so-called principles of management. It is no longer clear who is senior to whom. It no longer matters who is responsible for what. Noon any longer pretends to believe that each man answers to one and only one superior, or that no more than 5 juniors can report to any one senior. Again, all this is cybernetically sound. Most viable systems depend upon this particular form of redundancy as well as other forms, a two-dimensional, structurally inconsistent, control system. Consider, as an example, the central nervous system and the endocrine system in the vertebrate body. This is the basis on which industrial organizations actually manage to work. People seem to see it as a one-dimensional system which is imperfect, and which has to be buttressed by informality. The cybernetician is likely to go much further and to say that the system is intrinsically dual in its fundamental character, and that this duality is the structural mode of protective redundancy. There is a particularly interesting outcome of this disagreement, which helps 435 to resolve it, and which is worth further exploration. According to the formal organization chart, decisions are taken by the responsible people who are just those whose labels authorize them to decide. According to cybernetics, this is impossible in a system which is to survive. Decisions are always taken by the node, or the plexus of nodes, in a network which has the most information. In a brain-like system, that is to say, as investigated by cybernetics, the first element or subsystem of the system to attain requisite variety to match an input situation acts. It is knowledge, not the laying on of hands, which bestows the power to decide. And it is a corollary of this theorem that it will not always be the same element that acts on a given class of input. The exploration of this contradiction between formal industrial organization and the conclusions of cybernetic inference highlights the equivalent status claimed for the informal organization. 4. According to arguments advanced earlier, the way in which informal controls counteract the formal controls might well be defined by their requisite variety in relation to a given decision. The board decision is not put together like a jigsaw puzzle composed of logical pieces: sales element, the production element, the financial element, whatever the organization chart may seem to imply. It is created through like-mindedness, the responsive awareness on the part of each director of the direction of thinking taken up by all the other directors as a whole. One director can influence that direction of thinking. If he is vehement, his own vector may dominate all the other vectors, so that the board's direction is his direction. But the vehemence, if the board is competent, is not defined in decibels, it is a measure of knowledge. This director is communicating insight into the whole problem. He is not contributing the facts that concern his areas of responsibility, and sitting back until the chairman has put the jigsaw puzzle together. The jigsaw theory of board decision is a post hoc rationalization, and the organization chart is its blueprint. What applies to the board applies to the shop floor, and the issue under discussion is indeed more readily understood at that level. Department B requisitions its raw material from Department A, in order to deliver raw material to Department C. The formal organization provides elaborate procedures to make sure this is done properly, and they largely work. The stock control files operate, the multicolored forms flow, the planning boards are set up. Yet none of this apparatus has requisite variety to provide control of an imperfect and uncertain world. It works in theory, but would not work in practice because real life injects too much variety, especially in the form of noise. But we said, it does work. 436. The reason is that extra control variety is pumped into the formal control system by the informal control system. The shop floor in big industry is notoriously interactive. Everyone is someone else's cousin, everyone meets his opposite number in the charge hands mess, the local public house, the pigeon fancier's society, or the gardening club. The directors of the firm should give thanks that this is so, and without cost at that. For here is decision-taking in action, based on the cybernetic principle that requisite variety acts. By the way, says Joe, you won't be getting that lot of crimple bars until Thursday. We had a breakdown. The work is replace, and 2 days before the official notification comes through. By then it would have been too late. There are surely reasons in contemporary industrial society why boards and shop floor foremen, charge hands, and planners form intimate social groups at their two disparate levels. There are also reasons, in Britain at least, why middle management does not. Wherever the state of the management profession is discussed in Britain, whether among directors or on foremen's courses, whether in universities or in management schools, the same concern is expressed. The effectiveness of middle management is everyone's worry. Yet pick on a middle manager in the flesh and interrogate him, one finds an upright and intelligent citizen, competent in his job, anxious to work and to collaborate. The cybernetician answers this dilemma. The middle manager, alone of the management hierarchy, is operating one-dimensionally as a control element. There is no pressure on him, as there is on higher management, to interact vigorously with his colleagues. He may meet them at lunch, but this is not enough. The others still wonder what sort of woman could possibly have married him, and cannot understand why he likes or dislikes a particular television program. He is an enigma, and he commonly lives in a suburban society of peers far away from any of his colleagues. So there is no village life species of interaction among middle managers, as there is in very junior management, where each knows the other's business because their families are intermarried and because they are neighbors in a community of gossip. The missing informal control dimension among middle management is modern industry's greatest weakness. This is the kind of thinking which cybernetics can apply to the way existing organizations work, and the minimal claim is that if we can once sink our scientific teeth into organizational problems, we shall begin to understand them more clearly. But obviously a rather more ambitious claim than this ought to be possible. If we once have access through 437 science to the very nature of viable organization, then we begin to formulate or models which can be used to achieve improvements. Something can usually be achieved within the existing management structure to increase efficiency, to make clearer what has to be done in the way of redefining responsibilities, reorganizing information flow, reconstituting the committee system, restating policies for management succession, and so on. But there is more than this. In the last chapter it was said that the problems which underlie practice should be studied, and that below the level of problems, again, should be uncovered the level of policies. But, it is now argued, there is a yet deeper level, that of structures. If a firm is ready to reconsider the very structures of organization, then the outcome for its policies may be a considerable change. In that case the nature of its problems may appear radically different. And in that case, in turn, what now counts as either good or bad practice may cease to be at all relevant. It is here that the initial remark about dissolving rather than solving problems is finally justified. For although new structures, which bring new policies in their train, will doubtless not eliminate problems but simply create a new set of unfamiliar ones, something important has been gained. This is the capability to tackle the new problems by an exceptionally well-endowed management, a management, that is, which really understands how these problems arise, because it understands the structures which provoke them. Understand, in turn, in a truly scientific sense, because the structures are scientifically designed, and that means that their limitations are precisely known. A managerial situation of this kind is thoroughly amenable to or attack. As was said some pages back, it is not good science to assert that we now know what the answers would be in general. We do know, from particular studies, what particular answers can sometimes be given, but far more work on special cases is required before there is much hope of enunciating general principles. Yet a conclusion to this essay may be reached in terms of one conclusion. It is this. It is knowledge, momentary knowledge, in an element of a system that really confers authority to act, not the arbitrary allocation of responsibilities. This has been argued as an information theoretic principle, as a practical induction from a study of controls in nature, and as an analysis of what really happens in industry anyway. If this is so, then it could well be more satisfactory to determine organizational structure around the ebb and flow of requisite variety in a firm, rather than around seniorities and boxes drawn on organization charts. 438. This would mean that the two dimensions of management control would cease to be the formal and informal dimensions. They could instead become the functional and the problem-orientated dimensions. This is to say that responsibilities that can be discharged would indeed be allocated to individuals. But since, as has been seen, these usually involve unimportant decisions, the managers involved in the process would either be junior managers or functional specialists such as accountants or production engineers. The more senior part of the firm would be organized around particular problems, which of course would change from time to time. The board is already organized like this, according to earlier arguments, although it pretends it is not. At this highest level, the team is trying to solve problems of survival, and there is a good case for suggesting that its members should not waste time by pretending to be the ultimate decision takers within areas of responsibility which are in fact covered by redundant control systems of lower rank in the hierarchy. At the middle management level, however, the change would be dramatic. Instead of being busy managers who rush off to committee meetings, the men concerned would really become full-time members of problem-solving teams who occasionally accept particular and dischargeable local responsibilities. The mechanism suggested can be most clearly envisaged in the context of a problem which arises because of a change in technology or circumstances, although it could equally apply to more familiar problem-generating situations. If a group of the best managers are banded together as a project team to handle the new product, then they can be given as a group a dischargeable responsibility. Occasionally in modern industry this is done, though because of inhibitions about organizational structure, the people selected have to be seconded from the formal IONA policy organization, and senior management is never quite sure whether to relieve them of departmental duties altogether or not. Of course, if the firm were differently organized, then this difficulty would not arise. Specifically, if the best men do not have departmental pseudo-responsibilities, then no one would have to decide whether they should be relieved, who should stand in for them, or how to convince those concerned that they were not being effectively sacked. It is better to dissolve problems than to solve them. A management which took it for granted that the status quo could be maintained by junior managers, functional specialists, and a certain amount of automation, would feel free to use its best managerial talent. 439. In the way suggested, it would mean that new situations would be conquered more quickly, that changes in technology would be encompassed and assimilated more readily, and that the old familiar problems would actually receive competent attention, instead of being forever relegated to low priority. There was once a scientist who wrote on a memorandum from the chairman, "I regret I cannot deal with this, owing to the pressure of less important work," and got away with it. There have been many strikes which have occurred because the problems which generated them have been too trivial for a manager, busy with papers and his policy-owning industrial democracy, to consider urgently. Whatever is management doing while its workforce is building up a ferment of unrest so serious that it eventually shuts down production? The answer is nothing, that is, about the problem. It is too busy taking pseudo-decisions, and being responsible for areas which are not things that can be discharged. The new kind of middle management teams would attract more adventurous and genuinely decisive men. They would lead a more exciting and valuable life. Their modus vivendi would utterly change, from a 9-to-5 attendance at work to a series of thought-intensive projects, each of which would gradually build up to fever pitch and immense personal commitment. In return, these people would be beneficiaries of fresh thinking by top management about how to employ managers. As a result, there would be sabbatical leave schemes involving visits abroad and attendance at universities. It goes without saying that these people would know how to make operational research work for them in a truly problem-oriented way. Not only would they have time to read or reports, they would be major sponsors, critics, and users of policy investigating science. 2. Reorienting towards the computer. It is against this background of what management really is like, and what it could more effectively be organized to become, that the real problem of managerial information is correctly seen. If management groups ought to be problem-oriented and to use problem-oriented science, then the measures of the world that they will require will be special to the problem as well. The managers will call for measurements of parameters of systems, and not for the facts. They will demand that systemic qualities be measured which no one as yet knows how to measure, hence their need for operational research. By then, there will be no longer any need to pretend that all major decisions are purely 440. Economic in character. As we have seen, there is normally a set of conflicting criteria by which a decision or a policy must be judged, a set which includes the criterion of economic viability but is not subsumed within it. Therefore there must be a change in the kind of information which is at present circulated for the running of a firm. At present, all choices are presented as economic choices. The main reason why this has happened is that the language of choice and its conventions are provided by accountancy. The models that underlie the structure of management information are, as was seen in earlier chapters, the balance sheet and the profit and loss account. The rule of induction is, that the alternative action which costs least by comparison with the standard or predetermined action for given circumstances is correct. The force of these ubiquitous conventions is little understood. They may result in an institutional way of talking, or a special language, which does not even permit the expression of vital facts. Here is an actual example. A production manager refused to acknowledge that his works ever produced defective items. An item that failed to pass inspection was simply given a code number. The effect of this code was to send the item for corrective treatment. The corrective process was not referred to as such, for there is no need for salvage operations in a works producing no defectives. Therefore this process came to be regarded as a production process undertaken by certain products at technical discretion. Acknowledging all this in the costing system meant building the process concerned into the accounting model of standard processing, with a certain level of occupancy, one in fact reflecting the level of defectives. In weeks during which this process was not used at the expected rate, it threw up an idle time charge against the product. Hence to reduce the actual rate of defectives appeared to increase costs. The only way apparently to reduce costs was to make enough defectives to keep the corrective process fully occupied. In this language there is no way of saying, to make a better product is a good thing to do. The accounting model is not homomorphic with reality and it therefore generates nonsense. Let it be noted that in this story the ludicrous outcome was by no means the fault of the company's accountants. They were doing as they were told, and believed in the existence of this spurious production process. The conceptual model of the enterprise in use is created by management as a whole, it is a social phenomenon. The balance sheet too is a social entity because it is purposive, it 441 intends quite openly to express the company's financial stability for the benefit of creditors who do business with it, of shareholders who invest in it and, more generally, of the financial world which underwrites the business confidence which surrounds it. It is a teleological model. But, if it is to be of any use at all, it should be a homomorphic model too. Obviously the transformations which operate on the company's affairs to produce this piece of paper are many. One. The structure they preserve is the measure of stability that is expressly given by the equation total assets equals total liabilities. Prior to the Companies Act of 1929, the information available from the balance sheet of a British company may have been virtually nothing more than this. The effect of that act, and also of its successor in 1948, was to provide a richer mapping, to reduce the many-oneness of the homomorphic transformation. More information thus appears on balance sheets nowadays. Now those who are highly skilled in the reading of a balance sheet, are precisely engaged in seeking out the structure preserved by the homomorphism. When they explore, for example, the flow of circulating capital, they may compute the ratio of annual turnover to current assets, which gives the speed of that flow in revolutions per year. How this speed varies from one year to another expresses a relationship that has preserved its structure under the homomorphic guarantee. To fit the modeling account of what is going on to the businessman's financial technique may reveal, in a given case, a great deal about the validity of the management's criteria for decision. But it also shows clearly that the balance sheet is a model that exists in one dimension. If the balance sheets of the nation answer to the tests prescribed by the financial world, all is well. Hence, if the return earned on capital employed in a particular company is both stable and comparable with the average for the industry, the shareholders will conclude that the company is well managed. But there is no knowing whether this return could not have been very much higher if other policies had been pursued. Moreover, there is no knowing if the position will hold in changing circumstances. It is precisely the fact that circumstances change which restricts the value of the whole existing approach. There is a well-known story about the attempt of a large departmental store to discover which department had the highest turnover and return per square foot of floor space, and to see whether any conclusions could be drawn from the answer. The cost exercise revealed that the most profitable department was the ladies' room. There is a kind of managerial mind which, supplied with this information, would conclude, we must turn the entire departmental 442 store into a public convenience. Observe that there is a spurious now in which this conclusion is correct, that is, if everyone now in the store could instantaneously be enabled to use this facility now, the profits would exceed any ever made. But quite obviously this is impossible, and quite obviously the system that constitutes the departmental store will not permit the successful implementation of this policy in the future, for the new system created to maximize profit will not in fact have any customers. The conclusion drawn is not wrong just because it is ridiculous. There is a very definite reason for the mistake. It is this. In changing the character of a system which has generated a profit in one part, we alter the expectation of profit in that part. Therefore, a policy for change which is based on analysis of the present situation, and the extrapolation of the results into a future which will have been made different by that very change, is probably wrong. We might well find that the new system does not generate any profit at all in the part that was so profitable before. This is surely the reason why so many grandiose development plans undertaken by industry do not make the return on capital which was forecast. The error is frequently met. It seems very possible that the succession of crises that have characterized the British economy since 1945 derive from these two limitations of the balance sheet model of the enterprises which compose that economy. Apparent booms have been illusory, because the return on capital has measured up to accepted but arbitrary levels that have themselves not been effective measures of the need. During these periods, proper advances have not been made. This is not surprising psychologically, for people are in general unwilling to interfere in a situation they regard as satisfactory already, partly from laziness and partly from fear that the disturbance they create will damage whatever unknown mechanism it is that apparently serves them well. Studies of actual firms and also experiments with simulation games support this conclusion. The second point is that the static accounting model is a bad predictor of stability in the face of change. The effect of this is to amplify recessions. The mechanism here is that policy forming and decision-taking undertaken against a background of the balance sheet during an easy period, fail to recognize the relevance of the boom. That is, the policies are all right if the boom continues. The moment it is noticed that the boom is illusory, selling becomes difficult and the expansionist policies cannot be supported. Their collapse makes the recession worse. These arguments reinforce the need for models that are both systemic 443 and dynamic. Policies have to be tested in context and against alternatives, not in isolation and against the preconceived notional policy that offers a reasonable return. Their vulnerability to the unknown future has to be assessed on a variety of assumptions about the state of the market. Naturally enough, managements typically declare that these things are done, and they may genuinely believe that they are. Even so, what is important is that there is literally no language in which to express such arguments competently in an orthodox business, and there is certainly no model from which to generate meaningful answers. The economic model has a unidimensional objective function, namely profit. It is a myth to say that all the other criteria of management can be translated into this language of profit. Even if this were possible in principle, the mapping transformations are simply unknown. It is moreover this unidimensional language which promotes the rules of induction referred to earlier, which assume that any activity can be costed independently of any other. For although this assumption holds for the particular model in use, it is unfortunately falsified for the real-life multidimensional dynamic system with which management has in fact to be concerned. Now the new kinds of measurements which managers require will differ from all this in two major respects. Firstly, they are likely to be pure numbers rather than raw data measuring world events. This point was explored rather fully in Chapter 13. There is no point in presenting the unaided human brain with multidimensional information which it cannot appreciate. We saw how an exceptional cost has to be contemplated in terms of exceptional technical considerations, for example, or perhaps in terms of the weather or of something that is strictly incommensurable. So the measures that managers want are measures of a system's overall behavior in which the collection of variables involved has already been suitably entangled. The importance of a measurement which is a pure number compounded of raw data cannot possibly be its momentary value, for this has no meaning. The importance of such measurements lies in the rate and periodicity of change in the pure number. Secondly, then, the information that managers require is information about these sophisticated measurements. They do not require the measurements themselves. The cybernetic arguments of Part 3 must again be invoked. The situation which the manager handles is a black box. No amount of accounting will make it much more transparent, although that is the specific aim of accountancy. It is better to set up an aim of examining the system's behavior through the changes of its output, in order to modify its input. Management is the sentient filter of the feedback loop. 444. It is in the context of this information need that we encounter the electronic computer. Computers have been mentioned before in this book, but their facilities have not been dwelt upon. The reason is that it is possible to be sidetracked very quickly by the capacities of these machines, and to forget to think out what are the real objects of the firm. The existence of computers has been taken for granted, insofar as many of the scientific calculations required by the techniques that have been discussed can be undertaken in no other way. But at last the role of the computer becomes a central issue in its own right. The point is this. A computer is not a very fast, very accurate calculating machine, or it is so only incidentally. A computer is a logical engine, an essentially deductive apparatus. Computers can do arithmetic because the procedural rules of any arithmetic are tautologous deductions from the logical axioms of that arithmetic. Hence number systems are floated along on the fundamental binary logic of the machine, which is itself indifferent to what that number system is. Now ordinary decimal arithmetic is a trivial instrument in comparison with the task already enunciated. The object of management is not to obtain quick delivery of parcels of data, those data which it has always received in the past in ever greater volume and at ever greater speeds. The management requirement is quite other. It is to obtain very few and highly digested data at those moments alone when the system calls for a decision. Since the system is fundamentally self-organizing, this should happen rather infrequently. In fact, and this is entailed by the cybernetic arguments of Part 3, genuine policies and genuine decisions are formulated metalinguistically. There is no point in interfering with the natural homeostasis of the firm as it is running unless the manager is operating in a higher order language than is the system he manages. But the present-day languages of the manager are the languages of the system itself.